All right, welcome back, boys. How you doing, Ashton? Inward, good to see y'all, man. Welcome in. Always a pleasure. Went ahead and already posted panel link, pinned it in the chat. Anybody wants to jump up and join on in, man? Would love to have you. It's a good day, man. It's a good day. So I wanted to start beginning these streams off with a prayer. I feel like that's the best way to just kind of really like get tapped in and set the mood for what we got going on today. So, all right, I'll go ahead and give this a start. Dear Father, thank you very much for this opportunity to come together in your name, to read your word, and to truly shed everything I thought I knew about what your word says, so going through it today I can have a brand new experience in you. Thank you for every blessing that you've brought and every trial that you've brought. I know only within you can I get through these things that I'm going through. And only by giving back to you will I truly know what it means to have a full purpose in life. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. All right. What's up, Ashton? What's up, dude?
What's up, Water Class? How's it going today?
It's good, man. It's good, brother. Another good day. Corey, thanks for coming in, bro. Yeah, whenever you get home, dude, jump on in. You already know the game, dude. You already know the game. What's up, brother?
I said big soda.
Yeah, man. Big soda's in the house. All right, dude. All right. How are you doing today, Ashton?
Oh, chilling, man. Enjoying the day off. Fucking had the AC cranked in my house like since 9 o'clock this morning.
Oh, damn. Yeah.
Dude, that's really a PA. It has been the hottest week since, like, I believe they said, like, 2004.
What was the temp up there?
Right now, real feel is at 105.
Holy, brother.
Like, I wish I was joking, but, like, I literally kept the kid inside today while the wife went to a doctor's appointment. Normally, we always go together, but with how hot it is outside, I am not taking these babies outside.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Dude, I don't know what the feels like was out today, but I know that it was like 97 degrees out. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Dang, Corey, that sucks, man. I'm so sorry, bro. God, help him get home safe, dude. Help him get home safe, please.
Yeah, we need Big Bible in the chat.
Absolutely, brother. But yeah, man, I'm excited for another one, bro. I'm looking forward to it, man. I've been looking forward to this since Sunday, dude.
You know what's sad? I literally have been sitting here like, okay, when's the class getting on? And then I saw you post like the upcoming. I was like, all right, notify me. And like for the past 20 minutes, I've been sitting here. Is he online yet? Damn it, he's not online yet.
Praise God, bro. Praise God, man. That's awesome. Whoa, 114? Yeah, dude. Yeah. Be careful, man. If you spend too much time in that, bro, you could for real like croak, you know?
Heat stroke is a real thing, man. I used to build houses for a living in this weather. I know what that's like.
Yeah. Holy. Inward, I'm no health professional. Go get you a nice big Gatorade straight out the cooler, dude. And just one tap it, man. Just one shot, you know? Like that's like after a really hard work day, man, dude, I can one shot the fattest Gatorade just all at once, man. You know what I mean?
Fucking to quote Naughty Germ from Rob's channel, drink water, boys.
I'm 3 steps ahead of you, dude. I've already drank 2 Brita filters full.
Oh, Jesus. Hey, I'm gonna actually hop off real quick. My wife just got home from the doctor's. I just want to check in with her and see what all is up with the doctor's appointment. But then I will be back on here momentarily.
Yeah, dude, jump in whenever. You already know the game.
All right, I'll be in the chat though. So you
Thanks,
fools
brother.
better be with me because I'm on my game here.
I'll be keeping my eyes out for you, homie. Inward. I'm a design build architect. I really prefer design phase over the build phase in the summer. I bet you do. That totally makes sense, man. That totally makes sense. That's tough work, though, man. Like, I have a lot of respect for guys that get into construction, especially when it comes to, like, you know, houses. Because I can like stand in awe at the beauty of a well-built house, but I couldn't even begin to try to think of how to start building one. Oh yeah, there you go, Inward. Yep, that's the game, dude. Yeah, crushing a gallon in like 20 minutes. I've done that one before. Absolutely. Well, so I'll go ahead and pull this up now. I don't want to delve too far into it, but it's just funny because this really plays like it's very relevant to the kind of situation that I have going on right now, and I don't want to go into detail with that, but it's very it's funny that this is the verse of the day, you know. So it's Matthew 6:25. Therefore I tell you, do not worry about your life, what you will eat or drink, or about your body, what you will wear. Is not life more important than food, and the body more important than clothes? And you know, that just speaks volumes, right? I'm so grateful that God has blessed me with everything that I need exactly when I need it. You know, when the more time that I spend in fear of what I could possibly go without, the less time I have to stay in the present and be grateful for the things that God has given me already. I used to project manage and be a superintendent for a large builder, managing 50 houses at a time and left to do my own thing. Dang, dude. So you have serious like history with that field then. That's intense, man. You know, I never, and it wasn't that like I had an aversion to it or anything. I just never even like when I was in my younger phase, when I was trying a bunch of different stuff out, that was never an opportunity that ever opened up for me, right? I always had a really deep appreciation for people who like actually built the houses and like the beauty that's inside of some of them, you know, just well put together all. And, you know, that was just one thing like in my life that never opened itself up for me, you know? But that's the cool thing about life, right? Is I'm not the kind of person that builds the houses. I'm the ones that marvel at the people who do, right? And that's God. That's a gift, man. It really is a gift, you know. But man, I am just today. I'm so grateful. You know. Yeah, I got my architecture degree and worked in firms for a few years and hated it. God hired on to my design manager for a builder, and then they pushed me to manage the build side too. The experience was worth its weight in gold to me. I bet it was, bro. I bet it was. Yeah. Because that sets you up for the rest of your life, you know? And not only now do you have the ability to build the houses and be able to look at things beforehand. Oh yeah, I knew what you meant. But not only did you learn how to build the houses and everything, but now you also have a team building experience, right? Like you can learn how to quarterback, and I would step out on a limb and say you're probably one of the guys that's in the trenches with the guys that you're quarterbacking, right? You're not the dude cross-legged on his desk pointing fingers telling other people what to do. You're in the trenches. You're in it with them, you know? And that's a very huge aspect of a leader. Every leader in my life I've ever known, I've always respected them. They've been the ones who are in the trenches, and they're by your side, not just pointing fingers and telling people what to do, you know? So yeah, dude, good for you, man. Good for you. That's awesome, bro. That's awesome. What was it like getting an architecture degree? I bet you had to learn, like how to read blueprints. What's that called? There's a word for it. I can't think of the word for it. Hold on. Right, exactly, bro. Hell yeah, dude. That's what's up, man. See, not a lot of people do that, dude. You know, like I said, dude, like every leader I've ever worked with, I always had the most respect for them, and it was motivating for me being the one who was in this field working with them when they were right there, you know, like they're sweating, they're cranking wrenches, they're doing, you know, like the hard labor too. It's a lot easier for me, right? It's a lot easier for me to get motivated to do something when the person that's telling me to do something is fucking right there, you know? What is blueprint reading called? There's a word for it. I can't find it. Oh well. It was hell. It was a 5-year professional degree, and the whole program revolves. This is a real question. Why would any sane person listen to a European teaching the Bible? I mean, that's fair. It was hell. It was a 5-year professional degree, and the whole program revolves around design, studio, and critique, and it has the highest drop rate at my whole university. Wow. So you had to be a cut above and really stick in it. You know what I mean? That's fair. I'm not the biggest fan of their accents over there, you know what I mean? But, it's pretty intense, dude. Like, so I didn't make it through college. I dropped out when I was 16. I got my GED, and I went to college. And, yeah, I just didn't make it through. I was too busy being a degenerate, and didn't want to, you know, invest in myself, I suppose, at that point in my life, you know. But luckily, God changed that in me about 7 years later. I was incredibly lucky, man. But I just want to say, like, you know, no matter what bad happens in my life, enough about me, but yeah, more about me. Woke up with a 4-foot rat snake in my house. Holy, dude. Holy. I bet you have. So near where I grew up, there was a trench that, not a trench, it's a creek. It's called Joe's Creek, and some of the people in the neighborhood that I lived in, I grew up in a trailer park, right? But like the trailer park was in like a larger neighborhood, and when we were young, they'd call us the Dirt Birds, like me and some of the other kids in the trailer park, because we meant any European white person. Oh yeah, I don't know. Anyway, but they call us the Dirt Birds. Dude, I'm blessed that you joined in, N-word. Thank you. You have no idea, my man. You have no idea, bro. I'm very, very, very happy that that you found the channel. I'm very happy that you're here. You know, it really means a lot, dude. Like, God's blessing everyone all around. You know what I mean? But when I was younger, they called us Dirt Birds because you know, we were pretty poor. So we'd play alongside Joe's Creek. We'd have like fucking like dirt ball wars and shit, and like throw like rocks at each other and stuff, you know. And there was oh no, I'm good, man. Honestly, like I'm kind of sketched out by these comments so far, so I'm not going to bring you up into the panel. If you want to clarify it in chat, go ahead. But yeah, I'm not going to bring you up, dude. Sorry. Yeah, I don't have any time for that, bro. But yeah, dude. I mean, yes, bro. Absolutely, absolutely. And they're the ones that brought me in, right? You know, like. It's seriously like a blessed community that I was invited to. You know what I mean? I'm very just forever blessed, dude. All right, Abe Dinkus, what's up, my friend? Good to see you, bro. All right, Proverbs 25:21-22. If thine enemy be hungry, give him bread to eat, and if he be thirsty, give him water to drink. For thou shalt heap coals of fire upon his head, and the Lord shall reward thee. All right. Yeah, I don't like, dude, that is this kind of bullshit. I have no time for that on my channel, bro. I'm sorry. So, you know, you're not going to come up. You're not going to clarify what you mean with that. You can stay in chat and goals of kindness. Absolutely, brother. Yeah. But you can stay in chat, Chris Terry. You can troll in chat, whatever. That's fine. I don't care. But I'm not going to bring you up if you're going to be spouting that crap, dude. Sorry. I'm just not. I don't have time for it, bro. My channel's not the place for that. So, you know. Coals of con, yeah, that them hot coals, man. You know what I mean? That hot kindness. You can't take the heat, get out the kitchen kindness. You know what I mean? But this verse today, man, it really. I've been finding myself in a lot of fear of the future recently, and I may be reading into this completely wrong, but it really speaks to me, you know. It's just another example of God saying it's going to be okay, you know, it's going to be fine. Just put your head down, get through the trenches. It's all going to work out. You know what I mean? And I know, and I'm so glad today that I have the faith in God that I have today, that I can just put my head down and trust the process. Oh, buddy, I'm trust me, I'm not scared of what you have to say. I just don't care about it. And please, by all means, you can call me a coward all day long. That's fine. But I'm just very grateful for what God has done for me. You know, God has blessed me with the faith in order to continue moving forward no matter what. Even when I am full of fear, even when I do think everything's going to fall apart, you know, I can continue moving forward with my feet on the ground, knowing that everything's going to work out exactly the way it's supposed to. And the way it's supposed to will always be monumentally better than the way I think it should be. Because I have I'm not a psychic, right? Like, I can't see into the future. And that to me is something that is a true gift, to where I know undoubtedly that even though I don't know, I'm in God's hands. I couldn't ask for anything more. For such a long time in my life was driven by fear. And I'm not saying I don't get fearful today, right? Like, I'm not going to get a big head about it. But Avery, what's going on, brother? Good to see you, my man.
What's up, bro?
Not much, dude. Just chilling.
Heck yeah.
But just giving glory to God real quick, man. You know.
What you reading on?
So I got the verse of the day up right now. In about 2 hours, I'm going to go into the Bible study. Yeah. But just this verse, you know, I could be reading it wrong, right? Like, I'm no biblical scholar. But the verse of the day today is, therefore I tell you, do not worry about your life, what you will eat or drink, or about your body, what you will wear. Is not life more important than food, and the body more important than clothes? And like, I could be reading into this wrong, right?
Oh no, that's a great one. There's another verse that kind of has similarities to it. It says that the birds don't worry. You know, doesn't God have more favor on you than the birds? Aren't you more important than the birds? I forget. You might have to Google that and fact check me, but.
Oh no, it's all good, dude. I mean, like, I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. Fredo Fonzarelli, thank you, my dude. Welcome in. I appreciate you, my man.
Yeah, just I look up that verse. It says that not even the birds have worry of food and want.
Yeah. Let me see. Which one is it? What's the scripture?
Yeah, I would just look up birds. You know, Bible verse. Birds don't worry, or I'd probably look that.
Matthew 6:26. Look at the birds in the air; they do not sow or reap or stow away in barns, and yet your heavenly Father feeds them. Are you not much more valuable than they? Ooh.
Yeah.
Sparrow's worth. Oh, dude, Chris is crashing out. Oh man. Sorry, didn't mean to hit you where it hurt there, buddy. I apologize. Hey man, one day you may find Christ, and I hope you do. And just so you know, Christ is going to welcome you with open arms. Doesn't matter if he's white, Middle Eastern, black, whatever color, I don't care. One day Christ is going to welcome you with open arms.
And you don't have to be a devout Christian to use the teachings of the Bible to better your life. It's very helpful. It's a
Yeah.
good way to have a good moral compass and keep you kind of pointing in the right direction.
Absolutely.
I know a number of people that are what they call non-Christians, or they are kind of adhere to a different way of looking at things, and they read the Bible all the time. It's
Yeah,
great.
100%.
There's stories in it. There's
Is Chris
good,
wrong,
bad.
though?
There's
I can say someone is at the epitome of a crash out when they refer to themselves in the third person. Brother, my brother in Christ. I hope you find him one day. I really do. I'm not even being like facetious or shitty about it. Like I genuinely mean that. There's obviously a large amount of hate in your heart, and I hope you find God and God heals that from you, my friend. Seriously, I really do. I'm not even being a dickhead about it. You know, I'm being genuine. I really hope God heals that hate in your heart.
Trust in the Lord with all your heart, lean not on your own understanding, and all thy
Yeah.
ways acknowledge him, and he'll make straight thy path.
See, just hate, absolute hate. It's sad, bro.
It's just
Yeah.
a painting that just originated in the Catholic Church. There's lots of paintings, and actually, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that the original painting of Jesus was just an artist. An artist painted one of the Pope's sons or something like that.
Well, it was the monarchs, man. The monarchs did that. He was
just
obviously a
painted
Middle
their
Eastern
son.
guy. Yeah, he was
Yeah.
obviously Middle Eastern.
Yeah.
Like no one's disputing that here, Chris. I
Was
know
Jesus
you
a
have.
Nazarene? I think he was a Nazarene though. Nazarenes were they were not Middle Eastern.
I don't even know. It really doesn't matter to me, man. What matters is the fact that
It doesn't
got on
matter
the
at all.
cross. Yeah, he
Yeah,
got
it
on the
doesn't
cross
matter.
for my sins. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
he's God personified. Doesn't matter what color he came in. You know?
Yeah.
I don't paint Jesus.
Yeah,
You know what I
right?
mean?
Yeah.
Like
It's
someone
not
else.
like you're an artist.
Yeah, someone else did that.
Yeah, I'm not out here drawing it and stuff. Yeah.
Based, Abe. Absolutely based. 100%. But no, seriously, Chris, you're more than welcome to stick around. I don't want you to go anywhere. You know, if you have a problem with me being white and reading the Bible, I'm sorry you have that problem. But if you'd like to stick around and hear the word and just get to know the gospel with us a little today, I really don't know that much about it, man. All I know is that the changes that God and Jesus made in my life today, bro. That's the only thing I know for certain.
You keeping up with some of that conflict over there in Israel and Iran?
I really haven't, man. I separated
all good.
myself from that today. Plus, all day
Yeah.
today, man. I was going back and forth. I had to go back to urgent care to get it was a whole day of running around. So
Yeah. Well, so
Chris, I
Trump
don't know.
came.
Chris, I don't know. I want to tell you. I'll be very blunt with you, my friend. I don't know, and I don't care. Just so we're very clear. I just want to be very blunt with you. I want you to stick around. If you do want to find love in your heart, no matter what the color is of a person's skin, please stick around, bro. We don't care. But I'm not going to engage with this conversation anymore. I just don't. I don't care about that petty shit, man. I'll be honest with you. I'm sorry, buddy. What were we going to say, Avery?
Trump declared a ceasefire for 12 hours and looked like it was going to be fine. And in the night, Iran and Israel started attacking each other. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I think Israel fired first, but that'll all come up later, you know what I mean? They're not going to release everything right now. But yeah, so that morning, or yesterday morning, Trump woke up and he was hot. He was ticked because it made him look bad, right? The night
Yeah.
before on True Social, he said, "Oh yeah, well, we got to cease fire for 12 hours. We're gonna work it out tomorrow." So it made him look bad. So he woke up hot. He was mad. You know, he's using the F word on live TV and everything. So I guess they worked it all out, and now, so I know Israel's kind of pushing for a regime change over in Iran, and now it's looking like Trump, seeing how everything kind of transpired while he was asleep, it looks like he's kind of not so much with either side, which I think is a good thing, right? He's more neutral, and instead of being undyingly loyal, and so I'm thinking that's a good thing, and it's definitely good when you're negotiating. So it looks like he said something the other day on the, what's the airplane that he has? What's the name of that plane?
Trump Force One.
Yeah, Air Force
Is that what
One.
it's
He
called?
said it's Air Force One.
Oh, I thought it was Trump Force One. Oh, okay.
I don't know. Did he rename it?
Well,
That would be
I
something he
thought
would
he was
do.
flying his own. I thought he was flying his own plane around, but I guess not. I don't know.
Oh, maybe he is. I don't know. Well, anyway, so that would be something he'd do, rename it. But he said in the news, they asked him, they said, all right, so like, are you in favor of regime change? And he said, not necessarily. I don't know that there needs to be a regime change. A lot of times that leads to a lot of chaos, and we don't need chaos. So he went from being like open to regime change to, after all this stuff popped off and more information was kind of opened up, now he's like, maybe not. So it seems like because, you know, a lot of people that are in his camp, they're upset because they feel like he's being undyingly loyal and not having a balance in an opinion on what's going on. But now it's looking like he's kind of backing off of that.
Yeah, we'll see what
We'll
happens,
see.
man. Yeah. By the way, Bass Tweaker, thanks for jumping in, bro. Good to see you again, man. Robert Whaley, thank you for jumping back in, my man. Always good to see you. Thank you very much. Corey Barton, welcome back, brother. Welcome back. I'm glad you made it home today. Glad you made it home safe, bro. Thank you.
I got something that I just kind of wanted to share. See, I've been fighting this not only custody situation, but she made a bunch of accusations, right?
Yeah.
You know, I was talking about my situation on the first episode a little bit with you. Well, there was going to be jail time associated with this if I lost. And I was supposed to go to court for it tomorrow. So that's another reason why my nerves were on high, where I really wanted to debate. I wanted to get a lot of that nervous energy out. I just got a text from my lawyer today that says that the main charge around that whole thing got dismissed.
Wow.
Praise God, bro.
Yeah,
Praise God.
yeah, no, I'm feeling pretty stoked about that. So like, even if I somehow manage to lose on the other charges, there's not going to be any jail time associated with that. So I dodged that bullet pretty heavily.
Congratulations, bro.
Yeah,
Good
dude, it feels
deal.
good. It feels so good, dude.
May you rock a little easier.
I'm gonna rock out with my cock out. That's for damn sure.
Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But I do have an admission to make. You know that relationship that I was talking about with that lady. I've been talking to her again, the married woman. Yeah,
Okay.
that's not good. No, it's
yeah.
not good. Yeah, I know.
How does that make you feel about that?
It makes me feel horrible. It makes me feel terrible. But the problem is I'm in love with her. That's the problem. So it's like, yeah, I don't know.
Well, no matter
Like,
how
I
it
know it's
goes,
wrong.
it'll always be any relationship like that, you would always not trust her. So
Well, that's see, I thought so too. That's the problem. I don't agree.
yeah, most people don't at first.
Well, it's not. This isn't at first. This has been going on for a while, and we've already been kind of on and off, back and forth. And if there was ever a reason for me not to trust her, it's already come. If that makes sense. Like, it's already happened. The reason for me not to trust her already exists, and then I didn't care. That's why I'm kind of admitting it out loud, because like I know for a fact that it's not good.
Yeah.
Like, that's not an opinion.
Yeah.
I know that I shouldn't trust her, but I do.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah, it's not good. It's not a good situation.
let's pray, boys. What you say? Let's pray. How about that?
Yeah, that sounds good.
God, thank you for this day. Thank you for bringing us all together yet again. Thank you for this gift that you've given me to be able to, the opportunity to truly learn your word and to get feedback from people who know it much better than I do, to show me what you truly have to say. Please lay your hands on Bass Tweaker. He's really going through a tough time right now. He's very conflicted, and I know you, and only through you can he find guidance through this situation and do what you want him to do here, God. Thank you for Avery. Thank you for bringing him back in. Thank you for Abe Dinkus. Thank you for Chris Terry. Thank you for Corey Barton and Robert Whaley. It's only through you that we can all come together today. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
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 All right. So, therefore I tell you, do not worry about your life, what you will eat or drink, or about your body, what you will wear. Is not life more important than food, and the body more important than clothes? What's that mean to you, Bass Tweaker?
So I'm readjusting myself. This is therefore I tell you, do not worry about your life, what you will eat or drink, or about your body. It is not. Wait, is not life more important than food, and the body more important than the clothes? I guess whatever nourishes you, not necessarily in the literal sense, is the most important thing. So, like, in a sense, God, like how they always, like, in church they say it's like the body of Christ and whatnot. Like, or I think it's more closer to, like, you drink from His cup, not your own.
Yeah.
Or am I wrong?
I don't see. Well, I'm just asking what you get from it.
Yeah, it's hard for me to just off rip do that. Like I said, this is something that I'm still. The philosophy of it is not very clear to me necessarily.
Same, dude. Yeah. That's why I'm doing this. I'm doing this because I'm not an expert. You know what I mean? I'm doing this because I want to learn.
Like that other Bible verse that you pulled up earlier, lower class. That one that's synonymous with this one. There's a lot of Bible verses that basically they tell you not to worry about anything. Don't worry about anything. It's not saying that you shouldn't care. You should be caring and trying to better your life, but not to worry. Because worry is not really getting you any resolution, right? So
that's pretty much.
I worry all the time.
Yeah, same.
It's like 100%. It's a bad. It's not helpful.
Yeah.
No, it's not helpful. Like I'm worried about what the implications of this bullcrap relationship that I put myself into are.
And you know what's funny? So I find 9 times out of 10 when I get caught up in my head and I get incredibly worried about a topic, or not a topic, but when I get incredibly worried about something that could possibly happen, it doesn't even work out that way anyway. Mad Matt, welcome in, brother. Thank you for coming back, brother.
That's just like the debate. I was worried the entire time, Like, I mean, obviously I'm not worried about who I was going against. It's just the act of what I was doing, right? Like getting in front of people, trying to make my point across versus somebody opposing me, right? I was worried about every aspect of it, and everything that I was worried about didn't happen. The shit that I wasn't worried about is what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's definitely true.
Yeah, I try to keep basically. Sometimes when I worry about stuff, I'll write about it, because if I write about it and I read over it, then it allows me to analyze it without it just being like a flowing thought. That
Yeah.
helps. That helps a lot. And then also some of the stuff that I look back on that I've wrote about ages ago, I read about it and I'm like, that's such a silly worry. That didn't even go bad or whatever. And then you also realize that worry is linked with like fear of a loss or fear of repercussions, whether it be, you know, financial or emotional or whatever. That fear, and then fear can lead to anger. So worry leads to fear, fear leads to anger. Anger leads to irrational decisions.
Yeah,
So does love.
absolutely. And you know, and it's funny because I like when I get really caught up in my fears, it seems like I spend a lot of time worrying about something, and then when everything is all said and done, it's just over with, right?
Mm-hmm.
And instead of working towards moving myself back into like the present state, right? To where I can be available for someone else if they need me, I get locked up here and I'm useless.
Mm-hmm.
And then it doesn't even turn out the way I'm scared it will turn out, you know?
Mm-hmm.
What about in the instances where it does? Is there any merit? Is there any merit to worry at all? If because I mean, I can speak on countless examples of things that I've worried about that came true.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I mean,
Me
again,
too. Me too.
again, I don't know how much of that is applied through whatever philosophy is involving, like whatever you're thinking about so much is it's going to happen. Like you're basically manifesting it, not in like the liberal sense, but like in the cosmic sense of like, you're worrying about it so much, you must have caused it to happen. But obviously, you didn't actually cause it to happen.
Yeah,
Right.
you kind of wonder sometimes if maybe like your thoughts do cause things to happen. But dude, like even the stuff
million dollars.
right?
I
Yeah,
wish
but
it worked like that, buddy. That'd be great.
even
I'm
the
so
stuff
worried
that
about $1 million right now.
yeah, even the stuff that I've seen that I'm worried about that did happen, and I'm like, I knew it. I still had to deal with the problem the same way I would have had to deal with it even if I didn't worry about it.
Right.
So whatever.
Right. Either way, it's going to turn out the same. So you either spent a bunch of time worrying about it and then had to deal with it, or you stayed open and available and readied yourself for in case it did.
I feel like lower class would agree with this between Chris and Avon from reading. I don't think that there's an issue with having discussions, but I would agree that if fighting is what you consider is happening, it's probably not a good idea to like argue your beliefs. More so, this is more. I would say this is more for discussion, not like debate.
Oh, see, I like this guy's just crashing out in chat. So
Yeah, I was just trying to address it in a positive way.
yeah, 100%. No.
Yeah.
I did, bro. I did. I hope he finds God. I hope he gets rid of all this hate in his heart. Because
like
you know,
this is about a discussion, though. You know,
he's stuck in a time that he did not live in and he knows nothing about.
yeah, makes sense.
That's as far as the conversation needs to go. You know,
A lot of times people that get all worked up like that, they're really like asking for attention. That's all it is. It's like, just
Exactly.
please look at me.
I'll expound on that a little bit. I think a lot of it is also the fact that they're so lost. They've gotten so far away from the idea that there is a possibility that there's something greater out there that loves you. And I think that the further away you get from that, the easier it is for you to scream out against it out of anger and not see that you're angry.
Corey Barton, welcome in, brother. Good to see you. How you doing today?
Oh, just trying to stay cool, but it ain't been too bad.
Nice, man. Nice. How hot is it where you're at right now?
I think right now it's 96 and it just stopped raining.
Matt. I'm sorry, dude. That's hilarious to me, bro. That is so funny, dude.
The rain is hot.
That was epic. Oh man.
Well, I'm in Tennessee. It's 103 where I am.
Yeah, he got me beat. I think it crossed into 101, but I don't think it got any hotter than that.
Man, I was out in the sun for 10 minutes without my hat on, and my dang bald head is burnt.
No. Well, since I work with we're regulated by the FDA because we sell soda and water. So
Yeah.
so we have to keep the warehouse somewhat cool. So it's so much cooler in the warehouse. I think it was
Yeah.
like low 80s.
Yeah. Which feels nice when you walk in
It
from
does.
outside.
Oh my goodness, it does. The smoke
Yeah.
breaks the tough. Oh, Robert Whaley said 99 here in Harrisburg. 100%. What is it? 100 and I can't see that over the donation sign. 105 with the heat index.
Dang. Wow, he's up north.
Yeah,
then, too,
it's been
still.
105. It's been 105 here in Charlotte, North Carolina for 3 days.
Good Lord.
All right. So, Corey, what do you have to say about the verse of the day, man? Therefore, I tell you, do not worry about your life, what you will eat or drink, or about your body, what you will wear. Is not life more important than food, and the body more important than clothes?
It could. The best way that I guess I understand it. It's kind of what's the best way to say it? It's the prioritization. Like it's like everything seems like a priority at the moment, and it's like just make sure you have what you prioritize. It's like you wouldn't prioritize food over clothes or clothes over food. You wouldn't prioritize food over the body, and it's kind of make sure you have your priorities, set straight, so that way you're not going to lead yourself astray by worrying about things that don't necessarily matter.
I agree.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of where I stand on it, man. That's what it seems like to me, right? It's like I have everything that I need.
Mm-hmm.
I have everything that I need.
You ever think it's kind of funny how, like, in America, we've got it so good overall that we don't have, most people don't have hardly any food storage.
Oh, yeah. Places in UK don't really rely a lot on air conditioning. Well,
Yeah.
I think when it was hitting like 80 degrees or like 70, high 70s, they were freaking out.
Yeah. The inside of their houses were probably blazing, like,
Oh, man.
sheesh.
But I'm going to be honest, it's for a house not to have some sort of air conditioning is kind of a rare statement in America.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you'd have to be up in Montana in the mountains or something.
Oh, yeah.
Like 6,000 foot elevation and above.
Oh, it's a good day today, boys. It's a good day.
It is a good day. Every day is a good day.
Yep.
It's
So
just
it is.
It's just sometimes it's hard to see it.
Yeah. It can be. But I refuse to let any, like, I have a lot of shit going on right now, and God, like, sticking close to God is helping me through all this stuff.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
That's the most important thing to me right now. All right. What's a good verse, boys? Toss me a verse. Let's read through some randos. We can go through some conversations. You know what I
Want me to
mean?
rap?
At 5 Central, we're gonna start the Bible study. We'll kick back off
Yeah.
Genesis 20.
One of my favorites says there's nothing new under the sun, no, not one. And the King James Version just sounds so poetic. I forget what verse that is. It says there's nothing new under the sun.
All right, Ecclesiastes 1:9. The thing that hath been, it is which shall be, and that which is done is that which shall be done. and there is no new thing under the sun. Huh. You know what I'd like to do? I'd like to read through that, like read that chapter up until then, just so I could get the context of what it's saying there.
Oh yeah, sure.
All right, so Ecclesiastes, is this Sharon? No, it's not Sharon. Okay, hold on. Here we go. All right. So, oh, did someone drop out? Oh, there he is. What up, dude? All right. So, Ecclesiastes 1. Everything is meaningless. Interesting. The words of the teacher, son of David, king in Jerusalem. Meaningless, meaningless, says the teacher. Utterly meaningless. Everything is meaningless. What do people gain from all their labors at which they toil under the sun? Generations come and generations go, but the earth remains forever. The sun rises and the sun sets and hurries back to where it rises. The wind blows to the south and blows to the north, round and round it goes, ever returning on its course. All streams flow into the sea, yet the sea is never full, to the place the streams come from until they return again. All things are wearisome, more than one can say. The eye never has enough of seeing, nor the ear its fill of hearing. What has been will be again. What has been done will be done again. There is nothing new under the sun. So is it just talking about like the cycle of life?
Yeah, it almost sounds like something a hippie would say, you know, when you read it. You're like,
yeah, absolutely.
like, this is some hippie stuff, right?
Yeah, I was actually about to speak on it because this is something I feel very comfortable and connected to. So, as someone who's done a lot of, mushrooms, different psychedelics throughout my life, I've realized that everything in life is very interconnected, and everything that has happened will happen an infinite number of times throughout all of history, both forward and backwards. And since time is different than the way that we perceive it, it's basically just kind of touching on that. No matter what, nothing new is ever going to happen. Everything in life is planned and unplanned at the same time.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, absolutely.
We were talking
go
about
ahead.
me and lower class were talking about AI last night and how the chance that it could interfere with our jobs, but it is a worry. But at the end of the day, it's like I don't. What is it? Who even cares? I guess.
Hey, Chris, I'm not bringing you up. If you want to espouse your views in chat, you're more than welcome to. But when you come in, like crashing out about white people, I'm not gonna bring you into the stream. I'm sorry. I literally have no incentive to do that.
Yeah, like if you're going to be good faith and actually have a discussion and not try to talk over people or not do something silly, I would be more in your camp to have him come up. But again, lower class, your judgment's going to be probably prime here. So I like the idea of a discussion on these things, sure. But if it's going to get contentious and rude and disrespectful, I have no desire for that person to come up myself.
I'm more in the camp of this is just a corn bomb.
True.
That's
I said your judgment. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm pretty sure. See, he's just a racist. Like, why would I bring you in?
Well, okay, so I see his point, and he's trying to basically say that Jesus would have been more of like Middle Eastern, right? Is that where he's going with that? Where he thinks that? Okay.
Yeah, and if that's what he's saying, I agree. Like
no one's really going to disagree with a lot of stuff that you're saying in that camp, Terry. But I think that you're being extremely disrespectful and bad faith in the way that you say these things.
It's not necessarily that. Like, dude, like check it out. Here, we'll go through some of these.
Corn. He's talking about corn, like having sexual relationships on camera, and you bombing the stream with that. He's not talking about corny or incorrect takes. I'm sorry, you don't know what that means.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's what he was referring to.
They're not getting
death,
on live,
hell, and
I guess.
destruction
No one's
committed. Would God be just to let you all go free because you say I love Jesus. I didn't have anything to do with any of that.
Yeah, yeah, and honestly, it's funny that Terry that you say that, but there's no one up here that's afraid to argue with you about this and thinks that you're afraid that we're afraid of you telling the truth. There's a 0% chance that is actually how we feel.
What?
This is he's talking about, is it a corn bomb or a bomb truth? He's thinking like that you're not wanting him to come up because he's going to beat you and make your worldview look stupid. He's not understanding that the entire reason you're saying you don't want him to come up is because you don't trust him to not do something to get you taken down.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't understand language.
I'm like almost entirely like, dude, I even have the chat posted, so like you're more than welcome to post whatever like bomb truths or truth bombs that you have in chat.
Very much so.
But like after that crash out, man, I'm just not going to bring you on.
Yeah, we constantly engage with and read the chat, and that's part of why he's not letting you up, because he's read what you said, and what you said isn't about truth, it's about disrespect and just weird language you're choosing to use.
Yeah. Yeah. So like I know you probably feel very strongly about this topic, Chris.
Yeah.
And I understand that, right? But there's a time and a place. Now's not the time, and this is not the place. Does that make sense?
Yeah, this isn't a debate Christianity stream.
Well, it's not even debate Christianity. It's like debating race bullshit, and I just don't have time for that.
Well, true. Well, if he's gonna try to tie it into religion, so I just figured I'd go ahead and make it all encompassing.
No, Chris, I don't want you to leave.
Oh no, no one was asking that. Nobody was asking for you to leave, brother.
Yeah. I genuinely hope like this hate you have for people that aren't even alive anymore. I hope you get over that, because they're dead, bro. They're long dead and gone. I hope you can find it in your heart to move forward in life, and you move into the arms of Christ, and because he will embrace you and show you love, no matter what the skin color, ethnicity, anything. You know, I genuinely mean that, bro. I'm not like being facetious. I'm not trying to be funny or like shitty or anything when I say that. I genuinely mean that, bro. You know, like I can tell you feel very strongly about this topic. I'm just not going to discuss it with you on live.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's like I like detractors, and don't get me wrong, Chris. If you're in here for more than one, and you're sitting here, and it's very clear that you're just trying to discuss things that you're passionate about, I know for a fact that I wouldn't be against having discussions with you live. Like, there's no issues with that. It's just more so building trust. And when you fundamentally disagree with someone, when you and me are going to completely clash and disagree with each other, there has to be a massive level of trust set there, so that way we can trust that we can have an open and honest dialogue, and that you're not going to do something silly when you get up here. That's kind of like, I would rather you be here and build that rapport than for you to just leave angry and bitter.
No. It's not the time or place for you to come onto my stream and talk about this. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah, he's talking about coming up here live, brother. That's what we're discussing. Yeah, you could be in the chat and discuss it all day long, and we'll even engage with it most times. So that's kind of the point.
Yeah.
I like engaging with this kind of stuff. I don't want you to leave, Chris. I'll tell you this right now. These people will back me up on this. Give me multiple people that disagree with me on any topic in any group setting. I will be happy. That's what I like.
He'll even pick something that he doesn't agree with and argue. So.
Yeah. So I mean, this I was a devout atheist. It's the easiest way I could describe that. I was holier than thou on my atheism bullshit for most of my life. So I assure you, it's not like I don't understand other views. What's up, N-Word? How you doing, brother?
I would beg to disagree, man. I even went back over your like disrespectful.
I have no evidence of this. It just judging by how Abe was interacting with you, Abe seemed like he felt like he was disrespected. I inferred that, so I have absolutely no evidence of you actually being unruly, Chris. I'm just basing it off of lower class here.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, but he called me a coward when I didn't want to bring him up after he like started crashing out on white people when he came in.
Oh.
Like, saying like attributing me to atrocities that I wasn't.
Oh, he's one of those people that thinks that colonizer's bad.
Yes.
Okay, that's an easy one to beat. I could beat him in that topic pretty easily.
But that's the thing is like, That's, to me, all I think is that's bait to get him on stream.
You know, I agree. I think it would be bait too, and that's the problem that I have because I used to hold that viewpoint. I used to hold that very close to my heart, and I hated myself as a result of it, and I hated being white as a result of it.
Yeah. All right, Mad Matt says, if ye do not forgive, neither will your Father which is in heaven forgive your trespasses. Ooh!
Amen.
Coming in with the slay.
I'm doing good in Word. I just got word that one of these charges that is associated with my ex involving her, so that would prevented me from having my kids, just got dismissed. So I'm pretty much on high right now. And as far as you go, Chris, the way that I look at it is if you really don't feel that you are being unruly or disrespectful, the best approach would be to drop that subject now and continue with whatever points that you're trying to make in the discussion. Because as it stands, when you do what you're doing, it makes you look guilty by association of what you're saying. So I'm not saying you did anything wrong necessarily. If you feel like you didn't, calm that part of the discussion down and focus more on what you're intending to try to put across to us.
Well, so I would say, Chris, like, if you're trying to ask me questions about like Christianity and history and all that, I'm the wrong guy.
Yeah.
I'm doing this stream so I
learn.
can learn.
Exactly. Yeah, this is more of a learning space than anything. Yeah, I agree.
I'm not doing this stream to come off as any kind of authority figure at all, bro.
Yeah.
I'm a pea brain with the eyes of a child. You know what I mean? Like that's what I'm doing this for, bro. I'm not doing this to act like I know something. That's not what I'm in it for, man.
He's literally Googling what Bible verses mean so he can try to understand them better. This is legitimately just so that people can learn more. And even if you don't believe in it, there's a lot to learn here.
Yeah. Yeah. So, you know, I mean, if you want to engage with what we're talking about, Chris, I'll engage with you. But if I'm an hour in. We've been at this for quite a while now. Yeah.
I've been talking specifically about what I intended to. Well, okay, again, Chris, you're not. I'm asking you. Okay, do you not understand when I say stop talking about what you're talking about right now? You're having a meta conversation. I'm telling you to end the meta conversation and have the conversation you were originally having. So I'm telling you to backtrack in your head, get over the fact that you think that we don't like what you said, get over the fact that you think that we think that you've disrespected us. We're trying to ask you to move past all that and then continue with your contentions or your points from there. I'm not saying anything about what you said or didn't say.
Yeah. Well, so, like, okay, just for perspective, his first comment was, this is a real question. Why would any sane person listen to a European teaching the Bible? And then his second comment was, I didn't mean you necessarily. I meant any European white person.
Well, I'm not European, so.
But that's not, like, yeah. Fair.
That's what I was going to ask you to pull up. I was just waiting for you to talk.
Yeah,
that's a really good point in Word. Thank you.
Yeah. So, sorry, Chris. I'm done engaging with this topic. That's not what we're on. So, if you want to engage with the conversation that we're having, great. If you want to reach out to me at some point after the stream and talk about all this stuff,
I mean, you could set it as a point for one of those town hall debate things that you got that you want to do, and you could just bring that as a point there, and he can argue there.
Brother, I don't really want to bring this guy up on the stream because
No. Hey, you're king here, bro.
I'm still not convinced this isn't just bait to pull him on so we can pull some.
Again, I'm more trusting than you. I'd pull him on, but I'm the first person to get banned, and I keep saying the F slur, so don't listen to me.
But to be fair, this would be a good time to build trust, and he's not really doing that. He's being a little...
That's what I was saying. Yeah. I was asking for him to build trust so that he could be in this space and communicate. Like Ryan, for instance. Ryan's a little bad faith bitch, but at the end of the day, we all know that he's not going to try to get somebody demonetized.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
So anyway, boys...
I got another quote if you want to get into it. Well, I guess another scripture if you want to get into it.
Yeah, 100%, bro. Lay it on me.
You could do the 7 woes. I think they begin in Matthew 23.
The 7 woes. I don't think I've heard of that.
You probably heard them individually,
Yeah, probably, yeah.
We read those. We read those. Yeah.
Okay. I was eating. Sorry.
You serpents, you pit of vipers. Yeah, this is.
Oh yeah.
This
Hypocrisy's
is a hard
dangerous.
chapter of Matthew, dude.
Yeah, hypocrisy's
All right, so-
dangerous.
Yeah, a warning against hypocrisy. Then Jesus said to the crowds and to his disciples, "The teachers of the law and the Pharisees sit in Moses' seat. So you must be careful to do everything they tell you, but do not do what they do, for they do not practice what they preach. They tie up heavy, cumbersome loads and put them on other people's shoulders, and they themselves are not willing to lift a finger to move them. Everything they do is done for people to see. They make their phylacteries, boxes containing scripture verses." Okay.
I think we
why-
did get into this, but I don't think we read the 7 woes. Like it gets to us, it paints a scene where he starts saying,
he's
you know,
screaming at the Pharisees. Yeah.
yeah, and he starts talking about woe to thee who makes deal and thigh style.
Yeah.
There was also another one I didn't know. I'll have to give the person credit. Mad Max
Oh, dear.
Maximus put in the chat. There was one about God's armor. It says, "Wherefore take upon you the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to understand in the evil day, and have done to all to stand." And that's I'm not good at saying that.
What?
EPHESIANS.
Ephesians.
Oh, Ephesians.
Yeah.
That's what you spelled. I was like, what?
My bad.
No, you're good. It's my hearing, dude. I couldn't see the words that you were telling me, or letters that you were telling me.
My pronunciation, it's barely 8th grade. I'm gonna be honest, Mad Max has been dropping a good bit of verses.
God's armor in this verse refers to God's word, the Bible. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, that I gathered that. Yeah.
Dude, my
Thank-
neighbors are so awesome.
Shout out
You
to
guys
me.
corny with your Bible study. I'll come back at another time so you guys don't feel like I'm being disruptive. Yeah, again, you're being disruptive because you're unintelligent and you're not engaging with someone who's being very good faith to you. I've told you all entirely what corn bomb is. It's a thing about terms of service and disrupting the stream. It has nothing to do with whatever you think it does.
Hey, Chris, you're welcome to come back anytime, man.
That's so weird.
I'm not engaging with it anymore.
That's so weird.
Yeah, this whole making Chris the main subject of the conversation it's pointless.
But, dude, my neighbors are so incredible.
What'd they do?
Just brought me lunch out of the blue.
Oh, shout
That's
out to
random.
neighbors. Wow.
Chicken and
That's
waffles,
so
scrambled
nice.
eggs. Dude,
What?
Lucky?
God is good, man. Well, we all help each other out around here and take care of each other, you know. So everyone in the building knows that my knee's all bent, so everyone's like it's my turn to be helped. You know what I mean? Like that's
That's a weird concept. I'm not saying weird bad, but it's just not something you hear very often.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's crazy, man.
That's the first
Feels
time I
good,
think
dude.
I think it's the first time you guys have seen me with a hat on.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen you with a hat on. Man.
Yeah, I wear this hat.
That's a nice hat. I like that hat.
All right, let me get back into reading. Sorry,
Go ahead, bud.
I'm gonna get these eggs, bro, and not get out of them. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
All right. They tie up heavy, cumbersome loads and put them on other people's shoulders, but they themselves are not willing to lift a finger to move them. Everything they do is done for people to see. They make their phylacteries wide and the tassels on their garments long. They love the place of honor at banquets and the most important seats in the synagogues. They love to be greeted with respect in the marketplaces and to be called rabbi by others. But you are not to be called rabbi, for you have but one teacher, and you are all brothers. And do not call anyone on earth father, for you have one Father, and he is in heaven. Nor are you to be called instructors, for you have one instructor, the Messiah. The greatest among you will be your servant. For those who exalt themselves will be humbled, and those who humble themselves will be exalted. God, that's such.
You know what's interesting about this? I would say specifically, I think is it 9? Yeah, specifically 9. So, do you know what Catholics call their priests?
Yeah, they call them fathers.
Well, and I'm not saying that's intentional or that's anything, but to me, it definitely sticks out when I read this.
I think it's intentional.
See, I was trying to be
It's
generous. I do
100%
too.
intentional.
I do too.
They call him. It's 100%. I'll tell you why. The Pope is known as the Vicar of Christ. The Vicar of Christ means the stand-in for Christ.
We
Okay.
had this conversation.
That's
Yeah,
heresy.
you said that last time. That's
Yeah,
right.
makes sense.
That's right. I remember
So
this.
the father, the consensus is father is intentional, right? That's what you
Yeah.
said. Okay, cool.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I figured as much. I'm not an expert, but I like to say
That's
that I know some
sacrilegious.
things. Yeah, I agree.
Now, the woes start on Matthew 13 and down. And then he starts getting into like the specific woes that I guess Jesus says in the courtyard.
That's such a hard verse right there, though. For those who exalt themselves will be humbled, and those who humble themselves will be exalted.
Oh,
That
yeah.
You know what that's there's a lot of people that went to the churches that I grew up in that need to hear that.
Oh,
'Cause
yeah.
they think they are better than everyone else because they know so much more Bible than you. You know, that was a big motivation in all the Bible reading that I had done, like in my teens and 20s, is so that way I could just defend myself if I ever went to church again.
I will recommend that there is a biblical series called Chosen. And it's kind of, I would say it's like a series that it's kind of like Passion of the Christ, except I guess it's more of a series, so it's more spread out. It's not, telling the story of Jesus in like an hour and 30 minutes. And it's like I usually avoid television dramas about biblical series, but The Chosen is so good.
Yeah, I was gonna say it in chat, but yeah, I've been watching The Chosen too. It actually kind of re-inspired me to start, doing a little bit more.
Yep.
I thought it was done well, actually.
I agree with that. It's very, very good.
Yeah,
Is
I
there
agree.
some Bible verses scattered throughout it, or what's like kind of the layout of it?
The Chosen?
The best way I can describe it is it's like it's like Passion of the Christ, but less rushed. So yes, they do focus on aspects around like biblical verses and like stories around the disciples and what they tell, but it's done as if it's being told from Jesus.
Yeah, that's what I say. It's like the story of Jesus. That's what it sounds like when I watch it. It's the story of Jesus. Is what it is.
Okay.
It's very good. Like, I mean, honestly, like I gotta say, I don't watch or listen to a lot of religious material. And it's the only thing aside from Passions of the Christ that I felt actually really. I mean, again, it brought tears to my eyes at one point.
I was going to say that exact same thing.
Man, thank you very much for coming back in, bro. It's always good to see you. Thank you. Achilles, thank you for jumping in, bro. I really appreciate it. You guys are the best, bro. Thanks for always being
Yeah, Mad Matt says it's a more personal story of Jesus Christ with references to the Old Testament as well. But yeah, it's I can tell you it's moved me. It's that good.
In fact, whoever did the screenwriting and the dialogue, you can tell they're Christian.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not painting any other story other than I feel like what you would read from the Bible.
Exactly. There's no like propaganda in there. That's not
There's no trans people.
Yeah. There's no whitewashing of anything. Like it's straight up. It's straight up. Very very good. And the actor who plays Jesus, I think, is very convincing.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
And then he has interviews and stuff that he's done where he talks about, I didn't think I was going to get the role, and he seems to be very very Christian. I don't know his specific I guess outlook on it, but the way he talks, he definitely looks like he's been affected by Christ.
Okay.
All right, let's get into the woes, boys. Let's get into the woes.
I'm not a fan of Drake.
Matthew 23:13. Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You shut the door of the kingdom of heaven in people's faces. You yourselves do not enter, nor will you let those enter who are trying to. Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You travel over land and sea to win a single convert, and when you've succeeded, you make them twice as much a child of hell as you are. Woe to you, blind guides! You say, if anyone swears by the temple, it means nothing, but anyone who swears by the gold of the temple is bound by that oath. You blind fools, which is greater, the gold or the temple that makes the gold sacred? You also say, if anyone swears by the altar, it means nothing, but anyone who swears by the gift of the altar is bound by that oath. You blind men, which is greater, the gift or the altar that makes the gift sacred? Therefore, anyone who swears by the altar swears by it and everything on it. And anyone who swears by the temple swears by it and by the one who dwells in it. And anyone who swears by heaven swears by God's throne and by the one who sits on it. Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You give a tenth of your spices, mint, dill, and cumin, but you've neglected the more important matters of the law, justice, mercy, and faithfulness. You should have practiced the latter without neglecting the former. You blind guides! You strain out a gnat, but swallow a camel. Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You clean the outside of the cup and dish, but inside they are full of greed and self-indulgence. Blind Pharisee, first clean the inside of the cup and dish, and then the outside will also be clean. Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You are like whitewashed tombs, which look beautiful on the outside, but on the inside are full of the bones of the dead and everything unclean. In the same way, on the outside you appear to people as righteous, but on the inside you're full of hypocrisy and wickedness. Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You build tombs for the prophets and decorate the graves of the righteous. And you say, if we had lived in the days of our ancestors, we would not have taken part with them in shedding the blood of the prophets. So you testify against yourselves that you are the descendants of those who murdered the prophets. Go ahead then and complete what your ancestors started. You snakes, you brood of vipers! How will you escape being condemned to hell? Therefore I am sending you prophets and sages and teachers. Some of them you will kill and crucify, others you will flog in your synagogues and pursue from town to town. And so upon you will come all the righteous blood that has been shed on the earth, from the blood of the righteous Abel to the blood of Zechariah, the son of Berechiah, whom you murdered between temple and the altar. Truly I tell you, all this will come on this generation. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, you who kill the prophets and stone those who sent you, how often have I longed to gather your children together, as a hen gathers her chicks under her wings, and you were not willing. Look, your house is left to you desolate. For I will tell you, you will not see me again until you say, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord.
Oh. Yeah, no, it gives you some goosebumps.
That is
Because you got to think, at the time, he's calling out the so-called religious people or the religious leaders that spread his message and his father's message. So it's like you're tackling the people who are the well-established religious figures at the time, and that's a whole. I mean, it's because when people focus too much around the aspect of the spirit of the law and then the meaning of the law, and you can get kind of confused when you start following kind of, I forget the other term, it's spirit of the law, and then there's another form of it where you're just following the law itself. It's like no matter what it is, you just follow the law. And then Jesus is bringing the aspect of the spirit of the law. He's like, there's sometimes when you can follow the law yet violate the spirit of the law. And it's freaking groundbreaking. I love the 7 woes. It's one of my favorite verses.
He's saying, don't just talk about it, be about it.
Exactly. It's especially the people who are out preaching and telling people who's going to get in and who's not.
Oh, yeah. Hello?
This isn't religious related. Chuck Schumer was just hospitalized.
What?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
That's a bad thing, dude.
And in today's stream, in all streams, that's a bad thing, because I would just rather him be removed from power than.
That's a good answer. No, I was just curious to see how
Yeah.
people would respond to that question.
Man, dude, I like personally, I don't care how much I dislike the guy. I don't care how much I disagree with him.
You don't wish ill on them.
Nah.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
Yeah,
it looks
that's wrong.
Like he probably had something like heat stroke.
It's
He
funny
was
because
hospitalized for dehydration
not funny.
after a heat wave.
it's
Well, that's why I
ironic
was saying it. I
because
was
that's
saying it
what
more along the
does.
lines of like how Destiny was like, oh yeah, Trump deserved it. We all know that wasn't good. You know what I mean? Like, I just.
Look, Destiny's a piece of shit, dude.
No, I know, but he's not the only one. I was using
Yeah.
the most notable example.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
I don't
Yeah.
particularly like that. I think that it's wrong. I wouldn't do it for the other side. You know, if they told me that Kamala finally became a mom and decided that she wanted to be a non-feminist and she was dropping out, I would celebrate, you know, her newfound thing. But I wouldn't be like, you know what I mean? I wouldn't be all up in everyone's face about it
Yeah.
unless they got into mine.
Well, I guess they would already be in your face then.
Maybe. Well, yeah, anybody who engages with me tries to come at me. So
No, I just thought that's a. I mean, it has been very hot, so
yeah. Oh yeah, you're right.
Here's a strange concept, right? I don't love these people. I don't like these people at all. I disagree with them on everything, but God loves them.
they are sinners just like myself.
Yeah.
And if
You know what I mean?
if I deserve redemption, so do they.
I like, you know, I don't. I'm not advocating for them by any stretch, but you know, they're just people, man.
Oh yeah.
However lost and confused they are, just people.
But I will be
Anything
honest.
that's an extreme emotion, like towards one side or the other, normally that's a negative.
What? My bad.
Anything that's an extreme emotion to one side or the other, you know, the right or the left, normally that's a negative. Like if you're really, really emotionally tied to your opinion, that's normally not good.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I'm very emotionally tied to my opinion, extremely so, to the point to where I would die for my opinion. However, I am also very smart in the way that I rationalize my thoughts. So I'm not going to use my emotional argument for the way that I feel about something. If I think that it could possibly be wrong, I'm going to go with something else. Because it doesn't matter how much I love or care about how I feel about my belief. If it's incorrect, I can't stay steadfast, and in my head, I can't stay that. You know, if I'm making sense, I can't do it that way because it's not true to me.
Abe Dinkus with another based comment. Kindness and controlled tongue will take you farther than anger and slights. Absolutely, bro.
Well, that's why you're such a pleasure.
Mad Matt comes in with, the hardest thing for a lot of Christians is to walk amongst those like the ones you were talking about and try to bring them to Christ. That's hard for me to do. Same here, bro. Dude, let me tell you, Chris, when he was in here earlier with all that stuff, I can't tell you how much I wanted to tell him to fuck off, you know? But like,
You know,
I took a second, I stepped back, and I was like, man, this guy has a lot of hate in his heart. He feels very strongly about this stuff. If I engage with the same amount of fervor that he's coming at me with, no good could possibly be done from that, you know?
That's why it's like, oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, maybe he'll come back one day, and he'll come back a little softer, and he'll actually engage in conversation, stick around, chat for a little while, and then he can come up, man. We can talk about anything.
I was going to say, to piggyback off of what Mad Mac was saying, it's because the issue that a lot of people have is they don't understand what it means to love someone. And I feel like that's probably at the crux of the problem here, because when you look at that, for instance, like, you need to come at it from a place of love. At the end of the day, you can't say, like, in a sarcastic way, it's like, oh, I still love you. It's like, no, if you're coming at it from a place of love, you're going to understand their viewpoint. You're going to understand how they feel. You have to empathize with them in order to love them. That is a very important part of that. So a lot of Christians mess that up, in my opinion, because you tend to see that they get emotional because they love God, right? Mm-hmm. But you're also supposed to love the person that you're there to bring to God. So if you're letting yourself get upset or emotional about the things they're saying, I don't know if you saw how I was engaging with them. It's very different than I engage in other platforms in other ways. It's not the same version of me that you see elsewhere, because I'm coming from it from a place of love. I didn't want that guy to look small. I didn't want him to feel small. I want to lift him up, not bring him down.
Matthew 25:40, I think, directly references to what we're talking about.
Okay.
Matthew 25:40.
Yep.
Let's go. I was going to read into James a little bit before we still got another hour before the actual book study. So, all right.
Wow.
Matthew 25:40. You said.
We're getting into it today.
Oh yeah. Well, see. So typically, like the past few days, I've been starting a little later, and I got all of my urgent care, running around to different clinics and stuff all day, and I got all that stuff taken care of earlier.
Mhm.
So I was able to start this when I wanted to. It's typically supposed to start at 2. We get 3 hours of an open discussion, kind of reading through different verses and stuff, and then 5 o'clock is the straight. We start in Genesis and we move forward. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So Matthew 25:40, you said?
Yeah, I believe it's toward the end.
All right. The king will reply, "Truly I tell you, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me." Based.
Yeah.
Fucking based, dude. Absolutely. Does it bother any of y'all that I cuss while going through the
No,
Bible?
I don't hold that belief.
I just to me it's an expression of emotion.
Yeah.
And I just feel very strongly about the Bible. So if
Society demonized language, and
Yeah.
anything involving the idea or concept of something that's demonized is it true in all forms, especially in religiosity. So they believe, some people believe that it's bad. I don't think that it actually has any ties to the idea of sinning or blaspheming or anything like that.
Well,
But
the Bible says not to swear. Swearing is saying, I swear to you
Yeah.
that I never did this. The Bible says not to swear. It doesn't say not to use slang.
Or
something
foul
like that.
language.
And to be fair, we just read a quote where Jesus was calling the religious leaders of the time vipers.
Yeah.
Which is-
I think a
says
fair
that-
point with the whole what you just said, Avery. I think that's a very fair point, because a swear is you're basically pledging some kind of allegiance with your spirit to somebody else. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
so
never
you don't
understood.
promise.
I never understood why they called them swear words.
Someone made that up somewhere sometime and it just stuck. It's not
Probably
swear
people
words.
from cussing in church.
Yeah,
I'm just.
but at
joking.
the end of the day, it says that you should speak and your words should be positive and uplifting one to another, and to sing in psalms, hymns, and spiritual
Oh.
songs, and singing
Okay.
unto the Lord. But if
Well,
you're
here's the
saying,
answer to your
"That's
question."
fucking awesome,"
Yes, sir.
then that's not
Okay.
that's not hurtful.
I have the answer to your question. The term swear words comes from the Old English swearian, meaning a solemn oath. So the definition of that word is the reason why it becomes swear words, because swearian means solemn oath.
Well, saying that's fucking awesome. It's kind of funny. See, someone made that up and it just stuck.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's how that goes. That's language for you. Well, that's the thing I tell everybody, and this is my personal belief, and no one's ever been able to refute it. Language was invented to lie. Language is invented because I wanted to be able to tell you, you didn't see me do what you just saw me do. I need to convince you you didn't see that, because before we got along just fine and communicated just fine without a written or spoken language. So I truly believe that it was used to deceive people. It was a form of manipulation.
Yeah.
So all right. So Abe posts this. Now this is a good counter. Okay, it's Ephesians 4:29. It says, "Do not let any unwholesome talk come out of your mouths, but only what is helpful for building others up according to their needs, that it may benefit those who listen."
I could probably say, I guess when swearing, it depends what you're using those swear words for. Would that make sense? So it's if you're using a swear word to kind of target someone or demean someone, then I think I would say you shouldn't do that. But I guess if you're using them to show that you're
An
excited
emotional
or
expression.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, here's the thing too, if you're being biblical about it, you want to this is true, this verse here is good. I guess you have to be somewhat culturally aware to your surroundings, so that way you're not being negative.
Yeah.
But you just do the best. I guess you do the best you can, whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's fair.
Emotional expression is not really
Good scripture drop, Abe. Thank you, man. Yeah, I'm gonna work on that. Definitely think it would be in my best interest. Have a little bit of discipline in the way that I speak more often. Well,
Matt,
oh, go ahead, Bob.
I was gonna say you can go ahead. I was just gonna say Mad Max had brought up a very good point. The blasphemy of the spirit. That's a very interesting concept.
Yeah.
That's like written in the Bible. Being the cardinal sin.
Yeah. Huh. I'm gonna practice not cussing as much as like a personal mental exercise. You know what I mean?
Hey, you know what's helped me, man?
Huh.
One of my friends, he had a kid, and being around him a lot, I'm trying to like make sure I don't teach his son bad habits. And now, when I'm trying to do this in public, I just tell myself there's a kid around me, and it really helps.
It would be best for me to do that because, man, I cuss a lot. If you haven't noticed already, you know what I mean?
I used to, dude. Like, you hear it on the CB radio, you hear it when you get on a load, you hear it everywhere. It's kind of hard not to. It's like, yeah, whatever, man. Shit.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's a joke. It's not. Yeah. Ooh, man, I'm fired up right now, bro. This is great. All right, you guys want to read it and do a little bit of James? Isn't the book of James, like, I haven't actually read through the book of James, but I hear that the book of James is like, it's got some like real powerful stuff in it. It's only 5 books or 5 chapters long.
James is awesome. I love the book of James.
James, a servant of God and of the Lord Jesus Christ, to the 12 tribes scattered among the nations, greetings. Consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance. Let perseverance finish its work, so that you may be mature and complete, not lacking anything. If any of you lacks wisdom, you should ask God, who gives generously to all without finding fault, and it will be given to you. But when you ask, you must believe and not doubt, because the one who doubts is like a wave of the sea, blown and tossed by the wind. That person should not expect to receive anything from the Lord. Such a person is double-minded and unstable in all they do. Believers in humble circumstances ought to take pride in their high position, but the rich should take pride in their humiliation, since they will pass away like a wildflower. For the sun rises with scorching heat and withers the plant. Its blossom falls and its beauty is destroyed. In the same way, the rich will fade away even while they go about their business. Ooh. Believers in humble circumstances ought to take pride in their high position, but the rich should take pride in their humiliation, since they will pass away like a wildflower. I wonder what that means. What does that mean?
It means that your life is short. Wildflowers, they don't live very long.
Just anything can knock them out.
Yeah, I mean, bad weather, whatever. Basically saying to be humble.
Yeah.
Life's short. You won't have it that long.
Well, okay. Can I tackle it from a different angle?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go for it.
So the way I look at this verse, so a wildflower, that's it's a flower without a name. It's just something that exists but yet doesn't have like any remembrance to it. Like a bunch
That's
of
an
wild.
interesting point.
Yeah, so it's like the problem with the rich is, yeah, you're prominent now, but if you're not careful, then you'll just be you'll pass away like another wildflower. You'll just be one flower
Man,
of
that's a
many.
good point. Yeah, I like that. That's very intuitive, or very perceptive.
Well, I was gonna say I still like your point too. Now, don't.
That's what we're doing, man. We got to compare, discuss, and think. It was a good time. Good time. Man, I got some of those, street tacos. You get like 3 tacos with steak in them.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Dude, I just had some, bro. I got that red sauce and I mixed it in the salsa. And dude, I think I ruined my salsa. It's so hot, it's making me cry.
I'll tell you what, man. Street tacos are phenomenal. There was
oh yeah.
It's been a little minute, but I know our job, they paid for a I guess a vending truck or a taco vending truck to come by work.
Really?
They paid for everything. It was so good.
That's awesome.
I was gonna say our job. Now I don't know so much about Coca-Cola. I do know, since we're a subsidiary of Coca-Cola, when we first founded, we were a very religious company. Now, as it's gotten more modern, we've kind of tilted a little bit away from it, but we still, I would say we're more godly than our parent company.
Oh yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
What's it like working for Coca-Cola? Yo, can you hear me? Hello?
Looks like you muted out.
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I was asking Corey what it's like to work for Coca-Cola, but I think he...
Yeah, he muted out. What you finding over there?
Bro, I got chicken and waffles.
Oh, yeah?
Biscuits.
Dude, I just pulled off of the interstate because the traffic is moving at like 15 miles an hour going through Memphis. So I just pulled off the interstate. I'm just sitting on the side of the interstate eating my lunch.
Nice, dude.
My late lunch.
That's not
just
peaceful,
chilling.
bro.
Yeah, just sitting on the side of the interstate watching cars go by.
I'm sorry. My oldest was he was stuck on a Lego Star Wars, and I had to help him out with a level.
You should be sorry, Corey. We'll never forgive you.
Did I walk away when you asked me a question? I heard you say something about Coca-Cola.
No, yeah, I did. I'm just joking there, bro.
Okay.
I was just saying, I was asking What's it like working for Coca-Cola?
It's not bad. I will say the only weird thing is we have 3 companies that all work and help deliver the Coke. That sounded weird. The Coca-Cola. And so like our transportation side is a different company. My side would be the warehouse side of it. And then we have our sales team, which is its own unique entity. So there can be a lot of problems with having 3 companies that don't directly adhere to each other. The only people we adhere to would be the mother company. So it can
I
get a
can see
little
that
weird.
being an issue. You have to like basically navigate that everyone has equal power.
Yeah, and so it's kind of like it's hard to pinpoint a problem and fix it, just because if there's a problem with the trucks, they have to do that. There's nothing we can do. If there's a problem with the warehouse, it's something we can do. And so there's a lot of, I guess, I don't want to say resentment, but there can be some iffy feelings between the branches.
Oh yeah, dude, I worked at Toyota a couple of years ago, and I kid you not, they had 3 managers in the day. They had 2 managers in the evening, and they had 2 managers at night. So all 3 shifts, you've got 2 or 3 different managers that you have to deal with, and it just created so much confusion, because even the fleet manager was still a manager. So that would be 3. That'd be 3 to 4 managers per shift. Dude, it was so much BS. That Toyota plant over there in Madison, they are rigged.
Oh man, that was good. I had to eat something real quick. Damn.
Well, I was
That's awesome. We all got something to eat.
I know. I was listening to you guys while I was eating.
Well, we've got the BMW plant in South Carolina. And they run a lot of temp agencies through it. So, like, you have
what part do you live
hierarchy.
What part of South Carolina do you live in?
I live in Greenville, like the upper, I guess.
Oh, okay. I live in Charlotte, North Carolina. That's why I asked.
Yeah, that's where our mother company is.
Yeah, I know.
So they had a lot of temp agencies they were hiring, huh?
Temp agencies are hiring. There's a weird hierarchy though. So like, if you can get in through MAU, but if you start at another temp agency, you have to go to MAU and then to BMW.
Interesting. So we had some of that going on over at Toyota, and they would hire these guys that would come in there and destroy equipment like forklifts and stuff and run them into pallets. It was impressive how bad some of their hires were.
Yeah, there's a famous picture online. You can look at someone running into a warehouse, like a rack, and it's a bunch of drink products, like a bunch of Fanta, and it's from one of our branches.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Were it all tipped over?
I'm talking. It has to be, tens of thousands of dollars worth of product.
Oh, wow. I saw that. I saw the security video.
Yep. And there's
Just
another one
in.
of a beans company. There's a beans company, and I'm talking there's 4 or 5 rows of racks full with hundreds of thousands of bean cans.
Yeah, I've seen some of this stuff recently. It's been circulating around.
That sounds like a good insult. A bean can.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, when I worked for the temp agency through BMW, we watched some harsh training videos. There was one where you watch a crew rolling a scaffolding kind of through the midsection area, and they touch one of the wires that's, I guess, attached from building to building, and they all get electrocuted.
Really?
Yeah, it was tough. There was a lot of BMW had some straightforward, to the point safety videos. Now,
yeah,
technically, it's a German company, so it's anything that gets done there has to be handled through U.S. Marshals. Just any old police force can't go in there and arrest people or help people. There has to be some type of middleman through the U.S. Marshals.
Wow. Dude, I was watching this training video over at it's a steel plant. I'm not gonna say their name, but one of their videos that they had whenever you go in to pick up a coil, a metal coil, one of the videos, because if you don't have your certified piece of paper on you, they make you watch a training video, and I've lost that thing like 3 times, so I have to watch it over again every time. So one of the videos, the guy's like, yeah, a hard hat is an important form of safety equipment, but it won't stop you from being from being crushed by a coil. And then it clips to another video of a coil coming crashing down, and then you hear ah. And I'm like, what the heck is this?
Coca-Cola, we use animated videos. It's a Swedish company that makes these videos, and instead of doing like it can be somewhat gory, but it's all animation based. So I think that they're a little bit more lighthearted with it. Like we have a workplace shooter one now. We have another one of like making fun of able-bodied people. Like it's
the workplace
weird.
shooter, is that an instructional video?
Oh yes, like
how to go postal.
How not to end up like Greg.
Yeah, I've seen some of those animation videos that you're talking about. Some of them are really funny too, because it'll show like some dude bending over to pick up this tiny box, and then he bends over and you hear, and then it's like, that's why you don't pick it up with your back. You pick it up. It's like that box was the size of 2 shoes, bro. Ain't no way.
There's one of lockout videos where like they'll get electrocuted, and now it's not funny. Nothing in real life aspect of this is funny, but the animation, it kind of makes it a little funny.
Yeah, it's like so ridiculous. You're like, nah.
All right, I'm back, boys. Sorry, I had to get some food in my stomach. Apologize for that. Apologize for that. All right, let's get back into what were we reading here? James?
Mm-hmm.
I think we were reading instructional videos on how to go postal.
All right. So, blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because, having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised to those who love him. When tempted, no one should say, God is tempting me, for God cannot be tempted by evil, nor does he tempt anyone. But each person is tempted when they are dragged away by their own evil desire and enticed. Then, after desire is conceived, it gives birth to sin, and sin, when it's full grown, gives birth to death. Don't be deceived, my brothers and sisters. Every good and perfect gift is from above, coming down from the Father of the heavenly lights, who does not change like the shifting shadows. He chose to give us birth through the word of truth, that we might be a kind of first fruits of all he created. My dear brothers and sisters, take note of this. Everyone should be quick to listen, slow to speak, slow to become angry, because human anger does not produce the righteousness that God desires. Therefore, get rid of all moral filth and the evil that is so prevalent, and humbly accept the word planted in you, which can save you.
That goes back to what we were talking about earlier, about how like if your emotions are high, then your logic is low. Like you shouldn't be angry. You shouldn't have high emotions.
No, that's why I tell people all the time, like my relationships have suffered because I'm an over communicator, in the sense that, you know, women just want things to be simple. They just want you to listen to what they want, and then they want you to shut up. I can't do that. I'll never do that, and I struggle by telling them, like, you can't have a conversation with me or try to get your point across if your point is purely emotional. If you don't solve a problem with logic, you can't solve a problem. You have to use logic. You can't use emotions. Emotions can help you qualify things, but not if it's not like already based around fact.
When I was younger, I used to go to this job site with this dude. His name was Richard, and he's an electrician.
Was he a dick?
No, he's super cool. So he one time he had his crew with him, and he went to buy lunch for everybody on his crew, and he came back with the lunch, and one of the guys there told Richard that he didn't get the right food. And he was throwing a fit about it. He was all ticked off. Well, Richard, being the cool, calm, collected dude that he was, He's like, I'm sorry, you know, I'll trade you plates, but that's what you ordered. Richard was cool. He told him that he was wrong, but he was just cool. Whatever. If you want to have a hissy fit, he just didn't care. I was impressed by how calm he was. Well, I brought it up on his way to bring me back to my mom, where my mom would take me back to the house. Richard was my babysitter, on the job babysitter pretty much. So, like 2 days later, I find the receipt for the meals, and I handed it to Richard. And I said, that's his order. You got him exactly what he wanted. And he was like, yeah. And I was like, you know, does that bother you? Like, he acted like that? He was like, nah. Later on that day, he asked all three or four, whatever, how many guys he had, got all their orders and stuff. And then the one guy that threw a fit the first time asked for the same thing he asked for the last time. And Richard handed him the receipt. He said, is that what you ordered? And I just remember being amazed with how calm Richard was. Didn't say much, but like made his point. Didn't get angry, nothing. I just remember admiring that dude.
Yeah. And Scott, I wasn't actually saying they want simplicity. I was saying that it's the things that they want is simplicity. Is derived from simplicity. They want you to do one thing, which is just shut up and acknowledge their feelings in an argument, rather than fixing it or giving your points. That was more so what I was saying. But yeah, you're right. You're right about like the complex part, because it's based on their emotions, and their emotions can change. So when their emotions flip back and forth, they look more complicated because they're not using logic and reason to apply to anything that they're doing usually. It's very, very rare that you get women that are thinking and applying logic the same way we do. Just not as common. It's not impossible, but most women just don't do that. Humans for a day, and rapidly realized that men's brains and women's brains were completely different. Yeah. No, I'll agree with that, Abe. I think a lot of like the talking points that you hear in some of these spaces is pretty true when it comes to the delineation between how we think versus how they think. I think of it as we each have a 90-10 split. Men had 90% logic, 10% emotion, and women in the reverse. Now, there's going to be exceptions to every rule. I'm not saying all, but most. And I feel pretty confident that like they try to use their emotions, and they think it's logical because that's what grounds their fundamentals is emotions. Logic doesn't ground them unless they're with a man that grounds them.
I noticed that a lot of women are really good with money. That's something I've noticed over my life.
I've noticed that a lot of women. Hold on. I've noticed a lot of women are bad with money. I have the opposite experience.
Yeah. Well.
Yep.
Most of the girls like I went to high school with, that they're not married, they have a house and a pretty nice car.
Sure.
And a lot of the guys that I know that I went to high school with that are not married, they might have a house, but they got like an old beater, they got a motorcycle, they got a boat, if they're doing decently, but they ain't got no money.
Well, I would say the delineation here is how easy it is for women to obtain money versus men. I don't think it's that they're better with money. I think that they're better suited at receiving money, whether it's through work or for free.
I think at least
like I'm not. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think at least in my area, a lot of the girls that I grew up with, they're just like really, they don't do a whole lot, and I think that's why they have more.
N-word, you're not wrong, dude. You're not fucking wrong at all, bro.
What did he say?
He said that's because they were bad with my money.
Oh, that's funny.
That's funny. That's funny.
I will say I have a lot more money single than I did in a relationship.
Yeah, I say that women are worse with money overall because women are more materialistic than men in the sense that more women are going to want there's a reason why Louis Vuitton sells so well, right? You could say anecdotally you've met a lot of women that are thrifty, but that's irrelevant because all these women want the status item. They all want the luxury item. They all want the iPhone, the new iPhone. They all want these things, and they're going to get them if someone's going to allow them. So I don't actually think inherently women are better with money. I don't think that that's like, I don't think it's like better in one side or the other. I'd say that that's a societal thing. I don't really think that that's like innate in us as like humans, since money isn't even real.
Yeah. I kind of get what you're saying. Like,
Yeah.
it might be a regional thing or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. It might be based on where you live. It might just based on socioeconomic status. I wouldn't say that it's a gender specific thing, only in that if a woman wants to pull out her tits and make $1,000 a month for literally just taking some pictures, she can do that and the man can't. So at the end of the day, there's so many ways that a woman can just literally sell herself and make a profit, whereas a man's not going to be able to sell himself unless he's going to work his back to the bone, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'd say they're worse with money, just on the simple principle that they can receive those resources far easier than men.
Yeah, it's definitely easier. I mean, you see a girl with her tits out on Instagram, got the same amount of likes as a guy that's showing you how to rebuild an engine. And you're like, dang, no value versus lots of value.
Yeah.
Abe, it is sad, man. Like, I wish, you know,
Yep.
I wish more people were taught like the value of a good relationship and how like that, like the cascading effects that has, you know, because like I see, like I have friends who like they just relationship hop. They go from like one relationship to another. And then I have other friends who they have been together with the person that they're with for years and years. Yeah, good for you, Corey. Absolutely, bro.
That's crazy. Me and my hand are working on 34.
I can't just say it's me. I gotta give a lot of credit to my wife.
Well, it's an equal balance, right? Like, would you say that?
Well, to be fair, it's really negotiate. Like, it's really about can you communicate and negotiate.
Right.
If you can negotiate, you know, your flaws and be able to work through them, it's pretty easy to ground yourself in the reality of being in a situation. She says I hold it down more than her, but to be fair, what I would argue is, like, she picks up a lot of things that I don't do normally in life, so it's a lot easier to then to help like lean against someone, and so it's definitely taught me a lot about life.
Yeah, I would say all relationships are shifting burdens. I don't think that it's ever 50-50. I think it's always more weighted in one direction than the other, but it can flip based on situations.
Yep.
You could lose your job and all your money and everything, and then it would be 70% her and 30% you, right? Like, not just for the financial aspect of it, but keeping the relationship together and putting that effort into making sure that you understand each other. I'd say that more often than not, the burden falls more on the man, that in the sense that he's already got so many things that he needs to focus on, and then he's got to focus on that on top of it. And I'm not saying all women, but a lot of women don't care to see that side. They only think, look how much I'm putting into this relationship. It's like, but how much are you putting in elsewhere, in other places? Look at where I'm putting mine. So I think that there's just an imbalance in how people see relationships and trying to be like, oh, well, you need to be equal partner. Well, the equal partner thing falls apart unless the woman's willing to actually do more than, you know, a little amount. They need to do more than 50% sometimes in order to keep that relationship going.
Oh yeah.
Cree Dog, welcome in, my man. Thank you for jumping in the stream with us today. Always good to see you, bro.
I was talking to him on Rob's chat the other day. Oh, I think yesterday. We were having a long conversation back and forth in the chat.
All right, let's get back into the word, boys.
Yeah,
All
I think
right.
the fact that you say that you and your wife, or you say that she does more for you and she says you do more for her, that sounds like a healthy relationship.
Yeah, it's got to be negotiable. You kind of have to understand. Hey, my wife may fall short in X, Y, and Z, but I'm also falling short in A, B, and C. And if she can carry a lot of my A, B, and C, then the rest of it I have. And so the rest of it I can handle. And then when she adds that X, Y, and Z, it completes a lot. And then I would say the inverse for her.
All right, let's get back into the word, boys. All right, so my dear brothers and sisters, take note of this. Everyone should be quick to listen, slow to speak, and slow to become angry, because human anger does not produce the righteousness that God desires. Therefore, get rid of all moral filth and the evil that is so prevalent, and humbly accept the word planted in you, which can save you. Do not merely listen to the word and so deceive yourselves. Do what it says. Anyone who listens to the word but does not do what it says is like someone who looks at his face in a mirror and after looking at himself goes away and immediately forgets what he looks like. But whoever looks intently into the perfect law that gives freedom and continues in it, not forgetting what they have heard but doing it, they will be blessed in what they do. Ooh. So again, it's saying, don't just talk about it, man.
Be about it.
Yep.
That's right.
It's real, dude. It's so real. Those
Pull
who
that very
consider
smart and handsome guy's comment up.
What happened?
Nothing. I was making a joke. Continue, bro.
Oh, I'm out here rocking for the Lord. Yeah, buddy. Let's go.
Oh man.
All right. Those who consider themselves religious and yet do not keep a tight rein on their tongues deceive themselves, and their religion is worthless. Religion that God our Father accepts as pure and faultless is this: to look after orphans and widows in their distress and to keep oneself from being polluted by the world. Dang.
Amen.
Dude. That's heavy.
I was gonna say, before you flip over, can I comment on one aspect of that?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I'll go back. What's up?
Okay, so there's two ways I look at the first statement of. Well, no, I wouldn't say the first statement. It says, religion that God our Father accepts as pure and faultless is this: to look after orphans and widows in distress. It's interesting because Jesus is painting the picture of like what is, what do I view highly, and how can you accept my favor? And it says to look after orphans and widows in their distress. And yes, that's a very good thing to do, but to me, the way I read this is help those who have not heard the word, being orphans, and then the widow stands for those who have lost their way, or for those who once experienced but now have lost. So he's painting. You could represent this as he's painting for people who haven't heard the word, being orphans, and then people who have lost their way as widows.
Yeah.
So it's like a double entendre or double meaning.
Yeah, because you got to think he's being very specific in the first paragraph. Like, there's a lot of good things he wants you to do, but it's like, why just call out the orphans and widows comment?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's multiple meanings in that. That's
Yep.
cool.
It's because to me the term orphan is like someone who doesn't have parents, and someone who doesn't have parents, especially back in that time, is probably going to represent someone who has no foundation. Like, they don't know what to build off of. And then
Right, and if they don't have parents, they don't know their Father in heaven.
Yep.
I mean, if they don't know their Father in heaven,
Teach them that.
if they have parents and they don't know their Father in heaven, they're still orphans.
And if a woman is a widow, she
What's
doesn't
up,
know
Rude?
her Father in heaven.
What's up, Rude? Welcome back, dude.
What's up, Rudy
I'll
Rude?
also type it as like he's experienced love, and Jesus talks a lot about love, and so she's experienced
Right.
the love, but she's lost it.
Right.
And so
right.
Widow could mean man or woman, but it's kind of like she once had that love, but she lost it. So she could be a representation of those who once believed but fell out.
Yeah, it's listed in parable.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I do totally get that. Yeah. So it's like, look after, lift up the poor and the downtrodden,
Yep.
right? The lost and the lost and the seeking.
Well,
And-
to be fair, you can say the lost and the damned, because
Yeah.
the damned are those who never even got an opportunity to do something, like to join
know
the
God.
faith.
Yeah.
They were damned. There was-
yeah.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Lift up the lost and the damned and adorn the armor of God.
Yeah.
Keep oneself from being polluted by the world. Beautiful. That's the religion that God our Father accepts as pure and faultless. That's the religion right there.
It's a powerful statement, because like the Bible. Now, it could just be my interpretation, but it's why I find the Bible so like deep, because it's a lot of times it will use something specific or something that's based in reality, and then apply a deeper meaning to it.
Yeah.
So it's like an action could carry two meanings.
Mhm.
God, that's beautiful, man.
I love that.
It's like the more I read it, the deeper it goes. You know what I mean? Because just like it's the thing I like about it is there's no fat on what they're saying here, right?
Mhm.
It's not over-explained. There's not
Nope.
too much crap in it. I mean, it is in its simplest form with the most meaning.
Yeah. I could see God being complex. It's kind of something to where if you're trying to paint a meaning, you have to dumb it down because we're just humans. So it's got to mean something to us. It has to represent something to us. Because him telling you how what with the faith I favor, it's like if he tells you in a complex way, most people probably won't understand. But
So you would say that God was the original propagandist?
I think that's fair.
He invented propaganda.
I think he fits the definition.
But God's propaganda is the word.
Oh, I'm not disagreeing. I'm not saying that it's wrong, but I also don't believe that propaganda is inherently wrong either. That's why I was posing that.
Right. There's a very. Go ahead, Corey. Sorry, my bad.
Well, I was just gonna say it's kind of like propaganda. Kind of gets some people give it a negative connotation, but it doesn't necessarily mean anything other than the authority giving you your information.
Right. That's basically what I was going to say. Hit the nail on the head, my friend.
Because everyone's gonna have their perspective on what happened. So as long as it's an authority giving it to you, it's.
Yeah, Rude Crab just told me he drinks 3. He says he drinks 3 liters of milk a day. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? What in the world is wrong with you, Rude?
The real question is: are we talking raw or pasteurized?
Probably pasteurized. I would guess pasteurized.
Well, back in the day,
glasses. Well, it's kind of why drink that much milk? It's like pasteurized milk doesn't really have a heavy amount of nutrients to it.
He says 16 years he's been drinking 3 liters of milk a day. What?
Okay, it's working. I mean, it's working, I guess.
Is it? Have you talked to him before?
Nah.
Rude is awesome.
I know. I'm just saying he's a crazy motherfucker. The milk might make him deranged or something.
He's great.
Oh, I love Rude.
Milk.
Rude's easily one of my favorite people in the space, which is funny because he's one of the first people that I met in the space that I immediately hated. Like, I immediately hated him.
Yeah. I mean, I think we had I wouldn't say a disagreement, but we were talking about Australia yesterday, and like he was bringing up a very valid point. Is like Australia being a trading partner with America. Why would we put taxes on it? Yeah. And I think that's a fair point.
No, 100%.
We just came from the perspective of, well, if I'm desperate right now in my political environment. If there's any attempt to kind of even out that desperation, especially when it comes to economics, I'm gonna be like, yeah, let's try it.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah. And we don't know how this whole thing is going to turn out. I don't necessarily agree with how the tariffs were rolled out, but at the same time, like we'll see what the benefits are in due time.
I don't know. I think they were terrific.
I'm gonna be honest. That's probably the best way to put it. I think they were really good.
Yeah, it's fine.
I tell you right now that there is a lot of freight being moved inside the United States because when you have to worry about tariffs, you go ahead and start establishing your potential sources for materials and stuff inside the states just in case.
Domestic.
Oh yeah.
All right, let's get back into it, boys. Let's get back into it. We got 20 minutes left, and then we're getting to the big book study. The open discussion will be concluded. So, favoritism forbidden. My brothers and sisters, believers in our glorious Lord Jesus Christ, must not show favoritism. Suppose a man comes into your meeting wearing a gold ring and fine clothes, and a poor man in filthy odd clothes comes in. If you show special attention to the man wearing fine clothes and say, "Here's a good seat for you," but to the poor man you say, "You stand there or sit on the floor by my feet," have you not discriminated amongst yourselves and become judges with evil thoughts? Listen, my dear brothers and sisters, has not God chosen those who are poor in the eyes of the world to be rich in faith and to inherit the kingdom he promised those who love him? But you have dishonored the poor. Is it not the rich who are exploiting you? Are they not the ones who are dragging you into court? Are they not the ones who are blaspheming the noble name of him whom you belong? Of him to whom you belong, pardon me. If you really keep the royal law found in Scripture, love your neighbors as yourself, you are doing right. But if you show favoritism, you sin and are convicted by the law as lawbreakers. For whoever keeps the whole law and yet stumbles at just one point is guilty of breaking all of it. For he who said, "You shall not commit adultery," also said, "You shall not murder." If you do not commit adultery but do commit murder, you have become a lawbreaker. Speak and act as those who are going to be judged by the law that gives freedom, because judgment without mercy will be shown to anyone who has not been merciful. Mercy triumphs over judgment. Absolutely based.
So
Absolutely
is he going to have mercy on me in my situation, considering I went back to it?
What happened?
Well, you just named adultery in there. That whole verse is talking directly at me right now.
Oh, fair. Yeah. No, I see where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Man, pray about it.
I have, and I haven't gotten an answer yet. That's why I'm
If
like,
you don't
I'm
feel
still.
at peace about it, it's probably not good.
I know it's not good, but the problem is I can't do anything about it.
All you have is personal autonomy. Other than that,
Yeah, personal autonomy over my mind, but not my heart.
I think that heart-mind separation is BS. That's what
It's
think.
not for someone who's severely autistic. I can separate them at the drop of a hat normally. This is something that is uncontrollable to me. I can't stop it. I've tried.
You can.
Okay. Whatever
Free
you believe.
will is for all of us, brother.
Sure, whatever you believe.
I believe what the Bible says. Free will is for all of us.
Mhm.
God gave man free will.
Yeah,
He'd have
absolutely.
dominion
So
over
when you have someone who's enslaved, that person has ultimate free will just because God gave it to him. No, things can be taken away from you, man. Your body can take something away from you. Your mind can take something away from you. The chemical makeup of your genetic material can take something away from you. Just because you were given it doesn't mean that it's not possible for it to be taken away. Free will can
Do
be
you
taken
think-
from you.
Do you think the Bible's right, or do you think the Bible's only right most of the time and there's some exceptions?
No, I think the Bible's... No, what I'm saying is the Bible's right. I'm saying fundamentally you're given free will by God. It doesn't mean that something in nature or from some other entity can't take it away from you after you're given it. So no matter what, everyone is given free will. You're right.
Well, so you can lose free will then, is that what you're saying?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, you can have it taken away from you.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, again, if you have someone who's enslaved and they have to do your bidding 24/7, they can't exercise their free will, and they've had it stripped from them.
I had free will when I was in jail.
Not really. You couldn't leave the jail. That's not free will.
I had free will within the constraints of my
Exactly,
environment,
because
but
your
I
free
still had
will was
complete
taken
free
away.
will.
No, you didn't. That's free will. Ultimate free will that God gives you is the ability to do anything that you choose at any given time. So if you're
that's
saying that there's
freedom. Freedom is
No.
different than free will.
no, free will is to choose your own decisions, to make your own choices.
Stop. Hold on. Old Joe, thanks for stopping in. I don't know if you're still here, man. Thank you, though. I'm sorry I missed your comment, bro. I was on the Bible page. I apologize, my dude. Hope you're still here. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for the sub. Thanks for the like. It's very much appreciated, bro. You guys are amazing. Thank you very much. Seriously. Rude says, I'm going to explain my take on free will to Tweaker one day, and he'll be fucked in it. All right. Let's get back into the word here. All right, faith and deeds. What good is it, my brothers and sisters, if someone claims to have faith but has no deeds? Can such faith save them? Suppose a brother or a sister is without clothes and daily food. If one of you says to them, go in peace, keep warm and well fed, but does nothing about their physical needs, what good is it? In the same way, faith by itself, if it is not accompanied by action, is dead. Oh, man. That's a good one right there. But someone will say, you have faith, I have deeds. Show me your faith without deeds, and I will show you my faith by my deeds. You believe that there is one God? Good. Even the demons believe that, and shudder. Ooh, you foolish person. Do you want evidence that faith without deeds is useless? Was not our father Abraham considered righteous for what he did when he offered his son Isaac on the altar? You see that his faith and his actions were working together, and his faith was made complete by what he did. And the scripture was fulfilled that says, Abraham believed God, and it was credited to him as righteousness, and he was called God's friend. You see that a person is considered righteous by what they do and not by faith alone. I'll read that one again. That's a hard line right there. You see that a person is considered righteous by what they do and not by faith alone.
Even the demons have faith, right?
Yeah.
That's what it's saying.
But where are their deeds? Correct.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah, man. In the same way, was not even Rahab, the prostitute, considered righteous for what she did when she gave lodging to the spies and sent them off in a different direction? As the body without the spirit is dead, so faith without deeds is dead. I needed that one, man. I needed that one today, bro. I really did. It's not like a new piece of scripture, but just where I'm at in my life right now, I really needed that today, man.
Yeah, man.
Taming the tongue. This was what Abe had plugged up earlier, man.
Yeah.
So, not many of you should become teachers, my fellow believers, because you know that we who teach will be judged more strictly. We all stumble in many ways. Anyone who is never at fault in what they say is perfect, able to keep their whole body in check. When we put bits into the mouths of horses to make them obey us, we can turn the whole animal. Or take ships as an example. Although they are so large and are driven by strong winds, they are steered by a very small rudder wherever the pilot wants to go. Likewise, the tongue is a small part of the body, but it makes great boasts. Consider what a great forest is set on fire by a small spark. The tongue also is a fire, a world of evil among the parts of the body. It corrupts the whole body, sets the whole course of one's life on fire, and it is itself set on fire by hell. All kinds of animals, birds, reptiles, and sea creatures are being tamed and have been tamed by mankind, but no human being can tame the tongue. It is a restless evil, full of deadly poison. With the tongue we praise our Lord and Father, and with it we curse human beings who have been made in God's likeness. Out of the same mouth come praise and cursing. My brothers and sisters, this should not be. Can both fresh water and salt water flow from the same spring? My brothers and sisters, can a fig tree bear olives or a grapevine bear figs? Neither can a salt spring produce fresh water. Can't have two hearts in one chest, man.
Nope.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. So not taking actions is worse than not having faith? I would say it's less about what worse.
I think action. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. Yeah, I would say it's less about what's worse and more about you can have faith, but if your actions aren't moving in that faith, then the faith is useless to begin with.
It's kind of repeating the aspect of, yeah, you can talk a big game, but if you can't walk the walk, then what's the purpose?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of like knowing everything about. It's kind of like knowing everything about working out and going to the gym and stuff, but you never go.
It's also, I think, lower class touched on this a while ago. It's not necessarily works that save you. It's the belief, it's accepting Jesus Christ into your heart. But if you're following Jesus, your actions should be more beneficial toward, I guess your actions should be the same way that Jesus Christ talks about. And so if your actions aren't doing that, then there's probably something wrong with what you preach about.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. One thing I'll give Jehovah's
got a good
Witnesses. What do you say?
He said,
Faith is dead if
Yeah.
you're not being. Oh yeah, go ahead, Corey. My bad, dude. Go
I
ahead.
was going to say, faith is dead if you're not being driven to action by that faith.
Yeah, something that I always respected about Jehovah's Witnesses, even though we have some disagreeing opinions on certain stuff, they are very, very action-minded.
Yep.
They do stuff for poor widows. They do stuff for the orphans. They literally do exactly what the Bible says to do all the time.
And to be fair, like the people that serve the Jehovah Witness are willing to come find you for that belief instead of waiting for you to come to them.
Yeah. One time years ago, I told this Jehovah's Witness guy that I was only gonna take one of his books if he smoked a cigarette with me, and he did. I thought that was hilarious. He was trying to save souls by sharing a cigarette.
I had to talk to me while I was playing a game of Madden, like years and years and years ago.
Yeah.
And they were doing a good job. I mean, they were definitely making the attempt.
Dude.
Yeah, I love that Scott quote right there, what he posted.
Yeah. Dude,
everyone's dropping some haters in the chat right now. All right, we got Creedog with, are you just saying it, or did you really do it and show it in your deeds?
Yeah.
Boom.
Boom.
Scott says, listening to this sparks the memory of a quote. Evil is allowed to exist because of the indifference of good men, or because good men do nothing. Yeah, that's a hard one right there, bro. Yep. Even without faith, you can still find faith one day. Based. Platitudes are a river with no water.
Yep.
They take the shape, but they hold nothing of value. Absolutely, dude. And then Rude Cunt Crab comes in with, it's less about being good and more about having good in your heart so you can be your best and hold yourself to task when you aren't.
Yep.
Absolute.
He's dropping some
wingers right now, dude. Good.
And if you got good in your heart, then it's just easy to be good.
Yep.
Yeah,
it comes
man.
out
natural.
Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, yeah. All right. 2 kinds of wisdom. Who is wise and understanding among you? Let them show it by their good life, by deeds done in the humility that comes from wisdom. But if you harbor bitter envy and selfish ambition in your hearts, do not boast about it or deny the truth. Such wisdom does not come down from heaven, but is earthly, unspiritual, and demonic. For where you have envy and selfish ambition, there you find disorder and every evil practice. But the wisdom that comes from heaven is first of all pure, then peace-loving, considerate, submissive, full of mercy and good fruit, impartial and sincere. Peacemakers who sow in peace reap a harvest of righteousness.
And people who involve themselves in politics and also call themselves Christians, they have to navigate a very fine line, because it's very easy to be a Christian and push war and violence and all this other stuff for your political means. But you have to be wary what you prioritize. Is it the better state of your politics, or is it Jesus Christ himself?
Well, the Bible says to love your enemies and not to get even with those who wrong you.
Yep.
So, supposed to turn the other cheek.
But if God is for us, who can stand against us, though? You know?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
it says
everyone
that vengeance is mine, saith the Lord.
Yep. And I mean, you got to think how many people were persecuted, or Jesus Christ was warning all his disciples that, hey, you're going to be persecuted for this. And if you're going to set that example, you need to set that example.
Creedog comes in with, it's easy to talk the talk, but if you don't show the fruit, you will get cooked.
Yep.
Don't talk about it, be about it, man. Yeah, let's go.
I had a friend years ago. He said he married his Christian wife because he was a Muslim and he doesn't know which one's right. So one way or another, he's going to heaven.
That's wild.
Yeah.
All right. Submit yourselves to God. What causes fights and quarrels among you? Don't they come from your desires that battle within you? You desire, but you do not have, so you kill. You covet, but you cannot get what you want, so you quarrel and fight. You do not have because you do not ask God. When you ask, you do not receive because you ask with wrong motives, that you may spend what you get on your pleasures. See, so this right here, this was something my grandmother used to say to me. Like she would read this, and this is where I got my concept of prayer. Yes. So like when I pray, I never like pray for external things. I never pray for like, situations to be changed. I always pray for like God's guidance, and I pray for God's help to be responsible and honest, and like solely internal things, because like she was very blunt with me. When you pray for something externally, it doesn't matter if you're praying for it or not. It's God's will whether you're going to get it. So why not pray to deepen the relationship inside with God? Why not pray to try and be what God wants me to be, to the best of my abilities, right? Like obviously, I'm not perfect at it at all, but
yeah,
I can try to be a little bit more every single day. Go ahead, Avery, my bad, dude.
You're good. Also, like, all right, so if you were to pray for God to give you a new car or whatever, and God gives you that car, well, all you got out the deal was a car. But if you pray for like the skill sets or something to increase your financial position, then God might provide that, and then you get more out of it. Like, because the Bible says that God wants His people to prosper, right? So I forget where that is, but I remember reading that a while ago. It's like basically God wants you to prosper and your life to be bountiful. But it also says there will always be poor people. Jesus said that multiple times. He said there will always be people that are poor. That's okay. No worries.
But he was also saying, the people who are like that are more downtrodden, they're rich in faith, right?
Right. Because they don't have any proof that what they're believing is even working, but they still have that belief. It's like, that's pretty good.
It's all in what they do,
Well, I would say never pray to avoid a challenge. Pray that you're strong enough to get over it. And
Correct.
So it's kind of like if you pray, hey, I hope I never have to face a challenge, then you're missing the point of why God's putting that challenge in front of you.
Yeah, man, dude. Yeah. So almost like it's basically what you just said. It's just worded a little different. It's one of my favorite quotes I've ever heard. We do not pray for easy lives. We pray to be stronger men.
Yep.
Like, just that is so powerful, man.
It is.
One of the books that Paul wrote, he says to thank God for your trials and tribulations.
Yep. Because they are a blessing. It's like you don't see them in the moment, but it's kind of the only way you sharpen. The only way you sharpen iron, is a material that's harder than it. So if you're trying to make yourself into a very durable person, you have to sharpen yourself with challenges that are harder than you. But God has faith in you, and He knows that He's not going to put a challenge in front of you that you cannot handle.
Oh yeah, absolutely, my man.
The question
is,
do
funny. Agreed, OG.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I mean, I pray because I know I'm the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's really what it comes down to for me too. Yeah. I'm the one that's getting in the way of my relationship to God. God's not getting in the way. God's hand's always out. It's me. It's the way I think. Like I want to stray every first chance I get, and that's why the relationship with God for me is so vitally important to like maintaining my sanity, Now,
don't get me wrong. I love the Old Testament and I love the stories it tells, but the New Testament gives me chills.
Oh yeah, the New Testament's so based, dude.
Yeah, it's like wow. Because no, go ahead.
No, after you, brother.
Okay, I was just going to add, because it's kind of like in the Old Testament, there's a kind of what's the good word for it? There's kind of this epic feel to it, and I mean epic in the sense of like stories and stuff like that. And the New
Right.
Testament kind of, it feels more like to me, it feels like I'm more reading, like I'm being taught.
Introspectively,
Mhm.
Yeah.
yeah.
And it's like
Ooh.
there's a teaching. It's almost like I can feel there's someone showing me something that's inside these words.
Yeah.
And I don't quite get that with the Old Testament, but it's kind of two. I guess it's supposed to be two different documents for two different people. See, since
Yeah,
I'm,
yeah,
since
yeah.
I'm
The
New
Old
Covenant,
Testament's
yeah.
for the Jews. They can keep the Torah. I'm just joking, obviously. Like the Old Testament's great.
I like
I-
Proverbs. I want to keep that one.
Yeah, 100%.
Well,
100%.
and to be fair, the Old Testament does teach you a lot of wisdoms too. And to me, it's just the Old Testament's a little bit more blunt around it.
Yeah.
And it's like the New Testament, there's an elegance with it.
Yeah, there's a few that are really kind of, they have certain similarities to the New Testament, like Psalms, Proverbs.
Yeah, oh yeah.
There's a couple
oh,
that
yeah.
I'm missing out, like, or that I'm forgetting right now. But yeah, I agree with you. The Old Testament's more historical.
Mm-hmm. It's I guess, but to be fair, it's like the New Testament. It's had to have survived so much with the way humans progress past, I guess, the 1 AD mark. It's like
Yeah.
the way our society has shifted so much in values, like that. It's kind of there had to be more that was taught in the New Covenant to ground as many people, and how crazy things get once you go past that 2000 plus more years.
Some life wisdom.
Oh, but, I mean, because you think of all the kind of communism and how he wants to usurp your relationship with God. It's like you have to have some profound stuff to keep people believing in times like that.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Of all the sickness and famine and.
Yep. And it's like there's something coming after your faith. And it's like the other ones. It's more like we look down on your faith, and in this one, I don't want to say it gets back to the persecution element of the disciples, because I don't know if it was quite as harsh, but there is a persecution to it, and there is a persecution to Christ, and so it's kind of a familiarity within Christianity.
Yeah. Communism, socialism originated to be an attack on Christianity. Originated to be more attack on the whole family unit and like everything that's a human right. Really.
Well, to be fair, it was meant to it was designed to destroy everything God and that Jesus taught us, and then what we learned from the Old Testament.
Yeah.
And like you have to strip all these institutional foundations of that belief, and then now that it's hollow, all you got to do is outweigh the people. They'll quit believing. They have no support system.
Like all humanity, we always need some kind of, basically something to align with. Like it doesn't even matter it doesn't matter who you are, where you are. I think humans, we need some kind of deep connection with one another. On some level. And that's why even with the liberal people, they have to identify as some strange made up gender. Because that gives them some way of feeling like they're unique and they're different and that they are special. It's like it almost seems like humanity needs something in us that almost makes us believe we're special or makes us believe we're part of a group. Like we almost need that. Most people do.
And then this is also why God tells you to be careful idolizing be careful idolizing anything but Him, because it's kind of it also reflects that we do need that, we have that need to identify with something.
Hey, Scott, that's a banger, man. May those who love us, and for those who don't love us, may God turn their hearts. And if He doesn't turn their hearts, may He turn their ankles, so we may know them by their limping.
Amen, brother.
That's funny. Really, really clever.
I have a friend that he tells me when somebody does him dirty, when somebody does him wrong, he says, "Yeah, I don't wish evil on them. I just pray that God blesses them according to their works." I'm like, yeah.
All right.
Let's get into
Let's get
it.
into
Oh, yeah.
Genesis, boys. Let's get into freaking Genesis, man. All right. Abraham and Abimelech. Now Abraham moved on from there into the region of Negev and lived between Kadesh and Shur. For a while he stayed in Gerar, and there Abraham said of his wife Sarah, "She is my sister." Then Abimelech, king of Gerar, sent for Sarah and took her. But God came to Abimelech in a dream one night and said to him, "You are as good as dead because of the woman you have taken. She is a married woman." Now Abimelech had not gone near her, so he said, "Lord, will you destroy my innocent nation? Will you destroy an innocent nation? Did he not say to me, 'She is my sister'? And didn't she also say, 'He is my brother'? I have done this with a clear conscience and clean hands." Then God said unto him into this dream, "Yes, I know you did this with a clear conscience, so I have kept you from sinning against me. That is why I did not let you touch her. Now return the man's wife, for he is a prophet, and he will pray for you, and you will live. But if you do not return her, you may be sure that you and all who belong to you will die." Early the next morning, Abimelech summoned all his officials, and when he told them all that had happened, they were very much afraid. Then Abimelech called Abraham in and said, "What have you done to us? How have I wronged you that you have brought such a great guilt upon me and my kingdom? You have done things to me that should never be done." And Abimelech asked Abraham, "What was your reason for doing this?" Abraham replied, "I said to myself, there is surely no fear of God in this place. Then they will kill me because of my wife. Besides, she really is my sister, the daughter of my father, though not of my mother, and she became my wife. And when God had me wander from my father's household, I said to her, 'This is how you can show your love to me. Everywhere we go, say of me, he is my brother.' Then Abimelech brought sheep and cattle and male and female slaves and gave them to Abraham, and he returned Sarah his wife to him. And Abimelech said, 'My land is before you, like wherever you like.' To Sarah he said,
Was Sarah his half sister?
No, I believe it's using of when he says of my father's household, he's referring to the household of God. He is a fellow believer, and so he's telling him, I guess, why it didn't technically count as a lie.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's still kind of deceitful,
Yeah.
but I get what
It is
you're
very
saying.
deceitful. Yes, absolutely. Now to Sarah said, "I am giving your brother 1,000 shekels of silver. A shekel is 25 pounds.
That
This
sounds
is
like
to
a
cover
lie.
the offense against you before all who are with you. You are completely vindicated." Then Abraham prayed to God, and God healed Abimelech, his wife, and his female slaves so they could have children again. For the Lord had kept all the women in Abimelech's household from conceiving because of Abraham's wife, Sarah. Dang it, Sarah.
That was a good example of the mercy of the Old Testament.
Yeah.
'Cause there are some instances of very harsh, I guess, consequences, but that seems like one of the more beneficial ones we've heard.
So if I get this right, he gave him 25,000 pounds of silver?
Hold on.
1,000 shekels?
No, I think it's saying 1,000 shekels would equal 25 pounds. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's saying the
1,000
amount of
shekels
1,000
is 25 pounds. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
understood. Okay.
Still an insane
25
amount
pounds
of silver.
is, yeah.
25,000 pounds. Bro, he's going to strap down the flatbed, dude.
I was
You know,
like,
man.
dang, how many chariots did he have behind him?
Hey, you're going to need air ride for this one, boy.
Gave him an 18-wheeler.
Yeah. Like, dang, you got a whole daggum battalion now.
You're going to need at least 4-foot drop tarps for that one, boy.
Yeah.
That's a CDL acquired load.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, gonna need permits for those.
Yep. Why don't you go on to paper books there, my friend? Anyway, all right. The birth of Isaac. Okay, so this is the birth of he laughed. Now the Lord was gracious to Sarah, as he had said, and the Lord did for Sarah what he had promised. Sarah became pregnant and bore a son to Abraham in his old age, at the very time God had promised him. Abraham gave the name Isaac. Isaac means he laughs, to the son Sarah bore him. When his son Isaac was 8 days old, Abraham circumcised him as God commanded him. Abraham was 100 years old when his son Isaac was born to him. Sarah said, God has brought me laughter, and everyone who hears about this will laugh with me. And she added, who would have said to Abraham that Sarah would nurse children? Yet I have borne him a son in his old age. Hagar and Ishmael sent away. The child grew and was weaned, and on the day Isaac was weaned, Abraham held a great feast. But Sarah saw that the son whom Hagar the Egyptian had borne to Abraham was mocking, and she said to Abraham, get rid of that slave woman and her son, for that woman's son will never share the inheritance with my son Isaac. The matter distressed Abraham greatly because it concerned his son. But God said to him, do not be so distressed about the boy and your slave woman. Listen to whatever Sarah tells you, because it is through Isaac that your offspring will be reckoned. I will make the son of the slave into a nation also, because he is your offspring. Early the next morning, Abraham took some food and a skin of water and gave them to Hagar. He set them on her shoulders and sent her off with the boy. She went on her way and wandered into the desert of Beersheba. When the water in the skin was gone, a lot of people say that her son, the slave son, was the beginning of Islam. Really?
Yeah, that's where the term Abrahamic religion comes from. Abrahamic religions is Islam, Judaism, Christianity. Those are the three Abrahamic religions. They're all descendants of Abraham. Wow.
Ah.
Yeah. So the slave son started. His descendants started Islam.
So that's Muhammad then. That's where his bloodline came from.
Yeah, Muhammad's great, however many great granddads was her son, the slave son.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
It would explain like the kind of like really bad way they look at women, you know?
Like yes. Because he was technically a bastard.
Yeah, he was a descendant of a slave too, yeah.
Yeah. And also, it would explain the infighting with them for like thousands of years. Thousands of years. It's been Muslim versus Jew.
Yeah. Creed says another flattened camel, Sarah. I don't know why this keeps happening.
All that silver.
Well, this goes into Abrahamic law and Christian law, like what you can eat, etc. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. All right. He took some food, a skin of water, and gave them to Hagar. He set them on her shoulders and sent her off with the boy. She went on her way and wandered the desert of Beersheba. Where is Beersheba? Let's look into this.
That would be good to know. Yeah, it's kind of sad he sent her away like that, you know, when you think about it.
I assume it's probably close to Egypt.
Oh, no, it's in Israel.
Oh. Ooh.
Modern day Israel, or I wonder if that's the same exact place it's always been.
Yeah, as far as I know, yes. Because because Bethlehem's right outside of is it Jerusalem, I believe?
I'm not sure. So it's saying
Beersheba is the largest
city in the Negev desert of southern Israel. It's often referred to as the capital of the Negev and is the center of the fourth most populous metropolitan area in Israel.
Mm-hmm. So they've gone all the way from where the ark landed to now they're stretching out across like the Mediterranean and into the lower half of Africa and into the top of half of Europe.
All right. So Abraham sent Hagar and Ishmael into the wilderness of Beersheba. This occurred after Sarah, his wife, insisted that Hagar and her son Ishmael would be banished from their home. God instructed Abraham to listen to Sarah's request, assuring him that Ishmael would also be blessed with descendants. Abraham provided Hagar with bread and water before sending them away. Okay. Abraham's son Ishmael and his descendants. Ah, yeah, okay. So Ishmael, Abraham's firstborn son, is traditionally seen as the ancestor of the Arabs. You were right.
Yeah.
Yes. He had 12 sons who became 12 tribal rulers and, according to the Bible, are the founders of many nations. These sons and their descendants are identified in the Bible as Nebaioth, Kedar, Adbeel, Mibsam, Mishma, Duma, Masa, Hadad, Timah, Jetur, Naphish, and Kedama. So yeah, I mean that's
spot on.
Yeah. So it's saying down here, many, including both Muslims and non-Muslims, consider Ishmael to be the ancestor of the Arab people. So even Muslims believe that.
Yeah, and they talk about Muslim religion. They talk about a lot of the same stuff in the Quran as they talk about in the Torah. That's another parallel that kind of gives you an idea.
Mm-hmm.
The Quran mentions Ishmael as a prophet and acknowledges his role in assisting Abraham in building the Kaaba in Mecca.
Yep. And even over there in Iraq, there's multiple Christian temples in Iraq that are said to be as like old as, but dating back to 100 years after Jesus's birth. They're like, there's some out there that are really, really old.
Jesus.
Yeah, Creed, you're right, bro. Yeah, they still do, bro. They still do. And it's so crazy, like the small differences between the different sects of Islam, where like I think the difference between the Shias and the Shiites, right?
The Sunnis and the Shias.
Sunnis and the Shiites. That's it. I believe it's simply that one like distant relative of Muhammad wrote a book and put it in the Quran, and their whole fight is over whether that's valid or not to the Quran.
Yeah, it's one book.
It's crazy.
Because I guess that's what leads them to Muhammad.
Yeah.
Well, for like 1,500 years, there was a fight on whether or not the Apocrypha should be in the Bible or not between Christians. So,
all right. So when the water in the skin was gone, she put the boy under one of the bushes. Then she went off and sat down about a bow shot away, and for she thought, I cannot watch the boy die. And as she sat there, she began to sob. God heard the boy crying, and an angel of God called to Hagar from heaven and said to her, "What is the matter, Hagar? Do not be afraid. God has heard the boy crying as he lays there. Lift the boy up and take him by hand, for I will make him into a great nation." Then God opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water. So she went and she filled the skin with water and gave the boy a drink. God was with the boy as he grew up. He lived in the desert and became an archer. While he was living in the desert of Paran, his mother got a wife for him from Egypt. The treaty at Beersheba. At that time, Abimelech and Phicol, the commander of his forces, said to Abraham, "God is with you in everything you do. Now swear to me here before God that you will not deal falsely with me or my children or my descendants. Show to me that the country where you now reside as a foreigner, the same kindness I have shown to you." Abraham said, "I swear it." Then Abraham complained to Abimelech about a well of water that Abimelech's servants had seized. But Abimelech said, "I do not know who has done this. You did not tell me, and I heard about it only today." So Abraham brought sheep and cattle and gave them to Abimelech, and the two men made a treaty. Abraham set apart 7 ewe lambs from the flock. And Abimelech asked Abraham, "What is the meaning of these 7 ewe lambs that you have set apart by themselves?" He replied, "Accept these 7 lambs from my hand as a witness that I dug this well." So that place we call Beersheba, which means well of 7 and the well of the oath, because the 2 men swore an oath here. After the treaty had been made at Beersheba, Abimelech and Phicol, the commander of his forces, returned to the land of the Philistines. Abraham planted a tamarisk tree in Beersheba. Tamarisk, I need to look that up. I don't know what that is. Tamarisk tree. Alright. It's like a bushy kind of tree. Okay. Okay. I will pull this up so we can all see what it looks like.
Yeah, I told somebody about your panel, so maybe one day they might come in here and chat with us.
Yeah, dude. Thank you, man. Yeah, hey, everyone's welcome.
Well, the person is is her.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Anytime, dude.
See, she's an ex-Christian in the sense that she lost her faith because she married someone who's secular. She didn't lose it because she didn't want it necessarily. That's kind of like a crux of me and her, actually, is that we both hold the same beliefs and know that what we're doing is not right.
God's always going to be there for her, man. God's there for her whenever.
I know. And even if I don't end up with this person, it would be nice if they somehow can come back, you know?
They're on their way back to Christ. Yeah, dude, 100%.
Yeah. So that's the way that I've been. Again, I know it's a justification, but the reason why I inherently started this and was okay with it to begin with was because the goal was always to make her see what she lost, not necessarily to be in a relationship with her, if that makes sense. So if at least one good thing can come of it, maybe he will forgive me. I feel comfortable with that.
Wait. The flattened camel. Hold on. Is that like a thing? I thought you were just joking, Creep.
I did too.
Flattened camel. Astounding how an event can divide people. I guess the meaning is different between them. Yeah, I think more. I think it might be more about the silver that flattened it, but I don't know enough about the Islamic faith, but I know what I've seen. Huh. See, dude, I'll tell you, I really don't know anything.
I thought that was a joke.
Brood Crab, do you want to come up on the panel and discuss it?
No, now's not the time for that.
I was kidding. I
know.
I think he's at work. He usually is around this time.
Yeah, because it's like 9
Yeah, that's why I was making the joke, because normally he can't actually do that. See, I just said that, Rude. Why are you telling everyone what I already said?
Well, he might be a couple seconds behind.
I know. I'm giving him shit, bro.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is just how I am with him.
All right.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, the Philistines, does that word originate from Roman time?
Philistines. I think you might be right.
I feel like I've heard that around. I mean, I guess it may predate it, but I do remember hearing that word during the time of Rome.
Philistines. No, not Palestinians.
Are you sure?
Okay, the Philistines is like the Gaza Strip, essentially. Is what it looks like here. Yeah. No, it is. Yeah.
Okay.
Here, I'll pull it up. Pull it up so everyone can see it.
I sent it to you on Discord, Rude.
All right, so this is where. That's the Philistines. Oh wait, hold on. I didn't pull it up. My bad. There we go.
Okay. Yep.
So the Philistines. So the descendants of the Philistines are the Palestinians, essentially, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But I guess you would also add it's It's both them and the Hebrewic Jews, or I forget specifically the ones that like directly come from Abraham, like the side of Jews that come from Abraham.
Let's find out, brother. That's why we're here, my man.
That is why we're here.
All right. What sect of Judaism descends from Abraham? So apparently Judaism in general derives from Abraham.
Okay. I was going to say, I guess we could be so far back on the timeline. This could be essentially everything came from, or I guess everything Abrahamic related comes from the bloodline of Abraham.
Yeah, it's saying Judaism considers Abraham the first patriarch and the one who established the covenant with God.
Yeah. Okay. I mean,
So he's
I
the
guess
first prophet. Okay. All right. So Abraham planted a tamarisk tree in Beersheba, and then he called on the name of the Lord, the eternal God, and Abraham stayed in the land of the Philistines for a long time. Sometime later, God tested Abraham. He said to him, "Abraham, here I am," he replied. Then God said, "Take your son, your only son, whom you love, Isaac, and go to the region of Moriah. Sacrifice him there as a burnt offering on a mountain I will show you." Early the next morning, Abraham got up and loaded his donkey. He took with him 2 of his servants and his son Isaac. When he had cut enough wood for the burnt offering, he set out for the place God had told him about. On the 3rd day, Abraham looked up and saw the place in the distance. He said to his servants, Stay here with the donkey while I and the boy go over there. We will worship, and then we will come back to you." Abraham took the wood from the burnt offering and placed it on his son Isaac, and he himself carried the fire and the knife. As the 2 of them went on together, Isaac spoke up to his father Abraham. "Father?" "Yes, my son," Abraham replied. "The fire and the wood are here, but where is the lamb for the burnt offering?" Abraham answered, "God himself will provide the lamb for the burnt offering, my son," and the 2 of them went on together. When they reached the place God had told him about, Abraham built an altar there and arranged the wood on it. He bound his son Isaac and laid him on the altar on top of the wood. Then he reached out his hand and took the knife to slay his son. But the angel of the Lord called out to him from heaven, "Abraham, Abraham." "Here I am," he replied. "Do not lay a hand on the boy. Do not do anything to him. Now that I know you fear God, because you have not withheld from me your son, your only son." Abraham looked up, and there in a thicket he saw a ram. Okay. Caught by its horns. He went over and took the ram and sacrificed it as a burnt offering instead of his son. So Abraham called that place, "The Lord will provide." And to this day,
that's one of those stories that I will never be able to read and feel good about. It makes me very uncomfortable with the Bible.
Oh yeah, 100%.
It's a fair statement to, I guess, a verse like this.
Yeah. And to this day it is said, "On the mountain of the Lord it will be provided." The angel of the Lord called to Abraham from heaven a second time and said, "I swear by myself, declares the Lord, that because you have done this and have not withheld your son, your only son, I will surely bless you and make your descendants as numerous as the stars in the sky and as the sand on the seashore. Your descendants will take possession of the cities of their enemies, and through your offspring all nations on earth will be blessed, because you have obeyed them." Then Abraham returned to his servants, and they set off together for Beersheba. And Abraham stayed in Beersheba. Nahor's sons. Sometime later, Abraham was told, "Milcah is also a mother. She has borne sons to your brother Nahor. Uz the firstborn, Buz his brother, Kemuel, Kesed, Hazo, Pildash, Jiploth, and Pethuel. Bethuel became the father of Rebekah. Milcah bore these 8 sons to Abraham's brother Nahor. His concubine, whose name was Rumah, also had sons, Tebah, Gaham, Tahash, and Makkah.
So you want to try and unpack that wild quote, or the wild sacrifice?
Yeah.
Okay. So now I'm not tackling from this so much as It's a question. Is so what would you sacrifice to God that you feel would be enough to earn His respect? So,
I can't.
There's nothing, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Because
I can't think of anything that would be too much.
It's like there's nothing worthy enough to sacrifice to God, and so the thought of sacrificing your firstborn son, to me, kind of translates to: are you willing to sacrifice your future to be dedicated to God? And so if you're willing to sacrifice your future, then it's enough to accept, God's blessing. And so God wants to see, are you willing to sacrifice anything? And if you're willing to do it just to prove to me that, you've earned my trust. And I'm glad in the quote that like God doesn't allow him to go through with it. He's like, hold on. I just wanted to see what you were willing to do to earn my favor.
See how far
it's a very
willing to
harsh
go.
thing to grasp. It's like
Kind of like Job in a way, right?
In a way, but I think that one doesn't end quite as
it doesn't
as good.
Yeah,
it does. He gets 10 times what he began with.
That's
and
right.
He's got a wife that's better. So
that's right.
But didn't leave him when he got sick, or I mean, well, we don't know because he didn't get sick again. But I don't know. Yeah, this story here, I've done all the mental gymnastics my whole childhood around this story. There is no way of perceiving it that I've come to terms with so far that will ever make me feel good about it.
It's a harsh thing. It's a harsh thing for God to levy on someone else.
Oh yeah, 100%.
It's the only thing that gets close enough to God's blessing. It's like, would you be willing to throw away the one biological attachment that you are meant to, raise and then to carry on your legacy or you or any existence you have to this world?
Well, and remember, just to piggyback off of that, he wanted a baby with Sarah.
Yep.
But Sarah was barren.
Yep.
She couldn't have a kid.
The only version of like perceiving this story that I guess I can kind of comprehend, although I still feel just as uncomfortable with it. The only version that I've heard that I'm like, nah, is a preacher one time when I was younger. He said we got to think about it. In the future, God's going to sacrifice his only son and follow through with it. He's testing Abraham's allegiance to him and did not make him follow through with it. That's the closest version I've heard where I'm like, maybe, but I don't know, man.
This one turns people away. It's like, this is one of those quotes that a true believer, or at least for me, being a true believer, I can kind of grasp, because there is nothing that I could give God that would even remotely counter his blessing. And so the only thing that I pride more than anything in this world is obviously my children. And so even the sacrifice of my children, it isn't enough to earn God's favor.
Yeah.
And so
just
I
to
guess
double down on that, the kid that he was supposed to sacrifice was essentially a miracle baby.
Yep.
So it was the one thing that he wanted that he could not have, and God finally blessed it to him.
And so God's like, would you still be willing to earn my blessing even if I take that away?
Yeah.
It's like, how deep is your faith when it comes to, and plus, I mean, think about all the stuff he promised this kid would do.
Hold on, Chris, I told you, man, you can't come up today, bro. I'm sorry, dude. Just talk about it in chat. engage in chat, bro. I already told you, man. It's not happening today.
He's just looking for an argument, like, and that's fine, but that's not what this place is for.
No,
Yeah, we're trying to understand here.
Yeah.
we're trying to.
Oh,
We
Chris
don't-
Terry, I'm not teaching anything, bro.
Yeah, we're just reading.
I'm not teaching anything.
Yeah, we're literally just reading and discussing.
Yeah, we're all
this is a
figuring it
Bible
out.
study.
Yeah, this is an open discussion. This isn't a debate. This isn't a I know more than you. That's not what this is for.
Yeah.
To be fair, this is a struggle session around
Yeah.
the understanding of God.
No, that's one of the reasons why
Yeah.
I invited. Sorry, this is one of the reasons why I invited her, because again, she used to for youth group for church ministry. She used to run Bible studies, so like she knows like all of us combined times like 10. She probably knows more than that, and she's also offered me. She's gonna go look for it. She's also offered me. She made an overview of the Bible that she has that she's gonna try to send me.
Oh,
So I'll also send that to you, so that way it's a resource that maybe you can use.
hey, I would love it. Because it's kind of, I don't want to say he's looking for kind of the disagreement aspect, but it's a lot of things like you have to be careful saying, do you want to, do you want to be taught something? Because to teach something, you have to understand something, and this is still something that I would say, and I would say more than likely for y'all that we're still trying to understand.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
And so to teach something that you don't understand is dangerous territory.
Yeah, Chris, I'll tell you why. He thinks it's your intention because he is a little paranoid about it, because he's already had it happen a few times, and he's not trying to sit here and combat the issue of terms of service being violated. All we're saying is this is a discussion. This isn't us preaching. This is us trying to understand. We don't need to understand from your perspective necessarily, but if you want to offer your perspective when things come up while we're reading, then you can offer that in chat. No one ever one time said you can't share your opinion. No one.
You know what? I'll be honest, man. This is derailing what we're doing here. We're trying to read the word.
Yeah,
You're
let's
right,
stay on
you're
top
right.
and keep it moving.
You're right.
Sorry, I don't know who that is. You can't come in. All right.
Okay,
Where are
so
we
I
at, lower
think.
class?
Hold on.
All right. Hold on,
I
I'm
think-
looking for- we went through
Well,
that.
I was gonna say we finished it, and I think we went. We were gonna go to the next page.
The death of Sarah.
Oh.
Okay.
It's a good
Sarah
one.
lived to be 127 years old. She died at Kiriath Arba, that is Hebron, in the land of Canaan. And Abraham went to mourn for Sarah and to weep over her. Oh, she died in the land of Canaan. Oh, man.
Mm-hmm.
Then Abraham rose from beside his dead wife and spoke to the Hittites. He said, I am a foreigner and stranger among you. Sell me some property for a burial site here so I can bury my dead. The Hittites replied to Abraham, Sir, listen to us. You are a mighty prince among us. Bury your dead in the choicest of our tombs. None of us will refuse you his tomb for burying your dead. Then Abraham rose and bowed down before the people of the land, the Hittites. He said to them, If you are willing to let me bury my dead, then listen to me and intercede with Ephron, son of Zohar, on my behalf. So he will sell me the cave of Machpelah, which belongs to him and is at the end of his field. Ask him to sell it to me for the full price as a burial site among you. Ephron the Hittite was sitting among his people, and he replied to Abraham in the hearing of all the Hittites who had come to the gate of his city. No, my lord, he said, listen to me. I give you the field, and I give you the cave that is in it. I give it to you in the presence of my people. Bury your dead. Oh. Again, Abraham bowed down before the people of the land, and he said to Ephron in their hearing, Listen to me if you will. I will pay the price of the field. Accept it from me so I can bury my dead there. Ephron answered Abraham, Listen to me, my lord. The land is worth 400 shekels of silver. How much does that weigh? Oh, it only weighs 10 pounds. Huh. But what is that between you and me? Bury your dead. Abraham agreed to Ephron's terms and weighed out for him the price he had named in the hearing of the Hittites, 400 shekels of silver according to the weight current among the merchants. So Ephron's field in Machpelah near Mamre Both the field and the cave in it, and all the trees within the borders of the field was deeded to Abraham as his property in the presence of all the Hittites who had come to the gate of the city. Afterward, Abraham buried his wife Sarah in the cave in the field of Machpelah near Mamre, which is at Hebron, in the land of Canaan. So the field and the cave in it were deeded to Abraham by the Hittites as a burial site.
And then think about it. God asked him to sacrifice his son, and then he like short time period either before or after, he also loses his wife. And so like there's a lot there potentially could be a lot of bad stuff weighing against Abraham.
Hold on. Hey Dub, if you want to be part of the discussion, considering how we have like we've had several issues recently. Yes, you did. You got rejected. That's what happened. Sorry. You haven't had anything to do with the discussion in chat. You just try to jump right in. You weren't cammed up when you jumped in. It's not happening, bro. Sorry. And then Chris, look, I didn't call you a disruptive corn bomb. I didn't even call you disruptive. I said, I'm afraid that you're going to get on here and corn bomb my stream. You know what that means. Don't play stupid.
I've explained it multiple times too.
Yeah.
And in chat just now, I typed it out. Yeah, Dub, it's no disrespect at all. He's a little over cautious right now for good reason.
Yeah.
It's nothing against you. Normally, again, that's what we want. We like people to discuss this. That's the whole point of what this is.
Inward, I have no idea. And I'm being like extra careful here because I don't trust Chris Terry.
Yeah, that's fine, but Dub isn't typing like Chris at all. I don't think they're the same people. Judging by their typing and the way they're talking, I don't think they're the same person. But it doesn't mean that this isn't the dude that showed that monkey on your stream the other day.
Yeah. All right. Cam up, give me a middle finger and a peace sign. Flick me off, Dub. Flick me off. I've seen you before, bro. What's up? What's up?
Oh yeah.
How you guys doing?
Good, bro. How are you?
Good. I'll just kind of kick it in the background while you guys continue on with your topic so that we don't waste any time, you know what I'm saying?
What's up?
I said I'll kind of kick it in the background until I have something to add so you guys don't waste any time, you know?
Oh, yeah, that's perfect, man. That's fine. Yeah, dude.
Good deal.
Yeah.
Good deal.
So, by the way, like just to make it clear, I'm not a Bible expert by any stretch, like at all, really. That's the whole reason we're going through the Bible right now, because I don't really know too much about it. So,
Okay.
We're just reading through. I do this every Wednesday and Sunday. You're more than welcome to come in and listen, add if you have something to add. You know, like I'd prefer people who are more knowledgeable in the Bible than me. You know what I mean? To be part of it. So, yeah, dude, glad to hear you.
I don't know what kind of knowledge level you think I have, or I don't even know my own knowledge level, right? Maybe I know some stuff, maybe I don't really know some stuff, but I'll throw in some ideas when I feel it's appropriate, and we'll see what happens.
Cool, man. I appreciate it, bro.
Thanks for having me on, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, dude, thanks for jumping in. All right, so we're at Genesis 24, Isaac and Rebekah. Abraham was now very old, and the Lord had blessed him in every way. He said to the senior servant in his household, the one in charge of all that he had, "Put your hand under my thigh. I want you to swear by the Lord, the God of heaven and the God of earth, and that you will not get a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites, among whom I am living, but will go to my country and my own relatives and get a wife for my son Isaac." The servant asked him, "What if the woman is unwilling to come back with me to this land? Shall I then take your son back to the country you came from?" "Make sure that you do not take my son back there," Abraham said. "The Lord, the God in heaven, who brought me out of my father's household and my native land, and who spoke to me and promised me on oath, saying, to your offspring I will give this land. He will send his angel before you so that you can get a wife for my son from there. If the woman is unwilling to come back with you, then you will be released from this oath of mine. Only do not take my son back there. So the servant put his hand under the thigh of his master Abraham and swore an oath to him concerning this matter. Then the servant left, taking with him 10 of his master's camels, loaded with all kinds of good things from his master. He set out for Aram Naharaim, northwest Mesopotamia, and made his way to the town of Nahor. He had the camels kneel down near the well outside of the town. It was toward evening, the time the women go out to draw water. Then he prayed, Lord God of my master Abraham, make me successful today, and show kindness to my master Abraham. See, I am standing beside this spring, and the daughters of the townspeople are coming out to draw water. May it be that when I say to a young woman, please let down your jar so I may have a drink, she says, drink, and I'll water your camels too. Let her be the one you have chosen for your servant Isaac. By this I will know that you have shown kindness to my master. Before he had finished praying, Rebekah came out with her jar on her shoulder. She was the daughter of Bethuel, son of Milcah, who was the wife of Abraham's brother Nahor. The woman was very beautiful, a virgin. No man had ever slept with her. She went down to the spring, filled her jar, and came back up again. The servant hurried to meet her and said, please give me a little water from your jar. Drink, my lord, she said, and quickly lowered the jar to her hands and gave him a drink. After she had given him a drink, she said, I'll draw water for your camels too, until they've had enough to drink. So she quickly emptied her jar into the trough, ran back to the well to draw more water, and drew enough for all of his camels. Without saying a word, the man watched her closely to learn whether or not the Lord had made his journey successful. When the camels had finished drinking, the man took out a gold nose ring weighing a beka, which is a fifth of an ounce, and 2 gold bracelets weighing 10 shekels, which is 4 ounces. And then he asked, whose daughter are you? Please tell me, is there room in your father's house for us to spend the night? She answered him, I am the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Milcah, bore to Nahor. And she added, we have plenty of straw and fodder, as well as room for you to spend the night. Then the man bowed down and worshipped the Lord, saying, praise be to the Lord, the God of my master Abraham, who has not abandoned his kindness and faithfulness to my master. As for me, the Lord has led me on this journey to the house of my master's relatives. The young woman ran and told her mother's household about these things. Now Rebekah had a brother named Laban, and he hurried out to the man at the spring. As soon as he had seen the nose ring and the bracelets on his sister's arms, and had heard Rebekah tell what the man said to her, he went out to the man and found him standing by the camels near the spring. Come, you who are blessed by the Lord, he said. Why are you standing out here? I have prepared the house and a place for the camels. So the man went to the house, and the camels were unloaded. Straw and fodder were brought for the camels, and water for him and his men to wash their feet. Then food was set before him, but he said, I will not eat until I have told you what I have to say. Then tell us, Laban said. He said, I am Abraham's servant. The Lord has blessed my master abundantly, and he has become wealthy. He has given him sheep and cattle, silver and gold, male and female servants, and camels and donkeys. My master's wife Sarah had borne him a son in her old age, and he has given him everything he owns. And my master made me swear an oath, and said, you must not get a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites, in whose land I live, but go to my father's family and to my own clan, and get a wife for my son. Then I asked my master, what if a woman will not come back with me? He replied, the Lord, before whom I have walked faithfully, will send his angel with you and make your journey a success, so that you will get a wife for my son from my own clan and from my father's family. You will be released from my oath if, when you go to my clan, they refuse to give her to you, and then you will be released from my oath. When I came to the spring today, I said, Lord God of my master Abraham, if you will, please grant success to the journey on which I have come. See, I am standing beside the spring, and if a young woman comes out to draw water, and I say to her, please let me drink a little water from your jar, if she says, drink and I'll water your camels too, let her be the one the Lord has chosen for my master's son. Before I finished praying in my heart, Rebekah came out with her jar on her shoulder. She went down to the spring and drew water, and I said to her, please give me a drink. She quickly lowered her jar and from her shoulder and said, "Drink, and I'll water your camels too." So I drank, and she watered the camels also. I asked her, "Whose daughter are you?" She said, "The daughter of Bethuel, son of Nahor, whom Milcah bore to him." Then I put the ring in her nose and the bracelets on her arms, and I bowed down and worshipped the Lord. I praised the Lord, the God of my master Abraham, who had led me on the right road to get the granddaughter of my master's brother for his son. Now,
Just
if you will show,
side note here.
yeah,
In Exodus, I think it's chapter 2. It says that the shepherds get the water in the day, and there's cultural references here that point that women get the water in the evening, man gets the water in the day, in the heat of the day, and it kind of is interesting. It tells you what time of the day it is that there's a girl getting water.
yeah.
It's in the evening.
Hey, Scott, thank you, man. Yeah, thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Chris, you're more than welcome to come back any other time, man. You just can't come in as hot as you did when you came in earlier, bro. I'm sorry. Like that's a red flag. That's a big red flag, dude. I apologize. You know. But yeah, no, absolutely. So now, if you will show kindness and faithfulness to my master.
What was that? What was that you just said? Can you repeat that real quick?
What was that, bro?
Can you repeat what you just said? Watering and the difference between male and female job, kind of. What did you say?
Yes, it's a cultural thing in places like India and in the Middle East that a man gets a water in the heat of the day, and a woman gets a water in the evening when it's cooler. So, by that context, I think it's Exodus 2:17 that references that. By that context, you can tell what time of day it is in the story, and I just think that's kind of cool.
Huh.
Interesting. What does that Exodus verse say? Do you mind reading it?
I can't really do that right now. I'm driving, but
Okay. So you said it was what again? Just repeat the verse, and I'll go look it up.
I think it's Exodus 2:17, but it's been a while.
2:17.
All right,
I got it up on stream right now. Some shepherds came along and drove them away, but Moses got up and came to their rescue and watered their flock. It seems like we're in the right ballpark here, but I don't know if
I knew it was chapter 2.
yeah.
Okay, move on.
All right. Genesis 25. The death of Abraham. Abraham had taken another wife, whose name was Keturah. She bore him Zimron, Jokshan, Medan, Midian, Ishbak, and Shuah. Jokshan was the father of Sheba and Dedan. The descendants of Dedan were the Asherites, the Letishites, and the Lumites. And the sons of Midian, Ephah, Epher, Hanak, Abida, and Aldeh. All these were descendants of Keturah. Abraham left everything he owned to Isaac, but while he was still living, he gave gifts to the sons of lines and sent them away from his son Isaac to the land of the east. Abraham lived 175 years. Then Abraham breathed his last and died at a good old age, an old man and full of years, and he was gathered to his people. His sons Isaac and Ishmael buried him in the cave of Machpelah near Mamre, in the field of Ephron, son of Zohar the Hittite, the field Abraham had bought from the Hittites. There Abraham was buried with his wife Sarah. After Abraham's death, God blessed his son Isaac, who then lived near Beer Lahai-roi. Ishmael's sons. This is the account of the family line of Abraham's son Ishmael, whom Sarah's slave, Hagar the Egyptian, bore to Abraham. Okay, so this is the story of where the Arabs came from then.
Yeah.
So these are the names of the sons of Ishmael listed in the order of their birth. Nebaioth, the firstborn of Ishmael, Kedar, Adbeel, Mibsam, Mishma, Duma, Masa, Hadad, Tema, Jatur, Naphish, and Kedemah. These were the sons of Ishmael, and these are the names of the 12 tribal rulers according to their settlements and camps. Ishmael lived 137 years. He breathed his last and died, and he was gathered to his people. His descendants settled in the area of Havilah to Shur, from Havilah to Shur, near the eastern border of Egypt as you go toward Ashur. And they all lived in hostility towards all the tribes related to them. Oh, that's terrible. Jacob and Esau. This is the account of the family line of Abraham's son Isaac. Abraham became the father of Isaac, and Isaac was 40 years old when he married Rebekah, daughter of Bethuel, the Aramean, from Padan Aram. Oh, northwest Mesopotamia, and sister of Laban the Aramean. Isaac prayed to the Lord on behalf of his wife because she was childless. The Lord answered his prayer, and his wife Rebekah became pregnant. The babies jostled each other within her, and she said, "Why is this happening to me?" So she went to inquire of the Lord. And the Lord said to her, "Two nations are in your womb, and the two people from within you will be separated. One people will be stronger than the other, the older will serve the younger." When the time came for her to give birth, there were twin boys in her womb. The first to come out was red, and his whole body was like a hairy garment, so they named him Esau. That means hairy. Okay. After this, his brother came out, and with his hand grasping Esau's heel, so he was named Jacob. Okay, so Jacob means he grasped the heel, which is a Hebrew idiom for he deceives. Isaac was 60 years old when Rebekah gave birth to him. The boys grew up, and Esau became a skillful hunter, a man of the open country, while Jacob was content to stay at home among the tents. Isaac, who had a taste for wild game, loved Esau, but Rebekah loved Jacob.
I think it's Esau.
Esau?
I think so.
Okay.
If anybody's got any input, you can correct me.
No,
if
no,
I'm
no.
wrong.
I actually think you're right.
Okay.
Esau? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if I pronounce something wrong, let me know, man.
You've been killing it, so you
Yeah.
know. You,
Yeah.
One mistake.
Yeah, you're cruising, bro.
Bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm learning just as much as anyone else, you know. Isaac,
man.
who had a wild taste for game, loved Esau, but Rebekah loved Jacob. Once, when Jacob was cooking some stew, Esau came in from the open country famished. He said to Jacob, "Quick, let me have some of that red stew. I'm famished." That's why he was also called Edom. Edom means red. Okay. Jacob replied, "First sell me your birthright." "Look, I'm about to die," Esau said. "What good is the birthright to me?" But Jacob said, "Swear to me first." So he swore an oath to him, selling his birthright to Jacob. Then Jacob gave Esau some bread and some lentil stew. He ate and drank and got up and left. So Esau despised his birthright.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that sucks. You guys got anything to add before we move on?
I mean,
That's
I
rough,
guess
selling
you-
your birthright so you don't
Yeah.
die. That sucks.
well, and to be fair, I think this could be a reflection of satisfying the temporary to give up, the potential, and so he gave up his potential just to satisfy his temporary needs.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a good analogy or good analyzation of the story.
All right.
He should.
Isaac-
He's the hunter. He should have just beat his brother up and took it. What's it?
It
I will
does
think-
make me it does make me kind of think of the letters where it says that where I think Paul is sorrowful because he says that to the Israelites belong the promises and this is these and those, but then he knows that the Gentiles also get grafted in, kind of thing. So it makes me kind of think of that.
Yeah, you
Hey,
sound
yup,
pretty
yup.
muffled, brother.
Yeah. If you don't mind, I want to hear what you have to say. I just couldn't hear you very well. If you could just put the mic a little closer to you.
Okay, no, I need to move around a little bit. My internet connection's pretty shoddy. Can you hear me now?
I hear it a little louder.
Yeah, it's a little more clear. me see if I can
Okay,
cut your
so-
volume up real quick.
It's
To,
because-
turn the music down a little bit, just a little bit.
All right, go ahead, Dub.
So it does kind of remind me of Paul's letters when he says that, when he's describing the Israelites, and he says, to the Israelites belong the promises and the, you know, all the, and he lists a couple of different things, but he says that he's sad because his own brothers, he recognizes, even his own kin kind of are shunning Jesus and don't believe. But then he knows that the Gentiles will get grafted in because of that. And then from there, I mean, Gentiles aren't just, they're not supposed to try to gloat in front of Israelites, or else you can get cut off, right? So
Mm-hmm.
if you're familiar with those verses, it reminds me of that somewhat. So
That's good. I think I agree with that.
Oh yeah, see, I'm not read enough on the Bible to like recall the reference.
It's like, I guess if this helps, I don't know if this will help, but it's like, so the promised land is promised to the people of Israel, but it's
Yeah.
like, so they have the birthright, and so, but who ends up winning in the story is the younger brother who doesn't have the birthright. And you also see this with Cain and Abel. It's like, because between Cain and Abel, Cain has the birthright, but when he transgresses, he loses that birthright. And the same thing in this story, the transgression was he satisfied his temporary satisfaction over his, I guess, the potential. And so you kind of see a similar dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just because
Yeah.
you're promised something doesn't necessarily mean you can't lose it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's basically in Romans 9, although I haven't fully looked it up, but in Romans 9, I think he's talking about the fact that he knows that some of his brothers are not paying attention to what the word says, because, you know, obviously he got a visitation and he got blinded, and then his blindness got cured and he became basically an apostle to the Gentiles. So Romans, I think it's 8 or Romans 9. Hold on, I'm trying to look it up just so you can at least have the reference if you wanted to go back. Yeah, it says Romans 9:4. Oh, Romans 9:3. For I could wish that I myself were accursed, separated from Christ for the sake of my brethren, my kinsmen according to the flesh, who are Israelites, to whom belongs the adoption as sons, and the glory, and the covenants, and the giving of the law, and the temple, the service and promises. So basically saying, like, he knows that the Israelites deserve a lot of credit, but then they're still shunning Christ. So it makes him kind of sad to know that. He says, I wish I could be accursed, separated from Christ for the sake of my brethren. So that's a really deep message, but then it is also saying kind of like, in essence, I guess some of them are giving up their birthright. Who knows, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I don't want to say anything too far, but he is acknowledging the fact that some of them, it seems like, are just, they're not going to make it, you know?
Yeah.
And he's
Mhm.
acknowledging it. He's sad. He's sad, you know? So it makes me think of that, but go ahead.
I was going to say, I will also say that I think Jesus also references that it makes him sad when his sheep go astray.
Yeah,
And-
and
Oh,
it
yeah,
kind of
he cried.
it-
He cried, for sure.
Yep. And
it kind of
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
it has similarities to Moses when he came down from Sinai and slammed the commandments on the ground and broke them. He's mad because they're worshiping the bull. They have a golden calf.
Well, Moses is a little bit different, because Jesus even refers and says, "Don't think that I have come to judge you, or that I will judge you in front of the Father. There is one that will judge you in front of the Father, and that is Moses." So, I mean, I laugh because, I mean, Moses, it seemed like he had such a great amount of respect for God that he sometimes he would let his anger dictate what he was gonna do, and you know what I'm saying. And I don't want to speak to his Moses at all, but you know what I'm saying. Moses has a role to play. It's obvious. Jesus referred to him as going to be a judge of certain people. So, I mean, yeah.
Good point.
Dude, thank you for your input, man. I mean, like, see, I am a newbie to this. I'm probably like the greenest one in here. So Dub, thank you for coming in and
when I speak, dude, I will try to grab the references where I can. So just so you can see where I'm coming from.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, and if it makes sense later on, review it and you can kind of see and learn a little bit more, because I'm just giving you snippets, you know what I'm saying? But
right. Yeah, and whenever you pull a reference up, dude, I can pull like whatever specific scripture, I can pull that up like on stream, so that way, like, you know, anyone who's watching can see it as well. Oh,
very cool, man. Very cool.
Welcome back, Corey. Oh, there he goes.
He'll be back.
Yeah, he will. I'm kind of waiting for him to jump back in because I don't want to start reading and then him get stuck in the back. There he is.
Sorry. I keep refreshing the screen. I'm doing it on my phone, and I keep refreshing the screen by scrolling down.
Oh, I get it, dude. I get it. All right. Sorry, gentlemen. All right. Now there was a famine in the land, besides the previous famine in Abraham's time, and Isaac went to Abimelech, king of the Philistines, in Gerar. The Lord appeared to Isaac and said, "Do not go down to Egypt. Live in the land where I tell you to live. Stay in this land for a while, and I will be with you and will bless you. For to you and your descendants I will give all these lands, and will confirm the oath I swore to your father Abraham. I will make your descendants as numerous as the stars in the sky, and will give them all these lands, and through your offspring all nations on earth will be blessed. Because Abraham obeyed me and did everything I required of him, keeping my commands and my decrees and my instructions." So Isaac stayed in Gerar. When the men of that place asked him about his wife, he said, "She is my sister," because he was afraid to say, "She is my wife." He thought, "The men of this place might kill me on account of Rebekah, because she is beautiful." When Isaac had been there a long time, Abimelech, king of the Philistines, looked down from a window and saw Isaac caressing his wife Rebekah. So Abimelech summoned Isaac and said, "She is really your wife. Why did you say she's my sister?" Isaac answered him, "Because I thought I might lose my life on account of her." Then Abimelech said, "What is this you have done to us? One of the men might well have slept with your wife, and you would have brought guilt upon us." So Abimelech gave orders to all the people, "Anyone who harms this man or his wife shall surely be put to death." He's like, "Bro, you just lied to us. Anybody harms me
second time. This is the second time.
Yeah.
People lie about your wife being your sister.
Like, your dad did the same thing, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, like father, like son.
Yeah. But it's just it's such a funny like swap right there, because he's like, "Dude, what are you doing? You just lied to us. If anyone harmed you, I will kill them." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's cool. I get where they're coming from, though. I just think that's cool, man.
Yeah.
Isaac planted crops in that land, and the same year reaped 100-fold, because the Lord blessed him. The man became rich, and his wealth continued to grow until he became very wealthy. He had so many flocks and herds and servants that the Philistines envied him. So all the wells that his father's servants had dug in the time of his father Abraham, the Philistines stopped up, filling them with earth. Then Abimelech said to Isaac, "Move away from us. You have become too powerful for us." So Isaac moved away from there and encamped in the valley of Gerar, where he settled. Isaac reopened the wells that had been dug in the time of his father Abraham, which the Philistines had stopped up after Abraham died, and he gave them the same names his father had given them. Isaac's servants dug in the valley and discovered a well of fresh water there. But the herders of Gerar quarreled with those of Isaac and said, "The water is ours." So he named the well Esek, which means dispute. Ooh. He named the well Esek because they disputed with him. Then they dug another well, but they quarreled over that one also. So he named it Sitnah, which means opposition. Okay. So one well was dispute, the other was opposition, because they just keep fighting over everything. He moved on from there and dug another well, and no one quarreled over it. He named that one Rehoboth, which means room, saying, "Now the Lord has given us room, and we will flourish in the land." From there he went up to Beersheba. That night the Lord appeared to him and said, "I am the God of your father Abraham. Do not be afraid, for I am with you. I will bless you and will increase the number of your descendants for the sake of my servant Abraham." Isaac built an altar there and called on the name of the Lord. There he pitched his tent, and there his servants dug a well. Meanwhile, Abimelech had come to him from Gerar with Ahuzath, his personal advisor, and Phicol, the commander of his forces. Isaac asked them, "Why have you come to me, since you were hostile to me and sent me away?" They answered, "We saw clearly that the Lord was with you, so we said, there ought to be a sworn agreement between us and you. Let us make a treaty with you that you will do us no harm, just as we did not harm you, but always treated you well and sent you away peacefully. And now you are blessed by the Lord." Isaac then made a feast for them, and they ate and drank. Early the next morning, the men swore an oath to each other. Then Isaac sent them on their way, and they went away peacefully. That day Isaac's servants came and told him about the well they had dug. They said, "We found water." He called it Sheba, and to this day the name of the town has been Beersheba. Okay. Jacob takes Esau's blessing. When Esau was 40 years old, he married Judith, daughter of Beerhi the Hittite, and also Basemath, daughter of Elon the Hittite. They were a source of grief to Isaac and Rebekah. Okay.
Hey, we have an Elon of America.
Yeah. And he's a source of grief to some people, all right.
Oh, yeah.
When Isaac was old and his eyes were so weak that he could no longer see, he called for Esau, his older son, and said to him, "My son." "Here I am," he answered. Isaac said, "I am now an old man, and I don't know the day of my death. Now then, get your equipment, your quiver and bow, and go out to the open country to hunt some wild game for me. Prepare me the kind of tasty food I like, and bring it to me to eat." Excuse me. "So that I may give you my blessing before I die." Now Rebekah was listening as Isaac spoke to his son Esau. When Esau left for the open country to hunt game and bring it back, Rebekah said to her son Jacob, "Look, I overheard your father say to your brother Esau, 'Bring me some game and prepare me some tasty food to eat, so that I may give you my blessing in the presence of the Lord before I die. Now, my son, listen carefully and do what I tell you. Go out to the flock and bring me 2 choice young goats, so I can prepare some tasty food for your father, just the way he likes it. Then take it to your father to eat, so that he may give you his blessing before he dies." Jacob said to Rebekah his mother, "But my brother Esau is a hairy man, while I have smooth skin. What if my father touches me? I would appear to be tricking him, and would bring down a curse on myself rather than a blessing." His mother said to him, "My son, let the curse fall on me. Just do what I say. Go and get them for me." So he went and got them and brought them to his mother, and she prepared some tasty food just the way his father liked it. Then Rebekah took the best clothes of Esau, her older son, which she had in the house, and put them on her younger son Jacob. She also covered his hands and the smooth part of his neck with the goatskins. Then she handed to her son Jacob the tasty food and the bread she had made. He went to his father and said, "My father." "Yes, my son, who is it?" Jacob said, "I am Esau, your firstborn. I have done as you have told me. Please sit up and eat some of my game, so that you may give me your blessing." Isaac said, "How did you find it so quickly, my son?" "The Lord your God gave me success," he replied. Then Isaac said to Jacob, "Come near so I can touch you, my son, to know whether you really are my son Esau or not." Jacob went close to his father Isaac, who touched him and said, "The voice is the voice of Jacob, but the hands are the hands of Esau. He did not recognize him, for his hands were hairy like those of his brother Esau. So he proceeded to bless him. Are you really my son Esau? I am, he replied. Then he said, My son, bring me some of your game to eat, so I may give you my blessing. Jacob brought it to him, and he ate, and he brought some wine, and he drank. Then his father Isaac said to him, Come here, my son, and kiss me. Then he went to him and kissed him. When Isaac caught the smell of his clothes, he blessed him and said, Ah, the smell of my son is like the smell of a field that the Lord has blessed. May God give you the heaven's dew, the earth's richness, and abundance of grain and new wine. May nations serve you, and peoples bow down to you. Be Lord over your brothers, and may the sons of your mother bow down to you. May those who curse you be cursed, and those who bless you be blessed. After Isaac finished blessing him, Jacob had scarcely left his father's presence. His brother Esau came in from hunting. He too prepared some tasty food and brought it to his father. Then he said to him, My father, please sit up and eat some of my game, so that you may give me your blessing. His father Isaac asked him, Who are you? I am your son, he answered, your firstborn Esau. Isaac trembled violently and said, Who was it then that hunted the game and brought it to me? I ate it just before you came and blessed him, and he indeed will be blessed. When Esau heard his father's words, he burst out with a loud and bitter cry and said to his father, Bless me too, my father. But he said, Your brother came deceitfully and took your blessing. Esau said, Isn't he rightly named Jacob? Which means he deceives. Got it. This is the second time he has taken advantage of me. He took my birthright, and now he has taken my blessing. Then he asked, Haven't you reserved any blessing for me? Isaac answered Esau, I have made him lord over you, and have made all his relatives his servants, and I have sustained him with grain and new wine. So what can I possibly do for you, my son? Esau said to his father, Do you have only one blessing, my father? Bless me too, my father. Then Esau wept out loud. His father Isaac answered him, Your dwelling will be away from the earth's richness, away from the dew of the heaven above. You will live by the sword, and you will serve your brother. But when you grow restless, you will throw his yoke from your neck. Esau held a grudge against Jacob because of the blessing his father had given him. He said to himself, The days of mourning for my father are near, and then I will kill my brother Jacob. When Rebekah was told, let me just look over this real quick. Your dwelling will be away from the earth's richness, away from the dew of heaven above. You will live by the sword, and you will serve your brother. But when you grow restless, you will throw his yoke from off your neck. What does that mean? Throw his yoke.
A yoke is something that they put around oxen to have them pull stuff like plows. They put it around their neck. It's a heavy thing. It's made out of leather or weights.
Got it. Okay.
So I would also refer to Acts 15, and it's around like verse 10, I think, for a little bit of additional information as far as yoke is concerned, because that's speaking of the law and how Paul is speaking about how not even the fathers could take that kind of yoke. So yeah, it's Acts 15 and 10. So just for a little bit more, if you want to look it up later or something like that.
Oh, I got it up on stream right now. You said Acts 15:10, yeah?
Yeah, that's correct.
Now then, why do you try to test God by putting on the necks of Gentiles a yoke that neither we nor our ancestors have been able to bear? No, we believe it is through the grace of our Lord Jesus that we are saved, just as they are. Ah, okay. So it's like incredibly... Go ahead.
That's talking about circumcision. That's the, I think that's called the Council of Jerusalem. So they were talking about circumcision and trying to figure out whether or not Gentiles needed to get circumcised or not. And so in verse 10 is kind of like a climactic point to where they're like, listen, not even our fathers were able to handle this yoke of the entire yoke of the law. So the circumcision is like comparative to something equivalent to baptism, let's say, because baptism is called the new circumcision pretty much in the letters. So just a little bit of stuff to chew on if you wanted to later.
Oh, dude, that's great, bro. Hey, man, thank you for jumping in, dude. I appreciate it, man. For real. This is awesome, dude. take upon you my troubles. Got it. Okay. So yoke can be equated to like a burden, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
There's another spot you could look to. I think it was after maybe Samuel died and one of his children got the kingship. And then basically what happened was he got together with a couple people and they were like, hey, why don't you get together with the wise men? And he decided, the wise men told him, yeah, we should do this. And then he got together with his buddies, and basically his buddies told him to tell the other people, oh, you think my dad put a yoke on you? I'm going to put double time the yoke on you. So it is like, in essence, some kind of burden that, it's a lot of weight to carry.
Yeah. No, dude, that makes total sense. Okay, perfect. All right. We were right after he said, yeah. The days of mourning for my father are near. Then I will kill my brother Jacob. When Rebekah was told what her older son Esau said, she sent for her younger son Jacob and said to him, your brother Esau is planning to avenge himself by killing you. Now then, my son, do what I say. Flee at once to my brother Laban in Haran. Stay with him for a while until your brother's fury subsides. When your brother is no longer angry with you and forgets what you did to him, I'll send word for you to come back from there. Why should I lose both of you in one day? Then Rebekah said to Isaac, I'm disgusted with living because of these Hittite women. If Jacob takes a wife from among the women of this land, from Hittite women like these, my life will not be worth living. Is that... Oh, okay, Rebekah's saying that to Isaac. Got it. Okay, cool.
I think that another thing, I don't know if you guys can hear me right now, because I'm in that same spot where I'm kind of like in a black. Okay. Another thing to consider was when Rebecca was talking to not Esau, but Jacob, I think it is, right?
Yeah.
He said, I'll take the curse. If there is one, I'll take it. Which is interesting because Jesus also became a curse. If you understand the verse that I'm trying to refer to, he became a curse for us. Let me get it, because that's not going to be something that I really want to say unless I got, the verse to back it up. And I'll get it right now. And that's just because he hung on a tree. So Christ redeemed us. Okay, so it's Galatians 3:13. So I find it interesting just because I was listening to it and I wanted to say something, but I kind of let it go. So Galatians 3:13 is interesting because the mother says that to her son and says, well, when he's going, what if I get recognized? I'm not Esau. And she goes, let the curse fall on me. And so it's interesting because often there is some kind of, I guess, like in a way, a sacrificial thought pattern that goes with people in the Bible. They're always saying, well, take me instead, like, I don't want to be here. This is going to be the way it is. And God goes, well, I'll use you, because you're a humble person or, whatever it may be.
Yeah. So Galatians 3:13 says, Christ redeemed us from the curse of the law by becoming a curse for us. For it is written, cursed is everyone who is hung on a pole.
That's from a tree, and it's a direct reference to Deuteronomy. I believe it's a Deuteronomy verse. I can find that too later if you'd like.
Yeah, man. Yeah, of course.
Side note, not that it's super important, but the original Hebrew word that we translated into cross, the original Hebrew word translates into stake. So it's like Christ was put on a stake, just a long pole.
Right, but it's similar to the snake that Moses put on the pole, or back in Moses' day, there was a snake that was put on a pole, and anyone that looked at the snake would be forgiven of their sins. So
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't really matter the direct translation they're trying to use, as long as you get the concept of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's also interesting to see the imagery behind it. It's like what the snake on a staff represents.
Yeah. It's still used in medical today.
Yep. And it's a later concept that'll be brought back in the New Testament of when, Christ is put on the pole, or is hung up on the, I said pole, cross, and it's I guess, kind of a weird representation. Everyone who looks upon the snake gets their sins, forgiven, and in the same way, if you look toward Christ, you have your sins forgiven.
Mm-hmm.
Saying that loosely, not you have to do more than just look upon him, but.
Huh.
That's a very good point. And then the yoke one, that was a good point too. I like that. Because I'm gonna be honest, I didn't quite understand the term yoke and what it means.
See, that's why I like having people that know this a lot more than me, because like because I have questions every chapter. You know what I mean? And just having people to like bounce ideas off with and get their knowledge of this, like I'm chasing it right now. So
you should look up what a yoke looks like on an ox and get a visual representation.
If I'm not mistaken, my great grandfather used to have a farm, and so my grandfather now has kind of some of the farm equipment thrown around, and if I'm not mistaken, he's got it hanging up where it's got two metal links on the end of it. I take it that's where you apply your, Yep.
That's cool.
And it's a big wooden, and if I'm not mistaken, I think it could just be wooden, then attaches to the metal links, or it could be a metal rod connecting the two with wood around it.
Yeah, they were all I mean, they made them all different ways, but the big part is that it needs to be heavy enough that it doesn't jerk back and forth when it's hooked up to a plow.
Yep.
That's an ox yoke, yeah?
Yep. Looks like that one tightens down, huh?
Yeah. Good lord.
That one don't even hang there.
I just put up their back chat with verses that talk about the curse, but then if you look at the second verse I listed in Isaiah, it says something where they'll curse their God and their King while looking up. That's Isaiah 8:21. So it's just like Jesus says, like, if I am lifted up, then I will pull all men towards me, or something to that effect. It's just interesting to compare all of those verses together. It's a big concept.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I can't really explain it, but, I mean, you have the verses there if you want to look them up and contemplate them for yourself.
And then you have to think, like, God's trying to describe a very complex understanding, and it's like he has to break it down for us in these more dumb terms, or these more useful terms, to be like, oh, well, I know of that concept by what, I attach to an ox to kind of keep him, situated. And you see a lot of that in the Bible and stuff like that, where it kind of, it's broken down it's a complex thought process, but it's broken down in very simple and easy to understand words and stuff like that.
Yeah, and it's funny because you got to be kind of careful with what you say. Like, I don't want to sit here and say, "Oh, Jesus is a curse" or something like that.
Yep.
By no means am I meaning that, but if I could bring the verse up to show you, what I'm talking about, then you get a better understanding of what I'm trying to say.
Right. No, absolutely. No, I appreciate that, man. All right. We're in Genesis 28 now. So Isaac called for Jacob and blessed him. And then he commanded him, "Do not marry a Canaanite woman. Go at once to Paddan Aram, to the house of your mother's father Bethuel. Take a wife for yourself there from among the daughters of Laban, your mother's brother. May God Almighty bless you and make you fruitful and increase your numbers until you become a community of people. May he give you and your descendants the blessing given to Abraham, so that you may take possession of the land where you now reside as a foreigner, the land God gave to Abraham." Then Isaac sent Jacob on his way, and he went to Paddan Aram, and Laban, son of Bethuel, the Aramean, the brother of Rebekah, who was the mother of Jacob and Esau. Wait, hold on 1 second. Sorry, I got kind of lost in that. Then Isaac sent Jacob on his way, and he went to Paddan Aram, to Laban, the son of Bethuel, the Aramean, the brother of Rebekah, who was the mother of Jacob and Esau. Okay, so they're only talking about one person there. They're just giving a reference to who this guy is.
Yep.
Okay, cool. All right. The Esau learned that Isaac had blessed Jacob and had sent him to Paddan Aram to take a wife from there, and that when he blessed him, he commanded him, "Do not marry a Canaanite woman," and that Jacob had obeyed his father and mother and had gone to Paddan Aram. Esau then realized how displeasing the Canaanite women were to his father Isaac. So he went to Ishmael and married Mahalath, the sister of Nebaioth, and daughter of Ishmael, son of Abraham, in addition to the wives he already had. Jacob's dream at Bethel. Jacob left Beersheba and set out for Haran. When he reached a certain place, he stopped for the night because the sun had set. Taking one of the stones there, he put it under his head and lay down to sleep. He had a dream in which he saw a stairway resting on the earth, with its top reaching to heaven, and the angels of God were ascending and descending on it. There above it, or there beside him, stood the Lord. He said, "I am the Lord, the God of your father Abraham and the God of Isaac. I will give you and your descendants the land on which you are lying. Your descendants will be like the dust of the earth, and you will spread out to the east and west, to the north and south. All peoples on earth will be blessed through you and your offspring. I am with you and will watch over you wherever you go, and I will bring you back to this land. I will not leave you until I have done what I have promised you." When Jacob awoke from his sleep, he thought, "Surely the Lord is in his place, and I was not aware of it." He was afraid and said, "How awesome is this place! This is none other than the house of God. This is the gate of heaven." Early the next morning, Jacob took the stone he had placed under his head and set it up as a pillar and poured oil on top of it. He called the place Bethel, though the city used to be called Luz. Then Jacob made a vow, saying, "If God will be with me and will watch over me on this journey I am taking, and will give me food to eat and clothes to wear, so that I may return safely to my father's household, then the Lord will be my God, and this stone that I have set up as a pillar will be God's house, and all of that you give me, I will give you a tenth." Jacob arrives in Paddan Aram. Then Jacob continued on his journey and came to the land of the eastern peoples. There he saw a well in the open country, with 3 flocks of sheep lying near it, because the flocks were watered from that well. The stone over the mouth of the well was large. When all the flocks were gathered there, the shepherds would roll the stone away from the well's mouth and water the sheep. Then they would return the stone to its place over the mouth of the well. Jacob asked the shepherds, "My brothers, where are you from?" "We're from Haran," they replied. Sorry about that. He said to them, "Do you know Laban, Nahor's grandson?" "Yes, we know him," they answered. Then Jacob asked them, "Is he well?" "Yes, he is," they said, "and here comes his daughter Rachel with the sheep." "Look," he said, "the sun is still high. It is not time for the flocks to be gathered. Water the sheep and take them back to pasture." "We can't," they replied, "until all the flocks are gathered and the stone has been rolled away from the mouth of the well. Then we will water the sheep." While he was still talking with them, Rachel came with her father's sheep, for she was a shepherd. When Jacob saw Rachel, daughter of his uncle Laban, and Laban's sheep, he went over and rolled the stone away from the mouth of the well and watered his uncle's sheep. Then Jacob kissed Rachel and began to weep aloud. He told Rachel that he was a relative of her father and a son of Rebekah. So she ran and told her father. As soon as Laban heard the news about Jacob, his sister's son, he hurried to meet him. He embraced him and kissed. What? Oh, he embraced him and kissed him and brought him to his home, and there Jacob told him all these things. Then Laban said to him, "You are my own flesh and blood." Jacob marries Leah and Rachel. After Jacob had stayed with him for a whole month, Laban said to him, "Just because you are a relative of mine, should you work for me for nothing? Tell me what your wages should be." Now Laban had 2 daughters. The name of the older was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel. Leah had weak eyes, but Rachel had a loving figure and was beautiful. Jacob was in love with Rachel and said, "I'll work for you 7 years in return for your younger daughter Rachel." Laban said, "It's better that I give her to you than to some other man. Stay here with me." So Jacob served 7 years to get Rachel, but they seemed like only a few days because of his love. Seemed like only a few days to him because of his love for her. Then Jacob said to Laban, "Give me my wife. My time is completed, and I want to make love to her." So Laban brought together all the people of the place and gave a feast. But when evening came, he took his daughter Leah and brought her to Jacob, and Jacob made love to her. And Laban gave his servant Zilpah to his daughter as her attendant. When morning came, there was Leah. So Jacob said to Laban, "What is this you've done to me? I served you for Rachel, didn't I? Why have you deceived me?" Laban replied, "It is not our custom here to give the younger daughter in marriage before the older one. Finish this daughter's bridal week, then we will give you the younger one also, in return for another 7 years of work." And Jacob did so. He finished the week with Leah, and Laban gave him his daughter Rachel to be his wife. Laban gave his servant Bilhah to his daughter Rachel as her attendant. Jacob made love to Rachel also, and his love for Rachel was greater than his love for Leah. So he worked for Laban another 7 years. That's like human history in a nutshell, right?
Yeah.
Basically.
You know what I mean?
There's a lot of stuff though, and I think if I'm not mistaken, I believe it's Exodus that tells you that you should always treat if you have multiple wives, you should always treat them as equal. Like if you buy one thing for one wife, you have to buy it for the other one. There's a lot of rules on how you should treat your wives.
Yeah, I want to have a couple of those.
Yeah, it'd be nice, man. I've thought about that myself. You know, farm. Yeah, buddy. Farming kids and
Mormonism, baby. Let's do it. I'll do it if you do it.
Mormons don't condone that anymore.
Oh, they don't? Never mind.
I don't believe in that at all.
All right, Muslims, here we come.
Yeah, right.
Sharia law, baby. Yeah. All right, let's not make this a red pill discussion.
Yeah, I was gonna
right.
say, you have fun with that, bro.
Like I said, I got my hands
Lower class, I'm definitely playing, bro.
Oh, I
There's
know,
no
I know.
part of me that wants to be with anything other than one woman.
Oh yeah, 100%. I know.
I'm
just
not
joking.
playing at all.
I am. I've already been in the multiple people relationship thing. It's not good.
Yeah.
Well, if it's a pagan relationship or a secular, yeah. But if it's based in a faith, it normally works a lot better.
Well, it works, but it doesn't necessarily equate to happiness.
I don't think
so,
happiness is a requirement in life.
No, of course not. I don't think it's a requirement, but I want to marry someone that makes me happy.
I
Are
hear
you kidding me?
That's-
It doesn't equate to happiness. So are you seriously somebody who believes multiple wives is cool?
Are you talking to me or him? He said he didn't believe that it would equate to happiness. I said I don't think it's a requirement.
Okay, so
I don't think
yeah, I
happiness
was
is a
talking to
requirement.
you. So I think I was just asking you. You're a polygamist?
I believe in polygyny. Polygamy is multiple partners for man or woman. Polygyny is a man over more than one wife.
Whatever.
Yeah, I think polygyny
So
is just fine.
Wow. Okay. What is your biblical backing for that?
Well, 44 of the main characters in the Bible had multiple wives, and Jesus discussed a lot of things in his teachings. I don't personally believe that he left anything out, but he never said that that was wrong. And when Paul is describing that any man that should lead a church should have a wife, he is saying that you should at least be married. He didn't say that you should only have one woman. That wasn't the context of that.
But what does it actually say, though? Does it say one wife?
Yeah, it says you should have at least one wife. But I mean,
Well,
you
does
basically
it
you
say?
can't be a bachelor and be leading the church. That's not allowed.
Wait a second.
Or leading any
But
church.
does it say at least one wife, or does it say one wife?
It says one wife, but the context
Okay.
originally is you cannot be a bachelor. That's what it's saying.
All right, I'll disagree with you there, but we can move on because it doesn't say at least one wife. It says one wife.
No, I'm saying the original context, and that's okay. You can disagree with me. It doesn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I don't. It's not going to change my opinion.
Exactly.
Come on, guys. I got my hands full with the one wife. I couldn't imagine adding two.
Well, if you had another wife, she'd help you with the other one.
Well, that's true.
Well, that's true.
I know, dude. I could play devil's advocate. I can argue either side. I could either argue for yours. I couldn't argue for polygamy because I don't think that having both partners having multiple. I think it doesn't work.
No. Kings never lease out their.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, I mean, it also devalues them too.
Yes.
Well, so
it ruins the attachment.
There's another problem that you would have to address because it also talks about, I think it's 1 Corinthians 6, starts talking about like kids that you have, like let's say with your first wife, right? And then, it's talking about if you get divorced with that wife, then your kids are going to be jacked. So, and it
In Western
mention
society,
anything about,
divorce happens, but in Eastern countries, they don't get divorced. I have two friends. One of them lives over in the Middle East, and he's got 3 wives, and he's had 3 wives for a very long time. He drives a semi truck here. He's an owner operator, works in the States, but he lives 6 months over there at a time. And then I have another friend who lives
Jess.
in Tennessee, and he's got 3 wives, and he's very content. So, I mean, both of them are. One's, I don't know what he is. The other one's Jewish. So.
okay,
And Jess, no one's here as a dreamer. Actually, only Avery holds that belief. I want one woman to make me happy. I don't want multiple women.
I
don't believe in it.
Heard backing like biblically.
All right. Well, I don't think that we should be having a full theological debate on whether or not multiple wives is okay, unless lower class is okay with it.
I mean, I'm ready to get back into it. I was just going to let y'all hash it out.
But it's not a full theological debate. It's just show me one verse. But let's move on.
A verse pertaining to what?
Polygamy or polygyny, whatever you call it.
Hey, look, there's a ton of scripture telling you how you should treat your wives, plural. If that was not allowed, then there would be no direction on what you should do. The only reason that's in the Bible is because God doesn't have a problem with it. All right? And Jesus said, I have not come to abolish the law, but to fulfill the law. So he's saying all the old laws, you can keep those, right? But he did say the two laws, according to the prophets, are to love God above all else and to love your neighbor as yourself.
Okay.
He didn't say all that other. He didn't say polygyny or polygyny. He didn't say any of that was wrong. He didn't even address it, and not one book.
So unfortunately, you have not provided me with another verse, and I think they want to move on, so we'll just move on.
Oh, I haven't provided you with one verse. I mean,
no.
You can look it up.
Let's not get contentious. That's not the point of this.
I'm not contentious.
Okay.
I'm just saying I'm driving.
You guys
yeah.
He never gave a verse, so I would like a verse to show me that.
Can somebody look it up for me, man? I'm on I-24 going through Chattanooga.
Hold on. I'll just if you guys want to hash this out, you guys can like meet up in Discord and hash it out. I'm gonna keep reading. All right.
Okay, hold on. Let me drop my final little Moab piece on this. Let me just do it. Come on, don't give me the big sigh.
Why can't you get on the panel?
A man is supposed to be with one woman. Jesus says, in fact, that's the case, and that is also listed in Genesis. So I can get those verses if you'd like, very easily.
All right, hang on.
It was when they asked if a man dies and then his brother remarries his old wife, who's in heaven with who? And he goes, you don't even understand. Marriage was the intent of it was one man and one woman. So there's my personal evidence to bring forward, and you don't have to answer back though. Don't worry about it.
All right, moving on.
Colossians 3:19. Would you mind pulling that up?
All right, this isn't going to be a regular thing. I'll pull this up. This is not going to be a regular thing, though.
I mean, I'd say it's been going pretty well for the most part.
Yeah.
It's just a minor disagreement. Let's let it roll. See where it goes.
3:19 says, "Why then was the law given at all? It was added because of transgressions until the seed to whom the promise referred had come. The law was given through angels and entrusted to a mediator." That's Galatians 3:19.
Can I point something out?
Yeah.
You see how the word seed is capitalized?
Yeah.
It kind of gives me Christ. What is it? Christ. What's a good word for prediction? But like,
Prophecy.
Yeah, prophecy. Prophecy is a better word. So it makes me wonder if that capitalized seed is referring to the seed being the Son of Christ or the Son of God.
Oh.
Very good, very good. I've had several spots where I've encountered people on YouTube, and I ask them, "Does a woman have a seed?" And they'll say, "Oh no, they don't have a seed. The man has the seed, of course." And then I go, "Oh, how about Genesis 3:15?" And then they go, "Oh, you're right." And then I go, "Well, I mean, I am, but what does it mean?" That's up to everyone.
I dropped something in the chat for you there. Deuteronomy 21:5-17. If a man have two wives, one beloved and another hated, they have borne him children, both beloved and hated. And if the firstborn son be hers that was hated, then it shall be when he maketh his sons to inherit that which he hath, that he may not make the son of the beloved firstborn before the son of the hated. So if he loves one wife more than the other, he should not favor the one he loves more than the other if he's not the firstborn.
There's a problem with your theology is because you're paying attention to the Old Testament laws and you're trying to abide by them. When Jeremiah 31, let's say around verse 26, says that there will be a New Testament made, not like the covenant I made in the past with your fathers. It will be written on your heart, so on and so forth. So Jesus introduces this new idea. He also says that when addressed with the question of whether or not who's in heaven with whose wife, because they give an example, the Pharisees gave an example, when one man dies and his brother is supposed to come take his wife, who's going to be the one in heaven with her? And he goes, you don't even understand what marriage is, because marriage is between one man and one woman, basically. And that refers back to Genesis. So, that's, again, it's kind of irrefutable,
Well, I think that's referring to a wife that's marrying the brother of her husband, right?
It doesn't matter.
That's
it's
not
an example. The argument is for polygyny. Yeah, your argument is for polygyny.
Not whether or not a woman marries the brother of her husband who's dead. That's not the same.
It doesn't. It's still speaking towards what marriage actually is.
Interpret it how you want, brother.
Yeah, exactly.
We good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good too. It comes up with rich man wins. He could have as many wives as he wants. You poor people, you're gonna suffer. We'll take your wives, and you were supposed to maybe have them, but you're not going to. So go ahead.
GG's.
We were on Genesis 29, right?
Yes, I believe so.
All right. Jacob arrives.
No, you're good. You're good. That was my wife. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Jacob arrives in Paddan Aram. Then Jacob continued on his journey and came to the land of the eastern peoples. There he saw a well in the open country with 3 flocks of sheep lying near it, because the flocks were watered from that well. The stone over the mouth of the well was large. When all the flocks were gathered there, the shepherds would roll the stone away from the well's mouth and water the sheep. Then they would return the stone to its place over the mouth of the well. Jacob asked the shepherds, "My brothers, where were you? Or where are you from?" Sorry. "We're from Haram," they replied. He said to them, "Do you know Laban, Nahor's grandson?" "Yes, we know him." And Jacob asked him, "Is he well?" "Yes, he is. Here comes his daughter Rachel with the sheep." "Look," he said, "the sun is high. It's not time for the flocks to be gathered. Water the sheep and take them back to the pasture." "We can't until all the flocks have gathered around the stone." Oh, okay. Yeah, we were down here a little bit, where he had made love to Rachel. It was greater than his love for Leah. When the Lord saw that Leah was not loved, he enabled her to conceive, but Rachel remained childless. Leah became pregnant and gave birth to a son. She named him Reuben, for she said, "It is because the Lord has seen my misery. Surely my husband will love me now." Is Reuben... He has seen my misery. Okay. She conceived again, and when she gave birth to a son, she said, "Because the Lord heard that I am not loved, he gave me this one too." So she named him Simeon. Means one who hears. Okay. Again she conceived, and when she gave birth to a son, she said, "Now at last my husband will become attached to me, because I have borne him 3 sons." So he was named Levi. Attached. Alright. She conceived again, and when she gave birth to a son, she said, "This time I will praise the Lord." So she named him Judah, and there she stopped having children. Alright, Judah means praise. When Rachel saw that she was not bearing Jacob any children, she became jealous of her sister. So she said to Jacob, "Give me children or I'll die." Jacob became angry with her and said, "Am I in the place of God who has kept you from having children?" Then she said, "Here is Bilhah, my servant. Sleep with her so that I know she can bear children for me, and I too can build a family through her." So she gave him her servant Bilhah as a wife. Jacob slept with her, and she became pregnant and bore him a son. Then Rachel said, "God has vindicated me. He has listened to my plea and given me a son." Because of this, she named him Dan. He has vindicated. Oh, okay. Rachel's servant Bilhah conceived again and bore Jacob a second son. Then Rachel said, "I have had a great struggle with my sister, and I have won." So she named him Naphtali. When Leah saw that she had stopped having children, she took her servant Zilpah and gave her to Jacob as a wife. Leah's servant Zilpah bore Jacob a son, and Leah said, "What a good fortune." So she named him Gad. Leah's servant Zilpah bore Jacob a second son. Then Leah said, "How happy I am. The women will call me happy." So she named him Asher. During wheat harvest, Reuben went out into the fields and found some mandrake plants, which he had brought with his mother Leah. Rachel said to Leah, "Please give me some of your son's mandrakes." But she said to her, "Wasn't it enough that you took away my husband? Will you take my son's mandrakes as well?" "Very well," said Rachel. "He can sleep with you tonight in return for your son's mandrakes." So when Jacob came in from the fields that evening, Leah went out to meet him. "You must sleep with me," she said. I have hired you with my son's mandrakes." So he slept with her that night. God listened to Leah, and she became pregnant and bore Jacob a 5th son. Then Leah said, "God has rewarded me for giving my servant to my husband." So she named him Issachar, which means reward. Sorry, boys. My bad. Leah conceived again and bore Jacob a 6th son. And then Leah said, "God has presented me with a precious gift. This time my son will treat me with honor because I have borne him. This time my husband will treat me with honor because I have borne him 6 sons." So she named him Zebulun, which means honor. Sometime later, she gave birth to a daughter and named her Dinah. After God remembered Rachel, he listened to her and enabled her to conceive. She became pregnant and gave birth to a son and said, "God has taken away my disgrace." She named him Joseph, and "May the Lord add to me another son." After Rachel gave birth to Joseph, Jacob said to Laban, "Send me on my way so I can go back to my own homeland. Give me my wives and children for whom I have served you, and I will be on my way." "You know how much work I've done for you." But Laban said to him, "I have found favor in your eyes. Please stay. I have learned by divination that the Lord has blessed me because of you." he added. "Name your wages, and I will pay them." Jacob said to him, "You know how I have worked for you, and how your livestock has fared under my care. The little you had before I came has increased greatly, and the Lord has blessed you wherever I have been. But now, when may I do something for my own household?" "What shall I give you?" he asked. "Don't give me anything," Jacob replied, "but if you will do this one thing for me, I will go on tending your flocks and watching over them. Let me go through your flocks today and remove from them every speckled or spotted sheep." I don't know why I'm yawning so much. Holy, I'm sorry, guys. Every dark-colored lamb and every spotted or speckled goat. They will be my wages, and my honesty will testify for me in the future. Whenever you check on the wages you have paid me. Any goat in my possession is that is not speckled or spotted, any lamb that is not dark-colored will be considered stolen. "Agreed," said Laban. "Let it be as you have said." The same day he removed all the male goats that were streaked and spotted, and all the speckled or spotted female goats, and all the dark-colored lambs, and placed them in the care of his sons. Then he put a 3-day journey between himself and Jacob, while Jacob continued to tend to the rest of Laban's flock. Jacob, however, took fresh-cut branches from poplar, almond, and plane trees, and made white stripes in them by peeling the bark and exposing the white inner wood of the branches. Then he placed the peeled branches in all the watering troughs, so that they would be directly in front of the flocks when they came to drink. They made it in front of the branches. Oh, sorry. When the flocks were in heat and came to drink, they made it in front of the branches, And they bore young that were streaked or speckled or spotted. Jacob set apart the young of the flock by themselves, but made the rest face of the streaked and the colored animals that belonged to Laban. Thus he made separate flocks for himself, and did not put them with Laban's animals. Whenever the stronger females were in heat, Jacob would place the branches in the troughs in front of the animals, so they would mate near the branches. But if the animals were weak, he would not place them there. So the weak animals went to Laban, and the strong ones to Jacob. In this way, the man grew exceedingly prosperous, and came to own large flocks and female and male servants and camels and donkeys. So he's a little sneaker, man. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Sound good to me.
You guys are duking it out in chat right now.
Hey, what I said in there is no. The topic of discussion is move on, so let lower class move on so he can read.
Hey, that's perfectly fine, man. No, guys, please, if you want to hash it out in chat, that's cool.
Yeah. I know it's like hard when you get bogged down in a discussion. I wasn't even trying to be mean to the guys. I was just like, it's let him run his panel.
Good,
let him run his panel, man. He wants to move on. I can see it in his face.
So, I think I'm gonna stop here.
Okay.
I don't know why. I am incredibly exhausted right now.
I hear that, man. You just don't love Jesus enough, I guess. I'm just kidding. That was a joke. That was a bad joke. That was a bad joke. I'm sorry.
Definitely, that must be what it is. No,
you'd only spent 4.5 hours here, bro. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Okay, so
dude, Dub, thanks for coming in, man. For real, you're always welcome in, bro.
if you're gonna stop, then because I see whatever was listed in the back chat. Okay, so I mean, if we want to get into a topic, like,
oh my god.
No. I'm not stopping because of that. I promise you, bro. It really is because I'm tired.
Yeah, he's over here yawning like crazy.
No, I know that. No, I know that. I thought you were just going to stop reading. So then, if you're going to stop reading, give it another 5 minutes. We'll see what happens.
Oh yeah, dude. If you guys want to have a little post Bible study,
there we go.
Debate, yeah. I'm totally up with that, man.
All right, let's make some toast.
All right, let's do it, dude. I'll go ahead and cam down and mute. Just try to keep it like a good back and forth, boys. You know what I mean? Let's let everyone hear each side's arguments.
Sure. Yeah.
Sure.
Awesome. Yeah. Cool, man.
All right. So Thank you. So in the Old Testament was actually Solomon not warned that he should not be going after multiple wives because that would be dangerous, and he would end up getting a wife from outside of the clan he was supposed to get, and that would be treacherous to him.
Yeah, he was referring to outside of what God ordered him to look for, right? Because he went outside of
Right.
he went against God's will, right? But this
Yeah,
is Solomon, man. He had 700 concubines,
I know that.
so it's not really the best reference point for who to listen to here, because he said one thing and did another.
Well, it's because ultimately what happened, he went after Bathsheba, right? So
Yeah.
in that case, it's a 2 Samuel 12:10, pretty much, which is a good place to go if you want to go down if you want to just not concede to the argument, but you want to go down a rabbit hole. I'll take you down one right now.
Go for it.
Okay, so 2 Samuel 12:10. You should pull it up and read it or whatever. I don't have it in front of me right now, else I would read it myself.
I'm
I'm
driving,
actually
brother. I actually pulled
Oh,
those out of my
okay.
notes that I have saved in my phone. I couldn't Google them.
Very good, very good. I'll read it right now. I'm going back towards where I can get to the spot where I can read it anyway, so good enough. And actually, it turned out to be a good thing, to be honest, but I guess God takes some of the bad and turns it into the good. So,
Hey, lower
we'll
class, did you
find
read what I
out.
typed in the chat? There you go.
Hold up. Oh, you went with 2 Samuel 12:8. Okay, hold on there. Let's see. I want to see what you think that means. 2 Samuel 12:8. I also gave you your master's house and your master's wives into your care, and I gave you the house of Israel and Judah, and if that had been too little, I would have added you to many more things like these. Okay, that's what you listed. I listed verse 10, 2 Samuel 12:10. Now therefore the sword shall never depart from your house, because you have despised me and have taken the wife of Uriah the Hittite as your wife. And he did that by stealing basically somebody else's wife. Because
Right.
that's what happens. When you have multiple wives, you tend to want whatever you want. And that's a problem. Now, I'm not going to take that against David because God didn't. And so there's a reason for that.
Well,
And
David stole somebody else's wife. That's not okay.
oh, well,
And
I
he
mean,
sent him
why
out
not?
to the
Who
front
cares?
lines of war. He sent him out to the front lines of war. That's not the same. That's adultery. That's not having multiple wives.
Yeah, but that's where multiple wives leads you. You get to look at whatever you want to, and then try to get whatever you want, kind of thing. That's kind of what the moral.
I disagree with that, because it's saying that one thing automatically leads to another. It's almost the same argument as that guns, being able to have the right to own guns, could lead to you hurting someone. That's not.
No,
One thing
no.
doesn't automatically lead to another.
Well, what I want to. Okay, we'll address that. Let's address that. So it's me saying that. Would you not agree that if you have multiple wives, you kind of feel like you can get any chick? It doesn't matter whose chick it is. Maybe they're single. Maybe there's somebody else has them. It doesn't matter.
100% disagree. 100%.
The gun theory doesn't make any sense as a comparison.
Okay.
It really doesn't.
Well, let's for argument's sake say that you have expectations to have 3 wives. What if someone has 3 wives? Does that automatically mean they want a 4th and 5th and a 6th? That's not realistic. That's like saying that the whole reason for someone doing that would be from the standpoint of like they were all motivated by lust instead of motivated by building a kingdom or some kind of something badass. If it's motivated by lust, you shouldn't even get married. You shouldn't even try investing in these women. You should just sleep around.
Okay, so here, why stop at 3? And whose kingdom are you trying to build? Yours? Or, and that's kind of rough. I shouldn't have said that, but whatever.
I mean, I'm gonna do what I want to do.
Yeah, you are. And so
It's as
there we
simple as
have it.
that.
Yeah, I know. So it doesn't matter, regardless of what you read, you're going to do what you want to do. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
All right. So what's the point?
For you or for me?
For you, bro.
For me, the point is to have a lot of children really fast.
Yeah, and point me to one verse in the New Testament that's telling you that. It says furthermore that if you even look at a woman with lust in your mind, that you have committed adultery. So the rules got harsher, bro. So if you're
Well, that
saying
is
that,
true.
just
See, if you
wait a second.
do,
Yeah, wait a second. Let me finish my point, and then you can get to it. But so if he says that he didn't come to abolish the laws or anything like that. So it seems like he just made them stricter, yeah?
I mean, I don't think that that's the point. It says he came to fulfill the law.
Right? What is the law, though? Is the law just the parts that tell you don't mar the edges of your beard? No, the law is the entire book. The law is actually
Yeah.
when it says something like, we'll go with like a Malachi 5:2, I think it is. Here, let me find it. But a
Let me ask you,
Malachi
do you
5:2.
think Jesus ate shrimp or pork?
No, I don't know.
Then he fulfilled the law by abstaining from those foods.
That is correct. Yes, he did. And why did he do that? So that his righteousness, it's Micah 5:2, I'm sorry. So that when people are attributed his righteousness, just us common folk that are human and mess up all the time, when we mess up and we believe in him, we are attributed his righteousness, which includes every single thing that is written in the Bible. That means he fulfilled it. We believe in him. We fulfilled everything at that point because we believe in him. That's
Sure.
So yeah. Does that make sense?
Well, let me ask you something. Do you think, or can you come up with a Bible verse that strictly says, like, out loud without reasonable doubt, that having multiple wives is against God or against God's rules, right? Do you have anything?
Yeah, I thought I mentioned one beforehand. Anyways, so Micah 5:2, let me get to that real quick. It says, but for you, as for you,
You said you thought you mentioned it beforehand.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. I'll get
I
to
just
it.
want that one question answered. Can you point to any verse that explicitly says?
Hold on, buddy. I get it, bro. I get it. Trust me, I will get to it. I just want to point out the fact that the law is the law, and that means the law is the entire Old Testament. So, but as for you, Bethlehem, Ephrathah, too little to be among the clans of Judah, from you one will go forth from me to be the ruler in Israel. So that's talking about Christ. Okay?
Yeah.
His going forth are from long ago, from the days of eternity. That is also the law. That means God dictated it. He said it. This is how it's going to be. That is law. It's not just talking about, well, this is the law of pork or something. It's just the whole thing is law. All of it. Okay, so your question was that you wanted to see something specifically where it says one man and one woman, right?
Yes, that is something. Well, one man and one woman. There's a couple verses like that, but you look at like the Greek or Hebrew text, depending on where your reference, the New Testament or the Old Testament, it's saying that you should be married, that you shouldn't be a bachelor in a couple of them. But I would like to find something that explicitly says that a man should not take a second wife. Anything.
Okay. Okay. Let's start out here, though.
Even 90% close, I would be interested.
Oh well, I mean that's fine because what you brought up prior basically said something about a man should, if he's a leader of a church, should be the person who has one wife. That's what you said, right?
Yes. That's it. That was written by Paul.
Great. Okay. So is it saying, and you added actually, at least is what you said, at least one wife?
Sure. Yeah, you can even look. You can look up like kind of the original text with that verse too, if you'd like, if you want.
Right. So here's what the problem is, and then there are several. I know that you already know these verses, but I don't know why you keep arguing against them, because it's only to your own detriment. Now, um, with what is written, I said it before, basically about the angel thing. That wasn't the best example, but you can read like Matthew 19:4-6. That would be fine, because that was what I was referring to. Actually, what I really wanted to go to, because it's talking about one man and one wife, and furthermore, if a leader has to be married, specifically has to, was Christ married?
Well, it says the church was his bride, right?
Yeah.
But also on the Sabbath day, he was healing people. So I would say there were certain times where he definitely broke the rules.
No, he did not. He was accused of breaking the rules. He knew the rules better than the people who were trying to interpret them, though, because he is God and human at the same time. So you have
Oh,
humans
okay.
trying to interpret. So you have humans trying to interpret what he's doing and saying, you're doing it wrong. And he's like, no, I'm both man and God. I'm God in the form of man. So he took on the
Right.
form, and the other people are just interpreters, and they're less than he is, and they're going to say, you're working on the Sabbath. Oh, really? How can you tell me that I'm working on the Sabbath when I am the Lord of the Sabbath? You're going to try to tell me I'm breaking the rules? Oh, good luck with that. And then, oh, you say you're Son of God? That's where Son of God, though the meaning of Son of God comes from, because we can only get it from that one spot. It says, that's John 5:17-18. It says specifically, you say you're Son of God, which means you're equal with God, because of the way he's speaking, and that means we want to kill you. Okay, and then Luke 22:70, he also responds after he says, so are you the Son of God? He says, yes. He knows what the definition is, but he knows what the definition is to what they interpret it as, and they're incorrect, obviously, on both levels of the Sabbath breaking and what Son of God means. Because if they knew Son of God and they put that definition on there, would they really try to kill him? I don't think so. They didn't believe it, but they believed he was a sinner. You're breaking the Sabbath. We can clearly see that. And he's like, no, why? Because I went out and healed somebody on the Sabbath? Are you kidding me? I mean, that didn't even work.
Right. So Jesus led the church without being married as a bachelor. All right. And then, but where is it? Do you think he maybe forgot to mention that polygyny was against God's law, or do you think it's in there somewhere?
Okay, so if we go to,
maybe just left that out. Maybe Christ left that out.
Hold on. I mean, don't try to get too smart. Like, don't try to be smart about it. Come on, man. I know it's YouTube. I get it. I know it's YouTube, and everybody likes to jump to that. But Matthew 19 and 5. Go ahead.
All right, Matthew 19 and 5. Let's see here. I'm trying to. Eric, can you just post it up and read it or something? Go for it.
It doesn't matter. So I can't even see the screen on the person's channel anyways. But it says, I'll read the verse before that. And he answered and
see, if I exit out of here to read the Bible, it cuts my mic off. I think that's what you just did. Dub, I think we lost you, brother.
All right, am I back?
Yeah, Matthew 19:5 just posted in the chat.
Okay,
Yeah.
wait, hold on. So I don't know where you left off there. If you heard me read verse 4, I'll just restart it. And he answered and
Okay.
said, have you not read that he who created them from the beginning made them male and female, and said, for this reason a man shall leave his father and mother and be joined to his wife, and the two shall become one flesh. So they are no longer two, but one flesh. What therefore God has joined, let no one separate, no man separate.
Yeah.
So it's only referring to how many people there?
Well, it's referring to, it's referencing Genesis, Adam and Eve. You know, it's like, yeah.
So there's supposed to be just one man and one woman.
Well, if that would be your only example, then certainly. But there are 44, I believe, 44 main characters in the Bible that have multiple wives. And not once is it pointed out that those people were breaking God's law. In fact, it's so common, it's almost normal. If you read
No,
the
that's
Bible,
not
you know?
true. That is not true. We can roll. We'll go ahead and let's roll back to 2 Samuel 12:10, and then we'll see. Now, this is an interesting case because with David in particular, it's a very interesting case because 2 Samuel 12:11 says. Then, thus says the Lord, because behold, I will raise up evil against you from your own household. I will even take your wives before you and give them to another companion, and he will lie with your wives in broad daylight. Keep on going. Sorry, it was 10 that I really want to leave to read. Now, therefore, the sword shall never depart from your house, because you have despised me and have taken the wife of Uriah the Hittite to be your wife. So, what is the punishment for something like that? If people really want to believe in the law, what should have happened to David?
Well, he married, he cheated or made a woman cheat.
What
and also
should have
went out
happened
of his
to him?
tribe. It also
What
went out
should
of his
have
tribe.
Okay, but what should have happened to him then? According to the law.
It doesn't matter what should have happened. That he cheated. He put a man to death, sent him off to war. That's
Okay, I will
that's
tell you.
clearly not what I'm advocating for.
I will tell you what should have happened to David, but it doesn't matter to me because God will have compassion on whoever he wants to, but David should have been put to death. Okay? You understand?
Sure.
Those
But that's not what I'm advocating for. I'm not advocating that you should take someone else's wife. That's not okay.
Okay, so well, what if I'm poor and you just took my wife because we were about to be married? All of a sudden, you saw her and you swept her away from me because you took her with all your money.
That's not what I'm advocating for at all.
Well, I'm giving you an example, though. That's a fair example.
How does that example compare? That's not proving that polygyny is unlawful. That's proving that you shouldn't take someone else's wife.
So what you're trying to do here is you're trying to go strictly by the law, bro. And I'm telling you that if you look at somebody else, then you've already committed adultery in your own eyes anyway.
If you lust after them, if you have control over your mind, you don't lust. You don't care.
Okay, sir. Tell me what you were doing if you were only looking at some chick and seeing her beauty. And you didn't know anything about her, but I'm telling you, that's my fiance. We were about to get married tomorrow, and you just took her away from me.
I can't. I don't understand where this is going.
What are you talking about? You understand exactly what I'm saying. That's going to be that's my fiance. That's my fiance. We are in Las Vegas. You have a ton of money. You just looked across the room at her and you swept her away, and she was like having a good time. And whatever, no big deal.
That wouldn't happen. I wouldn't. I'm not trying to take someone else's wife.
Yeah, you would be actually.
That wouldn't happen. I would never do that. I tell you point blank. Period. I don't go after that. Nope.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's all about the definitions that are in your head then, because I'm sure that you You understand?
I'm
what
not
I'm
even
saying.
going to play that one out. That doesn't pique my interest. I wouldn't be interested in a woman that was with a man, whether they were engaged, boyfriend, girlfriend. I don't care. I wouldn't be interested.
Oh my ass! I think that's a complete lie, but whatever.
You can think whatever you want, brother. However
right,
you
but I'm
wish
just
to perceive me, you can.
You know what? I will perceive you that way because I think that that's the truth. You
All right,
never
brother.
look at a woman with lust, bro.
I never said that.
Okay, so what are we talking about?
I defined what you were pointing out.
And
You said if you so much as you said if you so much as look at a woman and lust after her, you. Go ahead.
I just defined what it actually is, and you admit that you do it. So what's the problem here?
I didn't say whether I did or didn't. Who cares?
Oh, really? So you don't?
You're trying to say that equates to a man trying to steal another woman that is engaged, married, boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever. You're trying to act like those are the same thing.
Well, I'm not trying to act like anything. I'm just pointing out facts, man. People
You're saying they're the same thing, right?
People lust after things and people all the time. That's what they do. You're saying you don't, and I'm like, oh, okay, really? So if you have a wife, why would you ever go look? If you have a wife, here's my question, honest question. If you have a wife, why would you ever go looking at another woman ever?
I've been in relationships like that before where I take a girl out to dinner and all she wants me to do is look at the ground, and she got jealous because the waitress was pretty and she became envious and ruined the whole dinner.
No, but
I'm not playing that.
I just asked you a direct question, but you didn't answer it. So if you have a wife, why would you ever look at another woman? But you're not answering the question.
Why would I look at another woman? Because they're talking to me.
Oh, okay. And
cares?
We're not talking about just you looking at them, bro. Come on, be real.
Who cares?
Who cares? Not me, bro. I guess I do because, saving souls is good, but you just, however, don't want to get off your apparent throne where you can have whatever you want.
All right.
Yep. But as far as 2 Samuel 12:10 is concerned, I think that directly points towards Mary's genealogy. You can go to Jeremiah 31, 21, 22. I believe the first verse there is talking about Joseph's genealogy listed in Matthew. The second verse there, so that would be Jeremiah 31, 22, would be talking about Luke 3, 23. And it says right there, Mary, who's the supposed father, Joseph, the supposed father of Jesus. So at least it says supposed. It's Mary's genealogy. The other one's the other one. And Jeremiah 31, 21, 22. I'm not afraid to say that I think that is a Old Testament example of what can be pointed to in terms of genealogy, but that's just me. Or maybe some other people see it too, but that's fine. What do you think about that?
I don't know what that has to do with the conversation.
Bro, the conversation's over. You already said you're going to do what you want to do. I mean, how can anyone argue with that?
You haven't presented a compelling enough argument as to why polygyny is bad. You referenced the woman that David cheated with and used that as a reference point for why it's bad. That's not really a good one. You've pointed to a genealogy, and you've also assumed that, oh yeah, if you see somebody else out in public and the girl's pretty and she's with a man, that means that you would take her. That's not, because you have more money. That's not a good reference point either.
It definitely is, man. If you think that you have enough money and you can get whatever you want, then you will. That's a fact, and David is an example of that. However, I'm not going to hold it against him because God didn't. But that's just how it goes.
Whatever, brother. Hey, if that's how you want to view the world, man, that sucks.
Well, but it doesn't suck, bro. It's just trying to read it as it is written and trying to live by it.
That's not always how everything always is.
What are you talking about?
Just because I've met people before that had money, and they're not out trying to steal people. That's not.
Yeah, I don't believe that kind of at all, bro. I only heard you kind of like it came in and out, but yeah, everyone's looking to get the up and comings on everyone else's shit. Excuse my language
Nah, that's
again, but
bullshit, dude.
if you got more money, you can get whatever you want in this world, and that's what it's all about.
That's a very cynical way of looking at the world.
Oh, maybe through a poor person's eyes, I suppose so. But how can I look at it any other way? Tell me.
I don't know, man.
All right, so look here. Well, let's read this. Ephesians 5:22. Wives, be subject to your own husbands as to the Lord. So is that saying that wives have multiple husbands? No, it's not.
No,
All
it's
right,
talking to
no.
wives as the
All
women
right.
in the church, or it could be women that have one husband. It
A
doesn't matter.
husband, yeah.
It's just telling them how to act.
Yeah. See, the problem is some people will read that like, oh, Hebrew Israelites, for example, beautiful case because they can read anything they want and claim that that's a black person. Oh, it makes me go like Jeremiah 2. Let me see if I can pull that up real quick and show you just how ridiculous some people are. Jeremiah, I think it's 2 like 14 or something. Let's see. 2. Oh, is it Jeremiah 2? No, it's maybe Jeremiah 16. No, probably not. Anyways, let's see. Oh, there it is. Jeremiah 14:2. Judah mourns and her gates languish. They sit on the ground in mourning, and the cry of Jerusalem has ascended. Where does it say they are black? Oh, well, it's probably because I wasn't reading the correct version that they read. Because I think it's probably the KJV that says they sit on the ground and they are black. Oh, so does it mean their actually skin color is black or they're mourning? Go figure. I don't know. Somebody can't read, apparently. Same idea here.
Okay.
That's all there is, bro. You haven't shown me anything that says that it's okay. You've shown me.
You don't have to show it's okay. If it was so bad, Jesus would have pointed it out. If it was so bad, there'd be at least one Bible verse that says, "Man, only have one wife." Explicitly, it would have said that. It's not like something was left out of the Bible. Nothing was left out.
I just showed you 2 verses that at least cause for a reasonable doubt towards my favor. Now, I'm not seeing yours, though. Where are yours? Just because the Old Testament...
You haven't shown me 2 verses.
Yeah, I did. I showed you... Bro, I just showed you... I just showed you Matthew 19:4-6, yeah? Did I not just show you that?
Matthew 19:4-6.
I just showed you that. And I showed you Ephesians 5:22-33, whatever. You can go there if you want to. And then I told you beforehand, it says, when Jesus is asked about who is married to the wife who the multiple brothers have had to take that wife because his other brothers died. And he says, you don't understand what marriage even is. Because they'll be like the angels in heaven.
That's talking about a woman. That's completely different.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. So if you can tell me what the meaning is of the angels in heaven when compared to marriage, then I can listen to you. But can you explain that? Because I think that's just 1 and 1. That's all it is.
You're asking me to make your point for you. I'm not going to do that.
I know you're not, but the problem is because we have an earthly definition of marriage, and that means that when somebody dies, then they can remarry. Guess what? In the resurrection, you don't die again, bro. You're married to one person, and that's it. Game over. You don't die. So our version of marriage here is an understanding that someone can die and then get remarried. In the resurrection, you don't die. So your understanding of the word marriage is not the same. You understand? That makes sense.
I can see your point. I can
Thank
see
you.
that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
We might have different understandings of the word marriage. Sure.
That's fine. Yeah. Okay. All right. Good enough. I don't need to. I'm not trying to like shove it in anyone's face or anything. I'm just saying like this is how I'm seeing it. And in the resurrection, they asked him in the resurrection what's happening, and it's like, well, guess what? The word marriage doesn't mean what it means here. It means that you're never gonna die. So whoever you're married to, it's game over. You know what I'm saying? Like, and you say that
Yeah.
you see it. I'm not trying to bombard you, bro.
Do you?
I'm just trying to
No,
say-
you're fine. No, it's completely fine. I
Okay.
have a question. I'm curious your opinion on. Do you
Go
think
ahead.
that marriage requires you to go get a certificate from the state, or go get a marriage license with the state, or do you think that marriage is between you, woman, and God? Do you think
I
it
think it's
requires
both.
a certificate?
It's both. Both.
Okay.
Why would you you think otherwise? I think you do.
I don't think it should involve the state.
Ooh, because you
Absolutely
cheat
not.
Caesar. That's why you cheat Caesar.
It shouldn't involve the state.
You cheat Caesar. You understand what I'm saying?
I do.
Okay, so respect the land of the law, or else you're actually going against what the Bible says. It says wherever you go, obey the land of the law. You're not doing that. That's anti-biblical. You understand?
Yeah, it says to obey the law of the land, correct.
Go move somewhere else. Go move somewhere else then. Because if you're in
Yeah.
America, you're cheating already. Both sides.
Well, look, hey, if you want to go get a marriage certificate whenever you find the woman that you want to marry, and you want to run
Yeah,
your
polygyny or
odds with
polygamy
that,
is not allowed in the United States, bro. It's not allowed here. You're not allowed to do
yeah,
that. So you're cheating
yeah,
not only the law of this land, but the Bible says to obey the law of the land. So you're cheating both Caesar, if you want to put it that way, and
you're right.
God.
Assuming I stayed in America,
Okay.
yeah, it would definitely be against the law here.
So you're proving what I'm saying to be correct, at least in
I
America.
never said I'd stay in America long term, and I don't really care. I don't really know. I don't know what
Doesn't matter, bro.
long term.
If you're willing to consider it and run from being an American just to have an extra wife, you'd have to start questioning whether what you're believing is
It's not
correct
just
or
to have
not.
an extra wife, brother. The Empire
Whatever.
of America is on the decline. It's going down, bro.
Isn't it a great example of how we can apply the principles that we're trying to apply?
I mean, if that's what you want to do, I mean, whatever.
Whatever.
I don't think America is gonna. I don't know if it's gonna make great strides long term.
Make
I'm not
America
really-
polygamous again.
I mean, that's what they went to Utah for, right? But hey, you know what? The American population is collapsing. We got like 1.2 kids per for every person here. You got to be at 1.7 to have a replication in the population to uphold your Social Security and your retirement, and keep the stock market going up so people can continue to retire. So long term, I don't really think America is going to be the best place to retire. Do y'all have any opinion on that? All right, y'all have a good one, I guess.
I guess that was the end of the debate. Lower class, you.
I guess so. Lower
Oh
class, you
no!
still here?
Hold up! My phone went off again. Ah, I see what happened. I was trying to respond the whole time. I didn't realize you couldn't hear me.
Hey,
All right,
Jess. Hey, big girls need love too now.
So you were talking about the decline of the population in the United States, and I was
Yeah, we're
trying
on the
to
decline.
I was mentioning the fact that abortion is a huge part of that. So now, do you agree
100%.
with abortion? Do you agree with abortion?
No.
Okay,
No.
so there's the problem. America is becoming more godly. Then you agree with me?
Yeah, for sure.
Well, then there we go. I mean, but that's not. It has
But I
nothing to
mean,
do
the
with.
majority of abortions are done by minorities anyway. So I mean,
Whoa, that's
regardless
racist.
of what happens, the future of America is not Anglo-Saxon America. It's not going to be It's not going to be America anymore. It's going to be very different.
Well, I mean that's debatable, but what's not debatable?
Statistically, it's
I don't think anyone's going to step to the table and say that plenty of white people who claim to be Christian, uh, they still agree with abortion, and that's a problem because they're allowing themselves to get sucked into this deception, which says go do whatever you want to prior to marriage, and it's okay, but they just don't know
yeah,
any better. That's the problem.
yeah, I agree.
They're not being taught well enough, obviously. I mean, but it is what it is. That's how we live. That's the culture that we're living in.
Yeah, yeah, we're on the
And
down.
The Bible speaks about it. Says that godlessness will become like rampant, pretty much, right? So it agrees with what the Bible says too.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
we're
it's
on
a
the
sad
decline.
state of affairs. It's a sad state of affairs we live in, unfortunately. But we also have people who I believe polygyny or whatever it's called is wrong, and this
I don't know,
person
man. I
says it's
think if it was
right.
done right, it could save America's population decline if enough men did
Who
it.
cares about America's population decline when the ones that are going to be born to you will eventually be tricked anyways into thinking that they should have allowed their man to have multiple wives, and the only thing is to procreate and forget about your beliefs because we can read it and it says I brought up a couple of verses to defend myself. The other guy said, "Yeah, I mean that brings some doubt into my mind." So then, beyond reasonable doubt is the only thing your conviction is, like on earth, if you're going to go to possibly go to jail. So, but he said it's reasonable to think the way you're thinking. So now he needs to show me a verse that's ironclad and says, okay,
I'd go to
polygyny or
jail to
whatever.
save the human race from decline, for sure.
You would?
Yeah, dude.
Why?
To save the human race from going extinct in America,
Jesus
at least.
already did that, bro.
Hey,
So
dude,
if
I'll
you
do it
understand
again.
what he's
I'll be
saying.
Jesus part 2.
Oh wow! See, then you go and blast me like that. That's not cool, bro. Don't do that. Come on, man. Come on. It just retracts your whole like argument. Like,
Hey, bro, that's all
what you
good.
said means nothing. Yeah. Right. YouTube.
All right, well, I enjoyed hanging out with all of y'all.
Yeah, it was fun.
I
But
enjoyed it as well.
just try not to bring your 2 wives next time.
Yeah. There you go.
Hey, maybe someday in the future I'll be bringing me and 2 women on the panel. Who knows?
Go for
Hang
it.
in there, Dub. You might get to see it in real time.
Avery, I prefer that I don't, but I think you have a very interesting and twisted way of reading scripture, but That's my opinion, brother.
Hey, yeah, I hear
You'll
you.
read it the way that you want to, and I'll read it the way that I think I'm taught. So it's fine.
Yeah, I was raised in the church, and I totally, completely understand where you're coming from.
Which church were you raised in?
I was raised Southern Baptist.
So Southern Baptist, they agree with polygyny or whatever it's called?
No, no, no. They are the strictest church ever. No alcohol, no music other than Christian music. All women wear dresses. Very, very strict. Like
Wow, that's interesting.
Alabama.
All right, I like this point right here. Let's go ahead and read this. Dude is so desperate. I'm the man, so cringe, and just letting you know that is not attractive to women. You have to actually be the man.
And who are they? What are they talking to? Who are they talking
You. Yeah, I get it. They're not very fond of your approach to thinking of yourself as worthy of having two wives, or thinking that two wives should be there to make you happy.
to? No, that's okay. I didn't say that I would that expectation is to do it to be happy. I don't think that that's
All right.
necessarily my
Well,
motivation.
I'm not willing to like listen to those kind of comments. However, if somebody wants to say that you cannot drink any alcohol, period, that sounds like a Mormon belief. 1 Timothy 5:23. Stop drinking only water and use a little wine instead. ... So
Hey, I
it is
didn't say
saying
that.
it's
I didn't say the
absolutely-
Southern Baptist was right. I don't really care.
All right. Oh, well, Avery, you don't care. Why are you on here, man?
Lower class invited me.
Oh, cool. All right. Whatever.
Maybe to be a contrarian and get you all riled up. I don't know.
You didn't get me riled up at all, bro.
All right. Hey, do I have any other hate comments?
That wasn't a hate
Gotta be
comment.
at
She
least-
doesn't like your argument.
That's okay. All I got was one.
Yeah, no. She was just saying that. That's all. There wasn't a bunch of people
that
saying a bunch of
sucks.
bad shit. Yeah, I mean, again, this isn't supposed to be like a. I'm the person who is a contrarian by nature. I can argue both sides no matter what I believe in. It doesn't matter to me one way or the other. So you're not going to trigger me by anything. I would say that in all earnesty, that's a very tough topic to debate, and no matter what you do, it's always going to come down with what people believe and what truth they're choosing is true. So unfortunately, there's no way to really declare a winner unless you talk about semantics and from an argument standpoint. And if I had to say who won based on the semantical argument, it would unfortunately be the polygamy or whatever. What's the male one? I don't know. That one, as far as the argument goes, but there is no right answer, and that's what you guys were arguing. That's my problem with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, most men can't do it. Yeah, think they can, and then when they try to do it, no, that's true. I know a lot of men. I've been in this situation myself with two women, and I'm telling you that like it's easy to act like it should be true or should happen. The problem is when you put it into practice, it doesn't work. Someone's going to be left out of something some of the time, and it's going to happen enough where it's going to actually become a problem in either one of the relationships or both of the relationships. Now, sure, you can argue that the religion itself is there to keep the relationship intact by the idea of marriage has no divorce option. The problem is you're not making those women happy or fulfilling those women's happiness. So you could make an argument saying that doesn't matter to you. That just makes you a shitty man. That's really kind of the logic track that Jess is going down with this, and it's completely sound. That's the only reason she's mentioning it, because no matter what you do as a man, if you start talking about multiple wives, you sound disgusting because you're already not really equipped to provide the needs for more than one woman. In practice, I'm speaking.
Let me jump in there and add to that, because if you read Genesis 3:15, okay, and then let's try to apply how a woman would even have a seed. Okay, the Old Testament predominantly is a patriarchal listing. So son of whoever, son of whoever, son of whoever, son of whoever, it's all the males. Now there are a couple females in there. However, it switches when Mary comes into the picture. That's the Luke 3:23 picture. That's the maternal. It switches over there, and it shows you Joseph too in Matthew and in Matthew 1:1. So again, there's this switch that takes place, but see, the males still think that, oh, I get all the wives, I get this and that, because the Old Testament says I can do it. But where in the New Testament does it say that?
I don't see anything in the New Testament saying it's wrong.
I already gave you verses in the New Testament that say to the contrary. So
all right, man. If those are your reference points, hey, I've read through all of this, man. If you just Google, does the Bible disagree with polygyny? No one has found anything explicit. There is an unbelievable amount of articles saying, well, it's not explicitly against the Bible.
So the problem is that you think you can treat your wife however you want to, and if she wants to divorce, that's her problem.
I never said that.
It's an entailment of your logic.
No. My intention, if I had the perfect world, perfect setup, is then once I have everything set up, a farm, some house that's pretty nice. Once I have everything nice and squared away, then I would go out in the world and be looking. But until then, I'm not looking.
Tell me why you would need multiple wives if the one wife was all the things that you wanted.
Well, you could have 2 kids a year, and I could also work full time, like trucking or whatever I'm doing, if I'm doing something different at that point, and they could take care of each other. You know.
Oh, but in any way, here's the problem: is in any way, are you not giving the attention that the wife that you have, you know, she's everything that you want. Now you have another wife, you're going to be giving her less attention. So you know you're in the wrong already. That's what the one you wanted. He's the one you wanted.
I mean, dude. If I had one wife right now, and I hadn't found a way to break away from trucking, they wouldn't get the attention they want.
Hey, Jess, I got a question. I agree with you, by the way. I don't know if you got that by what I've said, but can you please explain to me how saying that you believe that a man should be allowed to marry 2 women or multiple women makes him a male feminist? I think maybe, unless you're talking about someone in chat, I'm trying to figure out where the male feminist comes in. Just curious. It's hard to read everything you guys are saying. I'm just trying to follow it and try to bring some of it in, because at least having a woman's input in a discussion like this, in my opinion, is valuable. The entitlement is feminist. How? Man gets what he wants. How is that? The man wants this. He gets this. How is that feminist? It would be inherently feminist if you were to argue the point that I said earlier, which is you have to make them both happy. But if you're going to treat them like shit, then why is that feminist?
No one should be treating anybody like shit.
No, I'm not. This is me. This is my argument. This isn't yours, Avery. Because she said that it's entitlement. The entitlement of you being a man that says that they want to be able to marry multiple women is feminist, and I'm trying to figure out why.
Well, the countries that this is most common in are the furthest from feminist.
Yeah,
most
like
of these countries where it's common, the women don't have a driver's license.
Muslim countries. So you agree with those countries? Are you kidding me? What does that have anything to do with it? Your beliefs are.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of the things they do over there. They have a better economic system. They don't have taxes that when you transfer stuff over, you don't get a wealth tax. They have a lot of more liberties in some of those countries, and they're safer. You know,
yeah,
Saudi Arabia.
most of their spots are shitholes, and you know it.
No, they're not, man.
Yeah, they are.
I'm not particularly well traveled, but I have some friends that are. I mean, if you believe what you see in the mainstream news.
But what you know is the rich of the rich. congratulations, bro. Have you ever visited like the areas around the rich people? Do you ever venture out beyond their little circle? Probably not. So, what experience do you
Uh,
really have?
yeah. One of my buddies, he's a truck driver, and he spends 6 months at a time over in that region. Yeah, he works for 6 months here in the States and hauls airplane parts, and he parks his truck at a warehouse and goes spend 6 months over there.
Okay, we can go here. Let's go here. So,
He's not particularly rich. He makes like 150,000 a year. That's it.
right. Oh, 150. That's not rich. Okay, whatever.
You're saying
all
is
airplane
feminist?
parts,
Okay,
dude.
hold on. I need to figure this out. You just now said, Jess, and again, I don't understand what you're saying because what you've just now said is feminist is feminist. It is feminist because it is feminist. You're not actually telling me why it's feminist. It is not a natural entitlement for a man to say he wants two wives to be feminist unless you demonstrate that. That's an outlandish statement. You can believe that it's a feminist. I just don't understand. I'm not understand. You could be correct entirely. I'm just not understanding how because you're not demonstrating it for me. I'm not even asking you to I'm not arguing against you. I'm trying to figure out how it's feminist in nature.
Okay, so feminism would be.
The link is
like
at the top of chat.
Let me.
Are they gonna jump in here? Sweet.
Yeah, Jess is awesome. Jess, the link is at the top of chat, just like everywhere else, unless he got rid of it.
So
Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't even know if lower class is even still here. I haven't heard him talking forever.
unless I'm wrong about this. So let me try to attack it from Jess's point of view. It would be like a feminist would say, a man's supposed to take care of me in every single way imaginable. We could go out to any restaurant I want. It can cost $2,000 for one meal. These things, those things, and the other things, and multiple wives. You're saying.
But what is entitle? Okay, you're saying entitlement is a feminist concept. That's what you're saying. See, that's where I was trying to figure out what you're saying. Okay, I didn't know that's what you were saying. Yes, no, you're completely right. I thought you were saying that. No, Jess, you got to understand the way that read to me was that you were saying that the concept of having multiple wives is a feminist concept. Like the entitlement is that it's a feminist concept. That's what I thought you were saying.
It is a feminist concept.
Okay, I'm not arguing that. Okay, I was trying to figure out what she was saying. I couldn't understand it. Yeah, no, entitlement is a feminist concept. See, no, I'm not an idiot. I couldn't read what you were saying properly because I have these jackoffs over here arguing about whether they want 1 or 7. I'm over here trying to get actual answers so I can see concepts play out in reality.
I deserved it or anything. Who cares? I'm
not making that claim.
Yeah, no, I'm clarifying. Who knows, man?
I just think the unfortunate thing is we have things that are right in front of our face in black and white, and so many people can come up with whatever explanations they want for it instead of what it actually says. That's sad.
I figured I'd get a lot more hate. What the fuck?
No, you shouldn't get more hate. No, the whole point, me and lower class talk about this all the time. The entire purpose of what we're trying to do, like I'm going to be doing more with him as well, is we want to foster the argument. We don't want to foster the feelings behind the argument. I don't want someone coming in here to debate something and then getting pissed off because they believe in it. Now, I was listening to you guys argue for a while, and Dub, you could say that you weren't getting upset, but that was actually not true. I listened to it. You were starting to get a little emotional. Sorry, because you were actually passionate about it, okay? Because it's something that you truly believe in. The issue that I have when people argue topics that they believe is that they have a hard time separating how they feel from the topic. So I always say that there's a lot of different methods that you can go through to make sure that you kind of ground yourself when you're arguing them so that you don't start letting that feeling of what you believe get the better of you. Because the most important part are the arguments, not the feelings behind the arguments.
Okay. All right, so what I would say is that you're just gaslighting me because I was never at any point
heard. Okay, hey, I didn't realize that we had a feminist on the panel.
Yeah, his name's Avery.
No, his name is
What?
Dub. You just now
I'm
said
not
a
a
man is
feminist.
gaslighting you, you weak ass.
Hey, Dub. Hey, I want to say this to you, bro. Even
God,
though we completely disagree,
so much
I
smut, bro.
respect that you're willing to fervently,
Hey Jess, you know I don't get triggered. That didn't trigger me at all.
push
I
your
was trying to
case.
figure out what you were saying because I was trying to add it into the conversation to Avery
What you
because
just said
you were
didn't
going against Avery.
Hang on.
what you just said didn't trigger me at all, bro. And I'm sure I'm gonna get kicked in a few
Hey,
seconds because you
Dub.
apparently want to trigger me, but you can't.
Hey, Dub. I wanted to tell you though that I appreciate that you fervently uh pushed your case. You know what I mean? Like, you pulled up a lot of information. I appreciate it, man. I mean, you're very strong in your opinion. That's cool, man. I don't have a problem with that.
No weakness, guys. If you can't handle Jess and her words, you don't belong in a debate space.
Hell yeah.
I mean, that's my opinion.
Hey, Dub, what's your name? Let's see.
Dub.
Is that what you go by? Okay. Yeah, I had a good
Hey,
time.
if
Fuck.
you got anything else, if you got anything else you want to go after, I mean, let's discuss.
I just
bro.
want to know when I want to know what lower class is doing. Did he fall asleep while this debate was going on? Is that what happened? And it's just gonna stay live?
I'm like, what?
No, it sucks because I could have had Jess come up here and rattle off, and then she would have went off on you. But I can't get her in here because it's not like I have permissions or anything. So I'm like, damn. I wanted her to come in here and go off on you.
Drop her link.
We can talk about something else. You know what I'm saying? Like, no problem.
I mean, yeah. I wonder if you could pull her in. Let's see what. I'd be curious what she's got to say. She thinks I'm entitled. I never said I deserved anything.
Bro, but you still okay? Like, if you're not going to admit that you haven't pulled up a verse in the New Testament that says, you know, something towards what you're agreeing with, come on, bro. I don't know. You haven't done it.
I mean, there's nothing explicitly that says it's against the law, but that's your job to prove that it's against the law.
Okay, so then, but what you're doing is you're saying that you're going to hold by the standard of the law, and I already brought up Acts 15, verse 10, which is talking about circumcision, and says, and there's another spot that says that if you hold to circumcision, then Christ is nothing for you.
I could start dropping articles written by people that went through Bible college that say that there's nothing that explicitly says.
It doesn't matter what you want to. It doesn't matter what you want to bring somebody who went to Bible college up here. Then bring them, please. I'd love to talk to them.
You want me to drop the articles?
Yeah, please go ahead.
All right.
Are you saying that people in college know more than people who don't go to college? Because that's not a fact at this point. We all know that. Illegal immigrants cannot vote. They are illegal by definition. So it's period. End of report. Why are people on the streets protesting about illegal immigrants when by the very definition they are illegal? They have no rights here.
Oh, well, that sucks. You can only get you two on these YouTube bumbling idiots up here to debate. That's not fun.
Oh, you're a base tweaker.
No, it does kind of suck because like we could have had it at least where we had at least maybe one or two people come up if we needed to.
Could have probably gotten like 2 or 3 with this bait. You know, this bait right here is considered bait.
No, it's good bait. No, it's good bait. It's like the topic that I really want to actually have a formal debate with, and I'm trying to figure it out and see whether or not it's actually going to be something I'm going to do. Is I want to do a one-on-one on the topic. Just no mean no, and I'm arguing the negative.
The negative.
Yeah.
Dude,
Oh, really?
so here's what AI says right here. While the Bible does not explicitly
tell me more.
Let me finish.
All right.
While the Bible does not explicitly condemn polygamy in the Old Testament, it is widely interpreted as being against God's original design for marriage, which is monogamy, one man, one woman. Even though some prominent figures in the Old Testament had multiple wives, the Bible also highlights the negative consequences and complications that arise from this practice. Blah, blah, blah. Here's a more detailed book, Old Testament. Yeah.
But
So
here's
I
the
mean,
problem. Here's the problem. Here's the problem.
still
with that.
not
It's because
explicitly against God.
here's the problem because you just looked up today, and then
Creed.
tomorrow AI could say something different, and how would you know?
Oh,
Or how
actually,
would you
hold on.
remember if
That's
I
a
was
fair
there?
point. That's a fair point because the same thing is the same thing is in the question that you asked ChatGPT. I tested this by asking it 100 different ways about which religion is superior, which religion is correct, and almost every time it was dependent on what I asked. And I can almost guarantee if I chose the words correctly, I could guarantee what it would pick.
I
So
kept it simple. I said it's polygamy against the
that's the
biblical design.
that's yeah. See, that's no. If you don't make your question semantically perfect, then what I'm telling you is you could still find a million different ways to get different answers with that question.
But
That's what I'm saying.
it wouldn't matter either way because whoever it's called artificial intelligence for a reason. Somebody is the person in charge of this stuff.
No,
So
hold on. Artificial intelligence. Do you know how artificial intelligence like how it learns something? Do you know how that works?
Bro, do you know who owns it?
I'm asking a question. I'm not talking about the creators. They are irrelevant to this point. I'm asking you a simple
No,
question. Do you know how
right.
the AI learns information so that it can regurgitate it to you?
Yeah, whoever's in charge of it, whoever has the most money,
Wrong,
and
wrong, wrong,
wait a
wrong, wrong,
second,
wrong,
wait a
wrong, wrong,
second,
wrong, wrong, wrong.
So let me give my whole theory on it, which will take me about 20 seconds, if that. So whoever's in charge of it, meaning they own it because they're severely rich, they could change the answer tomorrow, and you wouldn't even know. And then, but unless you looked it up tomorrow and you're like, "Whoa, it says polygamy isn't okay,"
So
or
we're gonna
whatever.
argue whataboutisms now?
It's not what aboutisms meant. Those are facts.
No, those aren't facts. Those are not. What you just now said is an opinion and from a biased source. There is absolutely no fact based on what you just said.
Hey, when I searched this, right, with AI, it gave me a bunch of reference articles and
Yep.
where it gathered its data.
Exactly. So when you use AI, what AI is doing is it's taking the collective works of all human beings from around the world and it's applying it to its knowledge base. Okay. Now you can create biases in just about everything. Okay. But when you have a specific algorithm and it's public knowledge, it's not something that is completely hidden. That's different. When you're talking about like ad space, you're right. What you're saying is correct. But when it comes to AI can change that for itself. So if you try to program it to give you biased information, it can change that bias on its own because it learns from the collective works of people. So when you're talking about the information that it has access to, the people who create it cannot dictate that access. They don't have the ability to because the AI has the ability to actually take that away because it's a real thing.
So let me posit something towards you and see how you accept it or not accept it. Okay?
Sure.
There is somebody that owns these things. If they
Absolutely.
want to say nighty night on certain ideas or whatever facts, maybe they are, and they just went over to the light switch and they said off, except for what I believe in. Then now all the AI answers that you want to put in, you have questions, we got answers. They're
Yep.
all according to whoever said that. And the reason why that I bring that up is it's artificial intelligence. So that means
Why are you reaffirming the same shit you just said?
All right, so you got it.
I got it the first time, and I'm telling you that you weren't arguing anything on fact. I disproved it by telling you exactly factually how this information is pulled. The owner of the entire thing cannot make the AI give you propaganda, for instance. They can't do that. Because the AI generates it himself. That's the point.
Hey, babe.
It's
Here's the problem.
Let me
Here's
point
the
something
problem.
out. Can I?
I'm done. I'm done.
Okay. Look, when it comes to politics, Dub is right because sometimes it'll swing one way or another. Like politically, yeah, like it has biases based on the coder who wrote it. But
No, that's based on your browser, though.
Let me explain why though. It's partly the coder, and also when the majority of like propaganda and stuff that's pushed out to us like is bashing Trump or whatever, yeah, it's going to be biased against Trump because the articles are all written. All it's doing is just grabbing data.
Okay.
But with something
Artificial
like
intelligence.
Something
What is
like
artificial
this,
intelligence?
Whether or not it's just scraping data off the internet.
Okay,
That's a
and
lose.
so does the AI have limited, full, or no control over anything involving its code base?
It is based on what somebody wants the AI to be able to collect from. And so
Yeah.
it's
Like if
almost
it
like
collects from
saying,
CNN all the time, it's gonna be biased against Trump or
it's,
whoever's in
it's almost
office.
like asking scientists, okay, is COVID real and or is COVID not real? Should we get the shot? Should we get the shot?
No, but
And
that's the
then
thing. It gives you both. So that's the problem that
no,
you're
no,
having
no,
is that
no,
you're not
no.
understanding. You're not understanding a big part. Okay, when you're talking about where you're getting your information. Okay, if you're going to go to an A, hold on, let me fucking finish. If you're in China, for instance, and you're using AI, okay, they have restrictions on their internet. Okay, they have things where you can't access bits and pieces of information because it's propaganda. If your government is doing that and you use the AI, unless your AI has access to other internets from around the world, then it will only pick up these biased sources. So in instances that you're talking about, yes, it's entirely possible, but it has nothing to do with the owner, the creator, or the code base. That's not what it is. It's not designed that way, and it can't be. It would literally flush that out because it needs to be unbiased.
Okay, let's try to slow down a little bit. So now we have scientists. we have sci- we have scientists that were telling people for sure you need to take this COVID-19 vaccine, but yet, number one, do not come back to us and tell us that you want money because something happened to you as a what do they call it, side effect. Don't we are not responsible whatsoever. That's the first red flag right there. So who are these scientists that are saying, "Yep, gotta take it"? They were wrong, in my opinion. But now we have the other scientists who are looking at it, like a Dr. John Campbell. He's on YouTube, and he's been going over that stuff the entire time. He gets a lot of information, all these things. So there's with AI, it's programmed by one person at the very least, and whatever information that they want to give out is the information that AI is going to skew to. It's simple. It's AI, bro. The AI doesn't
Yeah, I mean
have
it
the
can it
ability
can
to.
So
have biases.
hey, when you
Let me point some out. It can have biases, but that being said, it's probably not biased on trying to push freaking polygyny. It might be pushing vaccines. It might be pushing Kamala.
look it
But
up.
I highly doubt
Look it up.
polygyny is
No,
high
I
on
was.
the
That's what I was
agenda.
about to. No, that's what I was about to ask you before you
I
said that.
highly
Was to
doubt
just
it.
go look up. Yeah, no. I just no for fun. I don't care about this argument. This argument doesn't mean anything to me. I just want to know if it actually would do that with polygamy.
It,
Of course,
I
it doesn't.
highly
wait.
doubt, dude.
Of course, it doesn't care about polygyny. It doesn't care about polygyny. It doesn't really care about Jesus in the slightest. But it'll give you some information. It's not going to give you the whole truth. It's someone's truth that they entered into a computer program, and then so it's ultimately that person's truth that is going to get out. When it comes
Maybe,
down
but
to
there's no
nitty-gritty
Christian that's trying to push polygyny. That's writing fucking AI software. No way. No.
there is none, and that's exactly right. So somebody who owns the AI software is pushing polygyny. They're pushing it.
Bullshit. They don't give a
All
fuck.
right. Oh, really? They
Nah.
want to feel like they're going to heaven, don't they?
Dude, this is getting so far out into like shoulda, coulda, woulda, possibly not possible territory.
No, it's not. They're the rich people, bro. They're the polygynists.
All right, cool.
They have multiple wives. Why would they want everyone to go, "Oh, you shouldn't have that"? They're like, I can do whatever I want.
Hell yeah.
Back, back.
I
Where
think
did
I think we
lower
should.
class go?
I think he fell asleep, bro.
I know, right?
I think he fell asleep. I think that's what happened.
Well,
He
I
said
think
he was
I'm
tired.
going to cut the cord for tonight and
I think
listen
it's.
to
I
an
think we have
audiobook.
to. I think we kind of have to.
Yeah, let's getting about that point.
Dude, we're at
where I'm
about
like,
5.5 hours. It's already
I'm
9
talked
o'clock.
out, bruh. I'm talked out.
Oh, I'm not talked out. I'm gonna talk a little bit later.
Do you, brother?
Well, I actually didn't talk that much on this stream. I listened for like 2.5 hours.
You did listen there for a while. I was like, where'd it go?
No, I was listening, just enjoying the word. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, I like to talk, but I can listen. It's just harder.
Yeah.
It's much harder to listen than it is to talk.
Hell yeah. Well, it's good talking to you, Dub. Come back and argue with me again next time.
I always tell people, you know, you got these two little ass ears and this big ass mouth for a reason, right?
Somebody's supposed to use the mouth, and somebody's supposed to use the ears.
I just love the reverse. They were like, they give you 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. I'm like, no, they gave me 2 tiny holes to hear out of and 1 massive hole to talk out of. Shut up.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good talking to you, Dub, man. We'll pick up sometime. We'll argue some more.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. Enjoy your night. God bless you.
Yeah, Scott, I'll agree with you. That would be my argument against it. Like, I wouldn't take the religious approach because it's just boring. I mean, you could argue that easily, obviously, because the 2 wives thing is very, very immoral. But I think that it's a more fun debate when you take a more practical or political standpoint on it and demonstrate why it's bad, rather than trying to say that it's morally incorrect based on Christian ethics. It just seems boring to me. Like that, I've always said that I think that anytime that you throw Christianity in to a debate, it essentially kind of makes the argumentation boring. Because you have to presuppose God. You have to presuppose God, and that's kind of like a cheat code.
Weaker, you don't actually, though, because the laws actually are against polygyny. So
no, I get that, but it's not like the argument, the entailment of the argument is that it had to be in America. So you can go to the Middle East and do it. So that's all they had to say, and that's the end of that. And that's why I'm saying, like, pragmatically, using religion as a crutch.
Wait. You try to talk so fast, but just hold on.
I'm not trying to.
You live where?
What does that have to do with anything? That was never established in the debate.
You're breaking the laws both ways.
No, if you move somewhere and you do it there, you're not breaking any laws.
Bro, where are you living?
I just said that we would move to the Middle East, a Muslim country that allows you to have multiple wives. I said that you could just.
Go ahead. You're gonna be in big trouble if you.
No. You're talking to me as if that's what I'm gonna do.
Sir, hold on. You talking? Let's try to slow down.
You're straw manning what I said.
No, but listen, we can have a great conversation here, and we.
But you're straw manning it, brother.
I'm not straw manning anything. So if you moved outside of the United States and moved over to, where did you just say you wanted to move to?
I don't want to move anywhere. I was saying that the argument entailment. I wasn't talking about myself. This wasn't me debating for it. I was literally saying that in that argument, all you would have to do is say that you were going to move somewhere.
Wait, let's slow down. So I thought you said you were in America and you were going to move to Saudi Arabia, whatever.
Dub.
Now,
stop. You don't know what you're talking about because you're arguing as if you're debating me. I didn't say this. This is not my claim that I'm making. I'm saying that the claim was made by somebody else. All I'm saying is, in that sense, you're trying to presuppose that the person staying in America, all he had to say, I'm talking about somebody else in a past debate, all he had to say to you was that he's going to a Muslim country. You could have argued all of this with him all day long. I'm just saying that there's ways to get around using religiosity entirely.
Now I have a problem because that person is saying they identify as Christian, so then they're moving to Saudi Arabia and identifying as a Christian. Good luck.
Well, I mean, he already, I agree there, but he had already conceded that to you to begin with, where he says he wasn't. He already demonstrated that he wasn't a real American and said that he would jump ship.
Listen, I'm not looking at the chat. I never have been the entire time I've been on here. I'm on my phone. So
what? I didn't say anything about the chat. I didn't say anything about the chat, brother.
Oh, okay, brother, but you agree that if somebody wanted to move over to
I said I agree with you. What I was saying to you is that I never disagreed with you. like at all. Like I am on the same side you are. Like morally speaking, me personally, what I believe what you believe. I'm only talking in a semantical debate when you're arguing about.
Oh wait, so you're not a
No. I'm a one woman man.
All right, there you go.
No, absolutely. No. I don't believe in that at all. I think of things as from an argument standpoint. So I'm talking about his argument. I'm not talking about my own. Like I said, I would have made the argument that what's his name made. I was saying that I don't use religious arguments that much, or I believe that religiosity in a debate is a crutch because it allows you to presuppose God is so that you have a foundation for all morality in existence, while the other side's not going to be able to do that. That was the entire premise behind what I was saying.
Okay, I agree with what you're saying there because again, that one comes down to what is known as God. It starts with a P, but it's just basically you can't prove nothing, and neither can the other person, and that's that. So it comes down to faith, in a way, and so it's what you believe. There's no one who can prove it right or wrong. And I'll think of the word here. I will think of the word that describes it. It will get through to you. But either way, it doesn't matter.
What doesn't matter?
Faith. It's all faith. Because it comes down to, gosh, what is that word? It just basically says that no matter what you believe, if you believe there is no God, there's no way to prove that. And I can say that there is a God, but there's no way to prove that in the head of somebody who believes that there's no God.
Well, in a debate, you don't have to prove it to their head. Like you just have to prove it logically, and there's a lot of ways that Christians have developed that you can actually prove it logically because
you can't actually prove it logically. You can't.
Okay.
I could show you verses, but then I'm using evidence from a book that, of course, I believe in. But then if they don't, then it doesn't matter. How is that evidence to them? So you can't prove it to their head. You see what I'm saying?
I hear you, but hold on a second. All right, have you ever heard of the transcendental argument of for the existence of God?
No.
Okay, it's an argument that's used a lot in high-skilled, theology debates. Okay, and the essential premise basically allows them to presuppose God. Okay, it is an argument that is used by a lot of people, and it works very well to logically prove the existence of God. You should look it up. It's called the tag, transcendental. You should look it up for yourself so you understand what it is. I'm telling you, you should look it up.
Oh,
it's a good argument.
I just lost my my thought here. Hold on, though. It's called a postulate, man. It's called a postulate, and so this is nothing new. It's been argued forever. It's a postulate. That's why even the Bible mentions the word faith. So,
faith is because it hasn't been proven to you with your own eyes. Yes.
No, yes. Actually, it's not. Okay, show me the Bible verse. I'll show you one. I'll crush you right now.
I'm not a theologian, so you're arguing with someone who argues data and logic, and that's it. I don't argue theology. This is just that would be a pointless time here because I'm not going to be able to pull anything. I don't know a single Bible verse in my head. I don't know one, not one.
Okay, so let me show you what the Bible says, first of all. I'm not trying to crush you, by the way, but whatever. Hebrews 1:11-1 is a well-known verse. It's according to AI, by the way. Is a well-known Bible verse that defines faith. It states, now faith is the assurance of things hoped for, the conviction of things not seen. So, that means you're going out on the plank and hoping you don't get pushed off the plank, tied up with cement boots.
I mean, if that was the case, then that's not what anyone's doing with God. No one, especially in America, is walking a plank for God. Demonstrate. Yeah, you made that claim. Demonstrate how you were walking the plank for God.
Because exactly what the verse says. It's not seen. I could sit here and explain.
You can't say this is because verse is because this is.
Base tweaker, hold on, bro. If I'm gonna sit here and try to explain some Bible verses to you that you don't want to hear them at all.
No, I don't need. No, you just said what you said, and I'm responding to what you said, and you need to respond to what I've said. That's how that works. So I'm asking you to demonstrate how you are walking the plank, not with a Bible verse. That's not. You can't use that. That you're trying to argue for your Bible verse right now. That's what you're doing. Okay. You need to demonstrate for me how you are walking the plank for God. How are you doing that? How are you about one step away?
How would you like me to do that, sir?
It's your problem to do. It's your problem to solve, not mine. I'm posing it to you because you've asked me something that you said something that makes no sense unless it means what I mean, what I said. Because I specifically gave you the definition, simplicity of what faith actually would be in this instance. And you're trying to pull from a Bible verse, cherry picking, and that's fine. And I'm asking you to demonstrate this. If you can't demonstrate this, then that Bible verse does not prove what you're saying.
Okay, so here's number one, exactly. We need to go back and look at the word postulate and understand what that means. And then now when we read Hebrews 11 and 1, it says, now faith is the assurance of things hoped for, the conviction of things not seen. So that's faith. Now, it means that I cannot tell somebody something. They're not going to believe it, whatever. I don't care if you believe it or not. It's like planting a seed. Now, the flip side of the coin is your postulate, if you are an atheist, something like that, is prove the Big Bang, what happened before the Big Bang, show me all these things. Oh, I thought COVID was real and that was going to be good for everyone. I believe in the science. Oh, yeah, well, science lies to you, obviously. We've already figured that out. So, do you see where I'm coming from?
I'm gonna be completely honest with you, man. You just keep you kind of keep jumping around, and when you're trying to follow logical consistency, I mean, we had already reached a stopping point to where at the end of the day, faith was not what you said it was, and you're trying to redirect the conversation.
Based whatever. So how did I move so far away from?
You didn't answer. I didn't say anything. This isn't about winning or losing. That's not what debate is about. First off. Second off, I posed an argument based on.
All I asked was a question because you just said something that I don't believe, and I think you're straw manning. Do you understand?
No. You made the claim. Okay, I asked you to back the claim up, and I did that by posing for you to do it for yourself.
What was the claim?
Based on your Bible verse, the claim is about what faith it means, and you used the Bible verse to justify it in the means of walking on the plank.
Go ahead. Do a steel man, bro.
I just told you, motherfucker. It doesn't matter what it means. It's your claim. You have to demonstrate it.
I know that it's my claim, but you steel man what you thought I thought the verse meant. Go.
No, I did not. I don't care what you thought it meant. I'm asking you to prove what you meant by it. I'm asking you to prove what you meant by it. When you read the verse, I want you to prove it.
Here, listen. It means that faith is a postulate. Do you get it?
I'm asking you to demonstrate how you're doing it.
Yeah. I have faith in Christ. I'm going to bring up a couple of verses.
Oh my God, that's not verses are not an answer to my question. Okay, I believe that the sky is purple. I have faith that the sky is purple. Does that mean that I'm like?
Show me something. Where's your evidence?
Where's your evidence? It's the same thing. I just asked you, and you said I'm going to pull some Bible verses. That isn't showing me. You're presupposing that it's true. You're saying God is because God is, and truth is truth because God says it's true. That's what you're saying.
Okay.
I never ever gave a concession to say that what you say about what God says is true.
Let's try to calm down and have.
This is me calm.
Bro, you're not calm at all. But anyways.
This is me calm. You don't want to see me get riled up. Yes, I have Asperger's. You need to learn.
Asperger's? Okay, great. I don't care. Asperger's people are actually pretty smart. So
yes.
To be a better deductive reasoning person, when I say that faith.
You mean have better deductive reasoning? I would figure that if you knew argumentation, you'd be able to put words together if you're so much smarter than me.
No, all you're doing is you're continuing to talk, and that's all you're doing.
Because I'm kind of already over the conversation because you brought it into a very bad faith area, and now you're trying to presuppose something automatically.
You just keep talking as if your brain knows everything. Maybe that's why you have Asperger's. Now, if you went and looked at the word postulate and you see that it's in actuality things that people can't actually prove. So, Big Bang's on one side and a religion of any kind is on the other side. You can't prove either one. That's why it's called a postulate. Now, I brought up the Hebrews 11:1 verse to give you an idea about the word faith and what it means. So, that word faith there means that it's unseen. So, there you go. You have a postulate. I'm providing the evidence based on what I have, and you're going to tell me that that's not true. That's fine. It's still a postulate. You can't prove that it's not true. So, then, in the other words, you're going to say something like, maybe the Big Bang is true. Then you don't have anything to prove that at all. So, that's a postulate as well. There you go. We're stuck.
No. We're stuck. We're stuck because, again, you shifted the goalpost. I tried to say that you shifted the goalpost. You continued to shift the goalpost the whole time.
Don't try to use any fancy words with me, bro.
It's not okay. Fancy. What you're over here using the word postulate, and I'm talking about moving the goalpost. Which one's the more fancy word?
You're using politically correct words to where people might want to agree with you. Stop using the shift the goalpost, all this stuff that's just absolute crap. Deal with facts or opinions. What's up?
Yeah, you're dealing with opinions. That's why hey, trust me. Hey, I'm already done with that. I don't know if you can tell. I'm done with this, bro.
I already told you. I have a postulate, and so do you, maybe. But I'm giving the facts behind my postulate, which is faith, and you have faith in something else. So go ahead, give your facts on that side of the postulate.
Yeah, you haven't given any. That's the problem. Look. At the end of the day, there's not going to be a conclusion here. There's not going to be a conclusion here because you're not using anything logically.
I'm not trying to listen to you when all you try to do is talk really fast and figure out what you got to say.
I've never talked fast intentionally. It's how I talk.
You have no logical answers for what you're trying to say. You just
Hey, you know, it's the same way when I told you got really emotional against him and you tried to say that I gaslit you. That's not what happened. You actually got emotional. You actually got emotional because you're passionate about it. I am charged that way. I am charged that way. So here's the best part about it is I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that naturally. I don't need to. I don't need to.
Every single human, when they get talked over, they get emotional. Period. So it doesn't matter.
No. That's not true. Oh my God.
Yeah, that is very true. You think you are some kind of like person who can go ahead and look down upon me and speak over my voice? Bro,
yeah, because you've done it to me every time. Every time I've tried to make a point, you've talked over to me. Look, right now. Right now, you've sat here and spoiled for fucking 2 minutes straight, and you won't let me talk. Shut the fuck up, dude. You were extremely bad faith. You talk over me when I'm talking, you don't let me finish my point, and then you expect me not to do the same thing to you? I'm gonna do it to you. I promise you, I can sit here and talk for 17 minutes without catching a breath. I will do this all day. You continue to talk over me. You're not really smart. You're just sitting here saying, oh, I postulated this. So at the end of the day, you lost all of your argument because you refused to follow logic linearly. You wanted to jump from place to place to place to place to place. So at the end of the day, I'm not getting emotional about something I don't believe in. I don't believe in any of this. I'm just saying the simple fact that you're going to continue to do the same thing over and over, and that's why there's no compromise here. There's none. At the end of the day, it really just doesn't matter.
It's a shit show at this point.
Yeah, you're a shit show. You're a shit show. You have no logic. You literally said that I talk too fast for you to understand. I don't talk that fast.
You're going to keep talking. All you're going to do is keep talking.
All right, boys and girls. I'll see you later.
Everyone gets pissed when somebody starts to talk over them. That's a fact. It doesn't matter what the subject is. It don't matter nothing about that. This guy thinks he's more masculine than everyone, so he's going to go ahead and keep on yelling and speaking as fast as he can to drown everyone else out. Well, congratulations, buddy. You didn't address anything in terms of the actual subject itself. You didn't. Again, there's such thing as a postulate. One person can say something, the other one can say something. You can't exactly prove it. That's called faith. I'll put my faith in God. Hebrews 11:1 proves it. Done. Another spot says where somebody believes in Jesus, the other people are just perishing and they don't care and they want to believe whatever they want to. So, whatever. The guy didn't want to have a conversation. It's obvious because he lost. Oh well. See y'all later. Bye.
Man, what's going on, guys? Oh, sorry about that. 10-hour stream. What's going on? Oh boy. Oh. Oh. I must have needed that. Hey there, Mr. Bear. Oh man, no, I definitely am rested. Holy, bro. I don't know what happened. Scott, dude, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it, bro. Oh. Yeah, Creed, you too, bro. You guys rock, dude. I'm so sorry, man. Just the last thing I remember was Dub and Avery were having a go, and I was like, all right, well, I'm gonna let this draw out, because I mean that debate itself went on for like what, like an hour and a half, and I was just laying there listening to it, bro, and boom, straight the fuck out. You guys rock, man. Thanks for holding it down for me. I apologize for that, dude. I'm gonna go ahead and close her down for right now, and then dang, dude, I mean, I think I slept like 6 or 7 hours, so I don't know. I might pull all the way through tonight, guys. What you think? Yeah, I needed it, bro. I needed it. Yeah. Hey, God did for me what I couldn't do for myself. You know what I mean? Cheers, boys. Are you guys going to be over in Jessa's stream? Yeah, that was the plan, N-word. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm about to do. Yeah. Awesome. All right. I'm going to close this one out.